you guys hear me?
Yes.
A very good morning to you all from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott. I guess it would help if I unmuted my co-commentators, wouldn't it? Huh? So let's try that again. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Brendan.
Good morning, JT Tammy.
Good morning.
It's a trio of us today on DriversEye Live. Joseph Mudrack has decided to go on vacation, did provide us some support this morning, but he will not be with us today. And Ryan West will be joining us tomorrow for our second of two Enduros from around this 2.5 mile, most iconic of American motorsports venues. I'd normally be telling you off. We're rolling off in just a couple of minutes' time to begin our first Enduro of the weekend. This will be a 9-hour race. The clock will start at 8 o'clock. However, we are starting this one the way we spent a good portion of our 14-hour race at Daytona, and that is under a lightning hold. The weather has thrown us some curveballs this weekend, to say the least. Heavy rains on Thursday night, heavy rains last night, and a big thunderstorm last night that cost a couple of teams canopies and some other equipment down on the pit lane. Everything dried up for most of this morning. We just had a brief rain shower pass over the circuit, but there's another line of weather just to the north and west of Brazelton, Georgia here, where we sit, that is now within range. And because the circuit here is also owned by ISC, as Daytona was, we follow the same lightning rules, which is a strike within 8 miles. And then a 30-minute hold after that last strike within range. And unfortunately, just as we were set to get things going this morning, we've had that lightning hold take effect. The track is damp, but it's about to get a lot wetter here as the weather passes over the circuit just west of Brazelton. So with that all being said, gentlemen, JT, Scott, and Gabe as a silent partner this morning on production as well, We don't have a whole lot to talk about. No racing. We don't have any reviews other than from Daytona. So yeah, let's get settled in here. We can start, I assume, by talking about Road Atlanta a little bit. We can do sort of a track preview here if you'd like, and kind of get things underway before we get the word from WRL that we have the all clear. So Scott, being the closest thing we have to a professional racing driver.
You got to stop calling me that.
The closest thing, I said. The closest thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So Road Atlanta, as you say, a really iconic American racetrack. Just thinking, actually, the obviously famous for Petit Le Mans. This circuit definitely never hosted Formula One or anything, did it? But,
no.
Yeah, America likes to make its own international air quotes events, and this hosts one of the best examples of that with Petit Le Mans.
One of the most recent major events as well.
Sure. I think what really characterizes this circuit, well, there's a few things actually. Firstly, it's very sort of bipolar in that the first half of the track and the second half of the track are completely different. Got a very, very technical first half, fast but technical, and then the second half is all about straight line speed and then stop starts really, with turns. So in particular, turn 7 and turns 10A and 10B being very much sort of stop, turn, squirt the car out the corner type of corners, with a big long straight in between where we can really sort out the bigger cars from the smaller cars. The first half of the track is the complete opposite to that, where it's very difficult to shuffle the pack, and we'll actually end up with some situations where lower class cars are faster potentially than higher class cars through the first part of the lap due to the technical nature. Another thing that characterizes the track, I find at least, and as a driver, you sort of focus in on the first half of the lap, because that's obviously where you're doing most of your work, is how the blind nature of a lot of the corners and the high commitment nature of a lot of the corners. Turn 1, for example, isn't necessarily blind in that you can see the apex as you're approaching it, but the exit is completely blind. And the level of commitment required means that you have to commit to the exit of the corner without being able to see it. And it's this weird thing where there's an exit curve that's still curved. So you kind of have to aim for what feels like a moving target that you can't see at almost maximum speed. It's one of those corners that takes a lot of getting used to, and I don't know if you ever feel like you've quite got it perfect, because if you get it perfect, you're probably too close to crashing.
Yeah, you're approaching that corner in a curve as well. I mean, that braking zone is not straight either.
Yeah, it's a decreasing then increasing radius corner. Yeah. It's uphill. It's the exit's blind. There's absolutely there's runoff, but it's all grass, and that grass leads you straight into a barrier. So treacherous corner, turn 1. Turn 3 is completely blind. You can't see any part of it at any point, and it curves the wrong way in the braking zone. You've got a big curve that you've got to aim for, but you can't see. The exit's curved, and again in the wrong direction. The S's. My track map says that doesn't actually have a number. Is that correct? The right-hander at the bottom of the hill. That corner is, again, full commitment. In a lot of cars, it's very close to flat out. And then turn 5, you can't really see because you're setting up for it through the S's. So again, and you definitely can't see the exit, mostly because the exit is a massive curb that is like the width of a car. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive teams are on that curb today, actually, because it's very bumpy, and definitely talked to some people who have said that in WRL it is a very good idea to not rattle your car over curbs for 9 hours. It's kind of most prevalent for the GTU MPO1 field, which is not here this weekend, which is something we'll have to make clear. But I'm sure there are I'm sure there's a variety of delicateness of the GTO and production class cars as well. So how they treat the curbs, particularly I say in turn 3 and turn 5, and maybe I guess 10A and 10B, is going to be really interesting to see how that develops, see if it causes any issues. But yeah, that's kind of the that, and then obviously the elevation change of the circuit. It's an extremely hilly track. Anyone who's seen Road Atlanta knows that. We've got some Brendan set our cameras up with some pretty nice iconic shots that will show that off nicely, I think. I think as a driver, it doesn't make that much difference once you're actually there and sort of in your tunnel vision. I've never driven the track in person, and I'm sure it's extremely obvious, but I don't know if it changes how you drive all that much. Certainly, there are some dips in corners that add some grip. Maybe the fact that at turn 3 you're dropping off the edge of a cliff, so the car maybe goes a little bit light. But it's definitely an iconic feature of the track. But really, it's more the blind nature of the corners that matters. What's that, Joseph? Brendan?
It does flow very well, Scott. So, like, initially here, and I'll share some of my personal experiences. The first time I came here, 2009 Petit Le Mans, another race significantly delayed by weather, by the way. It is visually very striking, right? A TV, it's one of the few tracks in North America where TV just can never do it justice, right? The shots are chosen to make the best of the landscape, but it's hard to convey that information in a camera shot, right? So you show up in person and you are first, your first impression is the elevation changes, right? The giant drop out of turn number 12 as you come through the main access road. The climb up into turn 1 as you work your way through the paddock. You get to the Esses, the drop down the Esses, and for me, the most impressive part is the climb back up the other side of the Esses out of turn 5. I mean, you're just staring at the sky as you come out of 5 up over that exit curb. And so that initial impression, you've kind of got to wait for that to wear off. And once it does wear off and you actually get yourself out on track, other than that sort of odd settling out of turn 3, as you mentioned, Scott, or out of turn 2 into turn 3, everything else just kind of makes sense about Road Atlanta, right? You get the drop into 6, and then the corner's cambered, right? And you carry that into 7. The drop into turn 10, it's a downhill braking zone, but it flattens out, and you can kind of lean on the right front of the car as you go into 10A, and then you swing it back to the right for 10B, and the car climbs away again. Everything about Road Atlanta, once you're actually on track, it makes sense. So you've got to aim the car properly over some of these blind crests. You've got to kind of sort out that weird braking zone at turn 2 into the blind right-hander at turn 3. But once you've sorted all that out, it's just a very, rinse, wash, repeat kind of circuit until you start throwing in traffic, right? We've got 66 cars here. And once you add in that element of multi-class racing, you see it at Petit Le Mans, the massive speed differential between the prototypes and the GTs. We'll have the same here between the GTOs and the GP3 cars at the tail end of the pacing order. Everything about Road Atlanta just kind of works, and you can just set about setting lap times and doing the endurance racing thing that just kind of works so well here.
Yeah, I think that's very important. That flow it kind of has two effects. It's why the blind nature of a lot of the corners works, because you kind of don't need to see them after a while. It certainly requires a level of commitment, but once you've learned the track, you can get into that flow, and you can commit to those corners without being able to see the as many reference points as you might be used to. That does, though, have the other side of the coin, which is that it means that the track is relatively one line, certainly through the first half of the track. And that, as you say, when you get into traffic, that completely screws everything up. That you definitely have to commit to some moves on this track that if that corner was on another track, you probably wouldn't make the pass there, but you kind of have to here because you don't have much choice. I'm thinking particularly turn 4. Yeah, you see a lot of faster cars driving around the outside of that, which on most tracks, that would be a move you would maybe not risk unless it was on a car that was much, much slower, because you kind of end up screwing both of you up into the S's at the bottom of the hill. And also there's usually you would worry about marbles and other why am I blanking on words here? But debris on the outside of the track there that might cause you punctures or cause you to lose grip and run off or spin. I think the fact that we're going to have cars passing on the outside of turn 4 all day will probably mean that that's not such an issue. I mean, that does tend to be the case with Road Atlanta. It's a very common move we see for cars to go around the outside of that corner.
One of the few corners that is truly two-line because it has to.
Yeah, because it has to. Yeah, because otherwise you sit there from turn 2 through to the exit of turn 5. I'll be interested to see if we see any moves through the S's into turn 5. We don't.
Oh, we will. Oh, we will.
Sure. We don't tend to in like Petit Le Mans, for example, because that's such a fast section of track.
Yeah.
And I guess the differences between the classes isn't that big. But that's not typically. I don't know if I've ever made a pass there in sim racing, even where you can take a few more risks. But I think the differences between the cars is going to be so big, and the drivers is going to be so big that we will probably see people making moves down there. But usually, you would have to sit behind another car from turn 2 to turn 5 if you weren't willing to make the move around the outside of turn 4. And if you're talking about a car that's 20 seconds a lap slower than you, then you're going to lose more than 5 seconds there, which you just can't afford to do every single lap. So that's why we'll see moves in places we wouldn't necessarily expect. A lot of it is about timing as well. So timing your run through turn 1 so that you can get down the inside, ideally before that blind curved braking zone into turn 3. Turn 3 is also an awkward corner in that if you're offline, it makes the corner like exponentially tighter. So you really lose a lot of time if you're down the inside of someone into turn 3.
Gabe, if we can lock off on trackside 4 here and kind of demonstrate this area of the track that we're talking about here a little bit, kind of as we go through this discussion. Obviously, as we mentioned, we are under a lightning hold here, so we're going to do a little deep dive on the circuit. But this is the iconic part of Road Atlanta here. This is the S's, and as Scott's mentioning, turn 3 up at the top left of the screen. Turn 4 is the left-hander, also sometimes referred to as the right-hander, that starts this real downhill plunge into the S's. There's 3 and 4, as Scott was mentioning. Scott, not to sort of interrupt, but to take this conversation, or at least expand on the conversation we were having there. This is a portion of the track where cooperation is going to help both drivers in a big way, right? A lot of times you can make the case that it's a responsibility of the faster driver, the faster class car, to plan and execute a clean pass, and that onus still is on the faster driver to be seen and to commit to passes appropriately. That's always part of driving a faster class race car. But here, like you mentioned, it can really mess both cars up going into more technical portions of the track, like the S's, right? That right-hander that starts the downhill plunge at turn 4. It's being too wide through that corner can really hamper both cars all the way down the hill into the braking zone at 5, and that screws up your exit of 5, which is straight up a hill. So now your exit, as you're climbing, against gravity, is working against you now as well. And a slower class car that might be to driver's left through that left-hander can actually do both himself and the driver he's racing against a world of good by lifting off the throttle a little bit, easing off and allowing the faster class car to make that arc into 4 and falling in line single file behind them, right? So it's not just, hey, faster class car, execute the pass, slower class car, hang tight, as long as you can, don't give up the pace early, go as fast as you can early, because it's going to cost you a couple of corners down the road. It has that sort of domino effect for a couple of turns before everybody would otherwise be single file. So the GP 1, 2, and 3 cars here, Scott, I think you'll agree, actually can do themselves and the cars they're racing against a world of good by being conservative and understanding the art of being passed and being lapped by a faster class car.
Yeah, I think the GTO cars, drivers, I should say, not the cars. The GTO drivers need to understand that they can't. It is still on them to not commit too late, but it's going to be on the production class cars drivers, to understand that the GTO driver is going to have to commit like a corner early and recognize that that's happening, and therefore work with them, as you say, or at least don't work against them. Another issue though is if you do sort of taking that turn 4 and into the S's as an example, if the production driver does lift off, does that mean that a second GTO car then just decides that they're going to chuck
Very true.
into the gap? So you've got to understand it's really difficult while sort of accelerating traction limited through turn 4, work out whether there are 2 or 3 or 4 GTO cars lined up behind you, and whether if you lift for the first one, the second, third, and fourth ones are going to dive bomb you. These are all things that are going to be completely situation dependent, and it's going to make this super interesting because it's a track where we know all the drivers know that there are going to be difficult situations through the race, so it makes everyone hopefully, fingers crossed, it hopefully makes all the drivers a little bit more aware that through at least that section they're going to have to be really on their toes, and that's going to throw up a bunch of really interesting situations for us to watch, and it's going to cause gaps in the GTO field and the production fields. It's part of what makes endurance racing around here so cool and so interesting. Hopefully, I mean, honestly, I'd be shocked if we don't see a production car in the barrier on the left-hand side of the road at the bottom of the hill there. It happens every single year in Petit Le Mans where they don't see it. A GT car doesn't see a prototype come down the inside, and they get glanced and end up in the grass. And once you're in that grass, especially if it's raining now, so therefore, and it rained a lot last night, so it's probably pretty slippery. Once you're in that grass, there's no coming back. So that's definitely going to be a feature we're going to have to look out for.
Yeah, and to add to that, I mean, we have this impending thunderstorm, right? I have the weather radar pulled up on the screen in my suite on the 4th floor here, and the lightning is all actually at the back end of this front, which is slightly annoying. But we're going to get some pretty decent rain as a part of this weather moving through. The offline areas, right, the grass especially, is already pretty wet left over from last night. The track itself has dried, which is good, but it means that there's not going to be a whole lot of area for this next batch of rain to go. So I think there's a good chance we're going to end up with water on track, potentially water running across the track. Turn 1, bottom of the S's, turn 10 apexes are pretty common spots that you can get some standing water here. And obviously we're not going to go racing if it's not safe, but when we do go racing, there is a chance that water is going to stick in those places in particular for quite some time. And so you're going to have that added complication as well. And even if the rest of the track is wet, you may still have more water specifically in those spots. And being too wide through any of those locations or being offline in any of those locations may cause you more problems than you would otherwise have. So now we've got this weather element that's going to be thrown into things when we do go back to racing, or I guess start racing this morning as well.
Yeah, I mean that is an advantage of a track with a lot of elevation changes. You don't tend to have so much standing water because the water runs away,
except for the bottom of the S's. Because
except for where you get rivers.
Yeah,
and I think 10A in particular, I think is kind of the low point is basically the inside curb, right? So that's what you were talking about with getting puddles build up there. We haven't mentioned 10A and 10B. That's 10A is certainly the largest braking zone on the track by a long way, downhill from maximum speed into quite a slow chicane. So there, particularly we don't have the MPO ones this weekend, which would be the zone where they would have the best chance of. Well, not necessarily, because they would have been so fast and so fun to watch through the S's. It's a bit of turns 2, 3, and 4. It's a bit of a shame we don't have them for that alone.
Scott, I can actually provide some insight there. I was watching back some of last year's videos, team onboards, our own broadcast, and references leading up to this weekend. Those NP01s actually they didn't make their speed in the mid corner so much. It was the braking zones. They were going so much deeper than anybody else because they were by far the lightest cars on track. Their apex speeds at turn 1 were not that much better than, or really any better than the GTO cars and some of the GP2, GP3 cars that were also low in weight. But they were just going so much deeper on the brakes into turn 1, turn 6, and especially at turn 10.
Yeah,
as you mentioned.
was the next point I was going to make, is that those cars not being able to pass anyone in a straight line would have been that would have been their zone where they were looking to get past lower class cars, put them behind them.
But as we mentioned, we don't have those cars with us this weekend, those NP01. So it's just the 4 classes: GTO, GP1, 2, and 3. And I suppose we can expand a little bit on that as well. The GTO cars, Grand Touring Open, these are built to power to weight, 9-1, which I guess is weight to power, if you're going to use those numbers. And no horsepower limits, minimum weight of 2,400 pounds. Anything above 2,400 goes in GTO. And you power appropriate to the weight of your car. It does feature a lot of GT4 cars, a lot of Cayman 718s, a lot of BMW M4 GT4s. Definitely makes up the bulk of the field these days. You've got a handful of cars that are sort of home built and designed to the GTO spec of car, but those numbers are decreasing in favor of these GT4 cars. We've had TCR cars in the past, none here this weekend. We've got the Ginetta G55 GT4 that's with us this weekend as well as a national class GT4 car. But that makes up the bulk of what we're going to see at the front of the field when we do eventually go racing today. GP1, 2, and 3, GP standing for general production. These are cars built from road-going cars. The frame is a road-going car built up into a race car. Anything from BMW M3s, 330 CIs are some of the best cars we see up in GP1. Boxsters, very popular through these classes as well, Porsche Boxsters. Look down the list, Scion FRS, or take your pick. BMW M2. The M2s are up in GTO, the Club Sports, but all kinds of other options through general production, which are also power to weight limited. But those cars take modifiers, right? So you can throw suspension parts, you can throw air dams, splitters, rear wings, diffusers, any sort of performance enhancing device at the car that you would like, but you're going to take a power to weight modifier for it. You put in your disclosure sheet in advance of the event, and your car is mandated to run at that power to weight ratio with those modifiers thrown in. So, a rear wing might reduce the amount of power that you can run for your weight because it provides an aero advantage, right? Suspension parts might do the same. Splitter, same thing. So there's a little bit more strategy involved in how you choose to build a car for general production, 1, 2, or 3. You can, of course, run a spec car for another class if you like, spec Miatas, spec Boxster. Very popular choices through there as well. We've had Corvettes run in GP1 in the past. I think particularly Braunschweig was a GP1 car for a long time. They're not with us this weekend, but there is a lot more intrigue there, and very specific to each car and each team how they choose to build each of their respective vehicles, and the pace naturally decreases through each of those. With that being said, there are a few GP1 cars that give GTO, the mid to back end of GTO, a run for their money. The Moorhead Speedworks GP1 BMW is an absolutely beautiful car, or it was before it was thrown into the tires at the bus stop at Daytona last month. And it is back. The right rear of the car has been repaired, although not wrapped, so it is just this sort of gray covering. But that car and a lot of the other GP1 cars at the front of the field will give the back of the GTO field a run for their money when we do go racing here. Very low clouds rolling in from the west now, and while we did have lightning that was in range, I think this is now the actual weather approaching the track rather than just being within the 8-mile ring that we tend to concern ourselves with here. You can actually see it from some of the angles. I think the turn 12 camera shows that pretty well, which is more or less my view here. A very, very low cloud. Yeah, there you can see it. So, yeah, this is unfortunately how we spent, what was it, Scott? About 4.5 hours of Daytona?
Yeah, in 2 stints, right?
Yeah. One of which set up the most phenomenal finish, in fairness.
Yes, where we managed to defeat the legions of BMWs.
That's right. Having spent a good portion of the Saturday talking about how many BMWs and how quick there are in GTO and how quick they are on a consistent basis. The Porsche came from over a lap behind in the rain at the hands of Cameron Lawrence.
Well, that's a good point to make, actually. If we're going to have rain today, that's potentially going to throw up the same sort of balance of power shift that we had at Daytona. A very, very, very different track, which makes me think. I mean, there's so many different factors with the rain. It could have just been I don't even know what tires the 982 was running, or it does run typically, or / was running at Daytona. That could have been the only thing that was making the difference. But you would say that a car that's better in the rain is therefore more nimble and would be maybe better at a more technical track than like this. As I reach for my qualifying results to see if that bears any truth in what we see on the grid. 401 round 3 racing is a BMW, 696 is a BMW. The Ginetta qualified third. That's interesting to see. That's more of a lightweight GT4 car. So that is the sort of car that I would expect to be fast on a technical track like this.
Yeah.
Quite a spread out field in qualifying. There's more than a second between first and third. But then we have Thunder Bunny, which is a BMW. Unfortunately, the qualifying order doesn't have the cars on. So if my memory,
I can provide that.
Yeah, Kingpin, I believe, is a Porsche.
It is, yes.
Choice is a BMW. TLM Monoflow is a BMW.
That one's a Porsche. The 172 is a BMW. The 770 is a Cayman.
609 BMW.
Yep, that's a Sentinel sponsored.
99 is a BMW. Rule 1 Racing. That's a team that I'm not.
That is a slightly older Cayman. It's not the 718. I think it's a Club Sport, but that car actually has had a ton of work to it. New air dam, dive planes, bigger diffuser, taller, bigger, sort of swan neck GTE style rear wing on that car. It's a very, very pretty car, but it's not just a GT4 Cayman. That car's had a lot of extra work done to it.
So I make the top 10, 6 BMWs, 3 Porsches, and 1 Ginetta.
That is correct.
Okay, that kind of reflects most of the field. So I would say that we're not too BMW biased at the front. So hopefully we've got a nice balance between the fastest cars. Not just Daytona. It really did feel like, other than in the rain, if you wanted to be setting the fastest lap times, you kind of had to be in a BMW. I've noticed no Aston Martins in that top 10. Are they here?
They are. Both of them. Automatic is 23rd, and then Pro Sport is 27th.
Wow. Okay, so that car's not working around here by the looks of things.
No, and I'm a little surprised. I know that car is a little older. Both of those cars obviously are a little older. The sort of 2014 era GT4s, but they've been really competitive through the balance of most of the season. And it just seemed like in the heat yesterday, they had absolutely nothing going for them. I don't know if that's a product of having, a lot of weight over the front tires, that big V8 engine, that sits way up front, or less aero, or whether, it was just scrubbing massively on the front tires and overheating them, or what the deal was. But even at the start of a session yesterday, I very intentionally watched the last qualifying session, and they just didn't seem to be quick anywhere. They weren't quick at turn 12. They weren't quick in a straight line down the front straightaway. They didn't seem to have it here, and that is very unautomatic-like, especially automatic.
Just actually going through a few of the entries just outside the top 10, and it kind of goes against what I was just saying. We've got 6 BMWs in the top 10, and I would have expected a sort of similar smattering through 10 to 20 and then 20 onwards. But actually, the cars get really interesting just outside the top 10. We have a BMW in 11th, but then 89X Motorsport.
It's a Porsche in 11th, Scott. That's the Cayman, the 421.
Oh, these teams that have always screwing up. Anyway, well, that's good. We've got an extra Cayman there in 11th. But then 89X is the Camaro, Or a Camaro. Is that one we've seen before? I don't recognize the team name.
They were at Road America, I think, or Daytona, one of the two.
We had a black Cayman at Daytona. I didn't think it was that team.
The Camaro, yeah.
Camaro was at Daytona.
Okay. And then we've got Hammer, which is their BMW, and Pinnacle, which is their Porsche. We've got Chandler School in 16th with their Dodge Trans Am car. So, and then there was another, Bourbon in, which I assume is how you pronounce that. Bourbon Works Racing in 17th. That's another Ginetta, apparently. So that's cool to have two of them here. I don't know if that's definitely a team I haven't seen before. We've seen races with two Ginettas before, but
they've been entered, but I don't believe they've. I don't know that they've actually made it out on track. Like actually made it to the venue.
Bourbon Works did. CMZ Motorsports was on the entry list. I do not believe they set a time yesterday.
We talked to them at Barber, so they've run this season before. CMZ did, but they didn't make it to the venue. They're not here.
Beyond that, in 21st, we have our LS swapped Mazda with Chill Out Motorsports.
Yeah, surprised that car wasn't quicker yesterday as well.
Definitely, yeah, because it's okay. The LS motor obviously adds a bit of weight, but it's still a lightweight, nimble car, which suits the first half of the track, and then it's got a massive punch for the second half of the track. You would have thought that would be kind of the ideal combination. Also, I was looking around that car at Daytona, the rare opportunity I get to actually see these things in person. That car is so cool in person.
Oh, it's immaculate. That car is absolutely immaculate.
10 times cool. Like, I thought it was a cool car watching it remotely, but seeing it, it's just incredible thing. I would absolutely love to give. I think of all the cars in the field, that might be the one that if you said I could have a couple of laps in one car, it would be that one, I think.
Yeah, paddle shift as well. So it's not even a particularly difficult car to wrap your head around. You just kind of get in it and go.
It almost, like the cockpit as well, it looks so fit for purpose. It's kind of got a real prototype feel to it. Just all the bodywork is just perfect and none of it looks spec.
It is a prototype.
Essentially, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's built up from a Miata, it's an NC, so I guess it's just an MX-5, but that it is a prototype car. There is no other car in the world like it. But the only thing I can think of is, again, the heat. I mean, yesterday it was 94, 95 degrees. We had heat indices throughout the day, upwards of 105. And we're headed for similar temperatures once the sun breaks through a little later this morning. And the only thing I can think of is that they struggled so much at NOLA in the heat and with the abrasive surface that if they haven't got tire wear sorted on that car or tire heat generation sorted on that car, even with a less abrasive surface here, that maybe they were just running the tires off of that car and not able to actually put any consistent pace into it. Now, you don't need pace in a 9-hour endurance race, but I'll tell you what, as this race gets shorter and shorter with the weather that we've got rolling through, a bit of pace wouldn't hurt.
One more interesting car is the car that's qualified last in GTO, Ford Performance Racing School. It's a Ford Mustang. I don't know a 2015 Ford Mustang GT. I don't know any more details on it than that, but that's a car I don't remember seeing so far.
It ran at Mid-Ohio, I believe. It's actually a very nice looking car. It's, like you mentioned, it's a Mustang, but very well built up, big honking wing on the back of it. I actually don't recall seeing that on track yesterday. I knew they were here because I had seen them on Thursday, but I don't remember them coming through on track really yesterday at all.
Well,
they didn't set a time, or if they did, it was just
they did set multiple times.
Oh.
They are last, but only by half a tenth. So it's not like they're last and way off the back of the field.
Yeah.
Although we do have a just under 10-second split between first and last in GTO. What's interesting is it's now properly raining.
Oh, and lightning. Yeah, there's lightning up over the hill at turn.
I'm having problems with for some reason, Caster on my MacBook is being annoying. But Caster, VLC on my MacBook. Anyway, It's the qualifying results give the session that the fastest time is set in, and there are 5 sessions. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So it's 5 HPD sessions. Are they all on? They're all yesterday, or is that spread over Thursday and Friday?
All yesterday. 35-minute sessions across yesterday.
I'm intrigued by the fact that there only one car set their fastest time during session 3, and it was the pole sitting car. So I don't know if that was the best conditions and that was the only car that managed to take advantage of them. But that to me just jumps out as interesting. Yeah, the full performance racing school car, I think qualifying seems to give best time, like their 2 best times or something. I can't really understand what, because the column headers aren't complete. But both of the full performance racing schools times were set during session 1 and 2. So maybe they didn't come back out in the afternoon. It's pure speculation. Yeah, it's nice evenly spread field. We've had it before where we've had some strange GTO cars turn up and be more than a few seconds off the back of the field. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case here, so that's cool.
I
don't
curious.
know if maybe JT and Brendan, you guys want to go through the production fields try and find some interesting cars to pick out there. It's interesting teams. I have much less knowledge on those cars.
Well, it showed up on the entry list. I'm hoping Brendan can confirm this. It did show up that AOA may have a Corvette here this weekend. On the entry list, it showed they had a 2019 C7. I don't see it in GTO on any of the times from yesterday. I've only seen their MX5 Cup cars in the production classes, but that's something to look forward to if that's a thing. Let's see, in GP1, Moorhead Speedworks was the fastest yesterday by quite a noticeable margin over the 26 from Edge Autosports to the tune of about 1.3 seconds. Doing a 136.3, which puts them right about 13th, 14th in GTO. So that's definitely one of the cars to keep an eye out in the opening stages as it works its way forward. GP1 seems to be mostly BMWs and Porsches for the majority. Moorhead, Edge, and PC Racing, all the first 4 cars there are all BMWs. We don't see our first Porsche came in until we get to 5th, the 701 from Round 3 Racing. We do have 2 Honda Civics from Honda Research West here this weekend in GP1, a little bit further back.
Interesting feature, I guess, of GP1 versus GTO is that we have 9 GP1 cars that would have qualified ahead of the last place GTO car. And we'll be expecting, as usual, WRL, we start the GTO cars with a gap. There's a gap between GTO. Yeah, there is, because usually we have the GTU class in the gap between GTO and general production. Those GP1 cars will be a bit closer to GTO this week because we have no GTUs starting in between them. But that means that the top 10 or so GP1 cars are going to start running over the back of the GTO field fairly early in the race, and that's only going to be more extreme in this weather that we have at the moment. Although looking at, I was about to say, looking at some of the cameras, it looks like part of the track might not be quite as wet, and the track might be drying out. But from this camera, we can clearly see it's still raining, and this camera. I don't know if maybe it's just the way the cameras are not picking up. Is that fog or is that fire on the outside of the S? It's there.
That is fog.
Yeah, oh, that's cool. It's fog. Yeah, we can see lots of fog rolling over turn 6. Get my track back out. Turn 7 even. It does look like on the front straight that we can't see any rain, and the track looks a lot drier. Don't know if it's if this rain is a little bit more localized. I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's warm enough that by the time we get the lightning away, the track will be either completely soaked or completely dry.
Yeah, much like Daytona, Scott. It's still very humid, but it's warm enough that that should all pretty much evaporate. It's really not even wet. It's very barely damp at the moment.
The S's look pretty wet.
Yeah, there's good reflection there, especially offline.
Oh, then it must be very localized, because here at turn 12, it's not. It's raining much harder there than it is here.
Yeah,
much harder.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
interesting. We've got plenty of time for this to either spread over the track or stop altogether, dry out, and then the lightning leaves. But yeah, so we should end up with a bit, and yeah, if the track is wet, we tend to see the slower GTO cars slower and the faster GP1 cars relatively faster. So we'll get even more of that mixing. But yeah, for now, it's not even a small overlap. Moorhead Speedworks set at 36.3 in qualifying, and that would have put them 14th. Yeah, out of 31 in GTO, so in the top half of the field in GTO, which is pretty. I think that's actually on raw pace. That's the fastest I've seen a GP1 car, I think, relative to the GTO field. So we often get GP1 cars in the top 10, maybe even flirting with the top 5, but it tends to take 8 or 9 hours to get there. Today, that might not be the case.
Well, think back to Mid-Ohio, which were, I understand, the most extreme circumstances. But on the Saturday, we had a GP2 car.
2 GP2 cars.
Right, that were one led the race, didn't it?
Yeah, they were running
Miata.
And yeah, there was the Veloster running second for a while.
Yep, you're exactly right. They battled for the lead for a while.
And speaking of GP2, the pole-sitting GP2 car, about the top 3 GP2 cars wouldn't have been last in GTO. So obviously, clearly this is a track that is quite favorable, relatively speaking, to the production class cars.
Well, you mentioned that earlier, Scott. Through that first part of the lap, being lighter is going to help you. The aero on these cars isn't going to help quite as much, and there is still some aero on some of these general production cars. But you'd take the weight off before I think you'd throw a whole bunch of aero at it, especially through turn 3, 4, and down through the S's, that portion of the track in particular.
I don't know, man. I'm an aerodynamicist.
Well, sure, but aero at 80 or 90 miles an hour in a general production car is not going to help you as much as being, maybe 2,600 pounds versus 3,000 pounds.
Yeah, it's all relative.
Yeah, sure.
But okay, so just expanding on the point I was making, Moorhead admittedly are 1.3 seconds faster than anyone else in GP1. They would have qualified 14th in GTO. The team that qualified 13th is Hammer Motorsports, who we see win races. So it's not completely out of the realms of possibility that Moorhead could be in the conversation for overall win here if we have problems with some higher class cars. They're only they're less than 4 seconds off the pace.
Now there's a take.
Obviously it would require luck going their way and definitely luck going away from other tems, but
yeah, I think it would take a considerable amount of this type of weather through the day.
I was talking about just in the dry. If you're within 5 seconds a lap on ultimate pace,
that's true.
There's enough stuff that can go wrong with the top 10 cars.
Yeah, and bear in mind, yes, we've lost 45 minutes already. There's a good chance we're going to lose upwards of an hour here in total. to the weather. But this is scheduled to be a 9-hour race today. So it's not like, you're going from 8 to 6 or 6.5. You're still, getting something much closer to a full, in air quotes, a single day enduro. So, like you said, Scott, there is a lot of time for things to kind of play out in that way, especially if we get some of this weather. And provided they can stay on the lead lap through some of the carnage, I agree with you. I think there's a really good chance there. Win might be a lot given the depth of GTO. We do still have 33 cars in GTO. He says
definitely it would
his own
be.
counting 31.
It would take a crazy scenario, but they are close enough
Yeah.
that they could be there if everything goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, overall podium definitely not out of the question there.
Like, I think if JTR has an issue similar to what they had at Daytona, they won't beat Moorhead if they have a clean run. Like, it only takes one issue for those front running cars to drop too far behind to not be able to catch up.
Let's talk about JTR for a second, right? That is consistently the fastest car in GTO on raw pace, right? Through all of their driver cycles and rotations at almost any racetrack. When they are on and they don't either find a way to shoot themselves in the foot with a penalty or they don't have some kind of technical issue, that car is consistently the quickest in GTO and I think can rightly be considered the favorite. It's a BMW as well, which helps. But that car is not all exactly the same as we saw at Daytona. They had a ton of issues with the electronics at Daytona, starting on lap 1. All of the BMWs dealt with sensor issues because of the banking down at Daytona throughout the day, which kind of threw up, the crazy race that we got, or helped contribute to the crazy race that we got. The JTR car in particular did not feature well. They're back here, and by rights, that car ought to be quick. They also have 2 new drivers in that car, McGee and McIntosh, Tony McIntosh, and I think it's I forget the McGee, but they're not in that car this weekend. So it's Jared Thomas, Luca Mars, and a third new driver, and these are new to WRL type cars, or drivers in particular. So let's see what that car is capable of throughout the day. I think there's probably a slight break-in period there. But as you mentioned, Scott, there are enough competitors there that if one of these cars has issues, the 401 dealt with tires at Daytona, the 696 is breaking in new drivers. Certainly that Moorhead car in particular is poised for to take advantage of that through the day.
Yeah, I'd actually be pretty surprised, assuming they have a clean run, which is a big assumption, especially after Daytona. I'd be surprised if they don't end up flirting with the top 5. We've seen that with GP1 cars before, and I think they're competitive enough here that could be the case. Speaking of drivers, we're being told that the 982 car has an interesting starter. Current IMSA GTD driver and 4-time Indy 500 starter Stefan Wilson should be starting that car. I used to race Stefan Wilson in cadets. My little claim to fame. I think I climbed over the back of his kart once at Buckmore Park in a heat in Super 1. So that's my last memory of racing Stefan Wilson. We've got in the 986 Will to Win car. So these are both Will to Win Porsches. That's not one of the teams that swapped, is it? In fact, this is I think the 986 is the car that won, the car that won Daytona, if I remember correctly. That car will have former USF 2000 champion and Indy Lights driver Anders Krohn. So we're getting some pretty heavy hitters in terms of drivers coming through. This is nothing new for WRL, but to have 2 professional drivers on one team there starting the race for us is pretty interesting. We tend to get sort of a small handful every race of these proper professional drivers turning up. But I don't know. That's kind of, maybe that's indicative of that number growing. I don't think I remember seeing. I mean, obviously we had. I'm not actually sure if we know who was in the car at Daytona when it flew through the field. I think we do. My memory's failing me. But that's a car that we've seen benefit from very fast drivers as recently as last round. Now we're getting some professionals starting the race off. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch, especially in these tricky conditions. Neither of those two cars have qualified particularly well at all. The 986 is qualified 28th, and the 982 is qualified 30th. So we'll have to keep our eye on the back of the GTO field in the opening laps to see how quickly those cars move forward. I don't know why they've qualified that far back, especially considering the pace of the 986 at Daytona. Very different track, but potentially didn't use either of those professional drivers in qualifying, I would guess. So that could make a really interesting first few laps of the race to watch out for. The 983 will to win car, I think that's the third of their three, is qualified in 22nd. So none of those Porsches got on particularly well during qualifying.
Can I just provide a brief weather update?
Please do.
So there was a brief period of time where that car, jeez, sorry, I'm reading a text from one of the teams at our DriversEye Live phone number. There was a brief period of time where the track had given the circuit back to the series, right? We didn't have any strikes within the required time frame. And they said, okay, if you guys, the track is yours. If you want to hold, we'll continue to hold. And that was sort of the plan all along. Make sure we weren't putting drivers back in cars, just pull them back out again, and just kind of wait this whole block of storms out. And then at 8:44, there was another strike within 8 miles. So we have reset the clock. It is 20 minutes here, I've just learned, rather than 30, which it was at Daytona. So we do have that working for us, where that time frame where we're required to wait out the lightning strike is quite a bit shorter. But the weather has now properly arrived. We've got the strikes within 8 miles again, and now it's raining actually quite hard here on the front straightaway. So it's kind of where we stand. Best, the absolute earliest we could now go anywhere close to racing would be 9:05, but obviously with one lightning strike comes several more, and I would expect that now we may not see anything on track until something closer to 9:30.
What is the long-term forecast for the rest of the day look like?
Yeah, it's tricky. There's another block of storms that's just to the near Rome, Georgia, which is up in the west or northwest from where Road Atlanta is, and that group of storms in particular is projected to dissipate before it gets to us here in the Brazelton, Gainesville area. If it does dissipate, then we'll be in good shape. There's actually not a whole lot of lightning associated with it anyway, but okay, we can get through that. That's scheduled to dissipate around noontime. Storms are projected to build on the east side of Road Atlanta at 2 o'clock. Now, as long as they're not within 8 miles, even if they're moving eastbound, that's all okay. If they are moving within 8 miles and they move eastbound, we're still going to be subject to the lightning hold, obviously, regardless of the direction of travel of some of these storms. Best case scenario is it all builds to the south and east of the Brazelton area and the Road Atlanta area, and we can continue racing. The threat of storms raises significantly locally here beyond about 5 or 6 p.m. So I don't have projected radar for that time frame, but there is a actually really good chance that we can get through to the finish without weather or lightning hold. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. But it's such a weird. I was describing this yesterday to, I think, Joseph. The way storms build and travel here is different to what we saw at Daytona, right? In Florida, they build very quickly in the west side of the state, in the early afternoon, and west and center part of the state, and they travel across the state very quickly, right? Usually 30, 40, 45 miles an hour. They'll punch across the state, and they don't tend to regenerate behind each other, right? It's just usually one storm or a group of storms. They all punch through the state, and they go off to shore or off to sea, and that's the end of it by about 5 o'clock. Here, they're all very localized, and they all move very slowly. So you might get a storm that's only a couple of miles in diameter. It's blue sky and beautiful everywhere else, and then just a massive cumulonimbus cloud that is very slowly 10 or 15 miles an hour working its way across a portion of the state. So yesterday and Thursday, actually, in particular, when I flew in, it was beautiful in Northeast Georgia. We got up to the Lake Lanier area, punched through a storm, and we were through the other side within, 2 or 3 minutes of flying through thunderstorms. And then it was absolutely beautiful all the way into Atlanta. So it's kind of a luck of the draw thing, right? As long as we don't get any storms that build very locally to the 8-mile radius around Road Atlanta, then we can be okay. But if you lose that draw and you do get a storm that builds close to Road Atlanta, it takes a long time for it to move all the way through. And that may hamper us. But like I said, it looks like the majority of the storms will be to the south and east of where we sit at the moment. So let's keep our fingers crossed for that. Lightning has arrived at Road Atlanta, by the way. I think I saw a Cloud 2 tower strike at the tower just to the southwest of where I'm at right now. I don't know if it's actually on site, but it is very close. So if you are listening down in the pit and paddock, please be safe. I know a lot of you have taken shelter underneath underneath your team canopies and all of that. I know some of you are also still milling around, but like I said, just be smart, be safe down there until this stuff rolls through, because it is pretty significant based on the radar here. And that's my PSA. This is not how I'd hope we'd be starting today, by the way. I know that's true for 99.9% of the people in the paddock, but I love Road Atlanta so much. I think Petite is maybe the best race in the country. I mean, yeah, definitely put it up against Sebring. I think Sebring is awesome, but Petite, everything is just so compact. The venue and the circuit are more interesting. It's a Thursday to Saturday, just week-long party. It's a real camping environment because of the nature of the circuit, the trees, the elevation changes. I absolutely love this place, and any opportunity to watch race cars go around here, even single class, is well worth the price of admission. But now you throw endurance racing, multi-class racing in, our own little type of Petite Le Mans here with a 9-hour enduro, 7 hours tomorrow. This is one of my favorites for sure, if not my favorite. And it's a bummer that this is not really what we came to see. JT, have you been to Petite?
I have not yet.
Okay, I know you've been to Sebring, right? You've been to Sebring the last couple of years.
Yeah, I've been doing Sebring almost yearly since 2014 now.
Yeah.
And then did Daytona this year too.
Sure. Right. This is the third big enduro venue, right? Daytona, Sebring. I guess Watkins Glen does to some degree. Although I find that a much less compelling environment.
Yeah.
Than places like this are. This is just if you've been to Sebring, you've been to the 12-hour, you've been to the Rolex 24. A lot of teams are based in the Southeast here. A lot of drivers are based in the Southeast here. If you haven't had the opportunity to get up to Road Atlanta for Petite yet, it's just so worth it.
Definitely a bucket list.
Yeah. I think there was some discussion of a not serious discussion, but very casual discussion of a DriverSeye live camping experience at Petite. It is on and off week for us, kind of nestled in between Ozarks at the beginning of October and Sebring at the end of October, but I would not be available for that, unfortunately. I haven't actually been to Petite since, I think, 2014. It's been the first year of the combined series.
I was going to say, you haven't been to Sebring in a while either.
I haven't. No, last time at when was the last time I was at the 12-hour? 2012? Oh, yeah, no, I don't remember. What was 2013? I don't. Yeah, 12 or 13. 12 was the goofy WEC IMSA combined year. I think that would have been the last time I was at the 12-hour. I was here also for 2012, and then came back in 2014 for the, I guess then it was the Tudor United Sports Car Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the first year it was a 10-hour race instead of the 1,000 miles or 10 hours. And just locked it at 10 hours, which is, I think, appropriate now. Cars, LMP1 cars in the late years and DPI cars now could pretty easily, even with full course yellows, run the 1,000 miles in, something right around 9 hours. So you have this odd TV window where you're planning for, potentially a 10-hour race. You're also planning potentially for a 9.25-hour race, and then you've got to fill the time on the back end, or you've got to run late if you need to do a post race for a 10-hour, full 10-hour race.
Mm-hmm.
Just lock it at 10 hours and let it ride, and I think that works actually really well.
To fix that problem,
What's that?
do away with safety cars.
That makes things less exciting. No.
Well,
that is very subjective, JC.
I think WRL is a perfect case study, and the races that we've had are perfect case studies for how safety cars don't actually help make things more exciting. Now, I get that professional series, especially ones that use BOP, don't really have the same diversity in pace of cars, and they don't have the same cycles where one car is faster at certain times, one car is slower at certain times as you get drivers through, because they're all full of professional drivers. They're all balanced to be roughly the same lap time. So you don't have that, and I can appreciate that.
I'll just quickly add the Nürburgring 24 hours is also a great example of safety cars not being necessary.
Yep, I completely agree. And you do have weather that kind of helps things there. So there are multiple factors that go into it, but I think you could very, very easily make the case here that the races that we've had in WRL that haven't been spoiled by safety cars have been the best races we've seen over the last 2 years. Right? The end of Daytona, we ran, I think, pretty much green through the last 2.5 hours. Right? We ended up with a phenomenal finish. Barber runs every year without safety cars. They use the code 35s. That was fantastic. And I think those tend to be the races that play themselves out the most naturally and actually the most interestingly.
Yeah, I think in terms of IMSA and stuff like that, professional motorsports, it's their interest to try to keep the field bunched together as much as possible. Even if it is a bit artificial in terms of, having a close finish. So I don't see that really changing much in the future.
The only thing I really hate about full course yellows in professional racing is it just takes ages. I mean, FCY procedures in IMSA are 20 to 25 minute affairs. And if you get a few of those back to back, you could easily lose 2 hours of racing. And you're just, it completely changes the experience.
No, and that started mid 2000s in the ALMS, back when they decided, okay, we got to separate the LMPs and the GTs.
It was 2010, I think, 2010, 2011. They had a BMW that the safety car came out between the lead car and the second place car.
At Road America.
It was Road America, absolutely correct. The BMW picked up a full lap on the field. And again, when you have a BOP-based series and everybody is running to lap times that are within half a second or a second of each other, and you don't have these natural differences in the pace of cars, you're never going to get that time back. You see it at Le Mans. When cars are separated by a safety car, if you lose the first two cars, everybody behind the first two cars in a separate safety car train, that could destroy the rest of the race. You're never going to get 2 minutes back in a BOP-based series, even over 24 hours. It's almost impossible.
Another problem solved by BSCs.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that is fundamentally a code 35, 60, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they function exactly the same. Now, you need GPS-based data to be able to do that for every car, right? To be able to properly enforce that, which we don't have here, at least at the moment. But in professional-based series, yeah, absolutely. No reason you can't. I've actually made this case multiple times. You should be doing that anyway, right? From a safety perspective, having cars racing around to catch the back of the pacing order while you're supposed to be responding to an incident that's significant enough or a safety issue that's significant enough that you need to go deal with it immediately, having cars at even slightly reduced pace, catching the back of the pacing order, is way less safe than cars trundling around at 35 miles an hour. If you really want to bunch the field up, fine. Run the full code 35 out, let them deal with the safety issue, open the pits, let people make their strategy decisions, then bunch everybody up. I don't care. If you want to do that, that's
I
your
care.
call. I would prefer you don't, but fine. And then,
let's not do that.
you can go back to racing. But I really think every professional series should be using something like a code 35 or a code 60, at least in the initial incident response.
I agree. That is ideally the best option.
And it's easily enforceable, right? That technology very clearly exists. The Nürburgring uses it and enforces it at the 24-hour, right, over a 25-kilometer circuit. Code 60 is a common feature of the 24-hour series, and rightly so. Now, they use it a lot, like a lot, but okay. This technology is there especially for professional level series. And for whatever reason in American racing, it has never caught on.
No, that's why WRL is leading over here in the United States in terms of
at least
advanced progress.
At least twice a year.
Oh yeah, VIR and Barber.
Yeah, even where it's unenforceable, right? I mean, we don't have the GPS technology. We have a radar gun and some reports from corner workers, and generally speaking, it's all kind of works itself out. But all you really need is a pit speed limiter and a GPS tracker, and that's all doable. And we know that technology is out there because we've talked to the people that have it. It's actually raining quite a bit harder now at the front straightaway. I don't know if the cameras are sort of picking it up, but oh yeah, you can see how wet the track is there in the S's. And you can see that standing water we were sort of talking about there just at the very bottom of the hill before you climb back up. We'd like a Petit Le Mans flashback. My very first Petit Le Mans, 2009. Showed up on late Wednesday night, camping in the campground for corner workers and SCCA volunteers back behind turn 1. The beginning of that week was hampered by, I think what they ended up determining were 500-year floods in northern Georgia, where it had rained just nonstop for about 5 or 6 days, and something like 10 inches of water had fallen over that time frame. And they finally got a break in the weather on, I think it was Tuesday and Wednesday of Petite Week, and into Thursday. Friday, it rained a little bit on Thursday. Friday, things really cleared up. We had a really nice day of racing, and then it really started to rain again on Saturday morning. Completely dampened the track. We ran, that was the year of the R15 TDIs. The Peugeot 908, I think there was a pair of them that were here. The Acura ARX 02s with the big front tires.
Oh, yeah.
The first year that we had, same size tires front and rear on the prototypes. I mean, that was, even as the economic situation worldwide was changing, this was one of the big enduros internationally for the factories. And it was meant to be a really, really fantastic race. And it was, even in the rain, for the first 4 hours or so, and then the heavens opened, and because it had been raining for a week nonstop, bar the Friday, the water had nowhere to go, and it completely flooded every portion of the track. I have never been so wet at a racetrack. I got back to my tent after they called the race at about 7 or 7:30, and my tent had 8 inches of water in the bottom of it. It was it was a miserable way to have to pack up and leave a racetrack.
And I think your PTSD is blocking out the red clay.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Oh, the mud. And you're right, it's not really mud. It's that clay, and your items are never the same, right? Your tent, your shoes, your socks, my rain gear was stained bright red. Ooh, more lightning. That one hit the tower again just outside the circuit, so that'll reset the timer at 9:06. It's feeling a lot more like 10 o'clock now. That's not an official, for anybody listening, that is not an official guesstimate or an official plan, but it's feeling like we're pushing a lot more towards that direction now. As I get a visitor.
Yeah, I've been watching the radar, and it looks like 10:15-ish is when the last of this cell gets out. Yeah, I'd say 10:15-ish is hopefully the last of it. For those of you who are just joining us now, this broadcast, welcome. We are currently under weather delay due to lightning strikes in the area. Hope to get going back as soon as possible. We need to wait for lightning to go elsewhere. 20 minutes without a lightning strike within 8 miles of the track, and we would be good to go racing. The exception of the lightning, track looks like a lot of fun right now.
Yeah, we had this at Daytona, didn't we? Where actually more obviously last year, but this year where we were sat looking at a track with no obvious lightning around, wondering how much fun we'd be having if we were able to put the cars out. And then by the time the lightning had dissipated enough, the track was dry. back to the same old. Not that that's an issue, but it's nice to have. It's definitely the transitions. Definitely the most fun part of weather racing. But we, in America, particularly in the South, we miss out on some of that. And as a someone who grew up in the UK, I'm very used to the idea of weather transitions and actually having to race through them. It's something that makes it a little bit more fun.
Yeah, this past race at Daytona was a lot of fun to watch because of the transition between the will to win Porsche came in and the BMW M4s.
Yeah, as you know, my memory is atrocious. Did we get to full dry at the end of Daytona?
I believe it was quite close.
Yeah, I think it was, if I remember right. Which, yeah, definitely. I mean, that was one of the more extreme, even by WRL standards, changes of balance of power between wet and dry conditions. It was extremely obvious that the Porsches were not competitive at all in the dry, but some of them at least were hyper competitive, like completely blowing everyone else out of the water in the wet. No pun intended.
Yeah, so we saw the 983 take the win there, and the 421 Thunder Bunny finishing second, and post race promotion bumped the 986 up as well.
Oh, it was the 983. I called the 986 earlier as the winner of Daytona, and I couldn't remember if that was right. It was in an 83, was it?
Yeah, it was 83 that did.
Been receiving an update from WRL. Apologies for my absence.
Mm-hmm.
I will share that update now. There's more lightning. No, that much is obvious. But just while we were chatting in here, there was a couple of strikes out to the west. There is a line of storms that is well within 8 miles here that is producing the majority of the lightning. Once that line of storms passes, it should be clear behind it. But I think this weather, both with rain and lightning, is going to continue at least for, probably another 15 to 20 minutes is my guess based on where things are now, which would then reset the timer to 20 minutes. We've got to run the 20 minutes out and then get, drivers back to cars, teams ready to go, get the cars restarted, and that will take probably another 10 minutes or so. So from the last strike to when we actually have cars rolling off the grid is probably about a 30-minute procedure, all things considered. Once we do, and this is information for the teams as well, if you happen to be listening down in the paddock, this is considered an operational red flag, which would be the same as any incident or lightning response mid-race, because the race clock has already started, right? So there's no working on cars, which is an issue that's befallen at least one of the teams as things are being sorted out with regards to that. But obviously, this is just basically considered an in-race red flag. When we do go back to racing, it will be like a restart rather than an initial start. So cars will roll off single file behind one pace car, which doesn't really do a whole lot other than instead of having two groups of cars that are double file, just a long train of 66 cars that will come to green flag in whatever weather conditions present themselves at the time. There will be at least 2 recon laps instead of the 1 out and in. That allows for teams to get a view of track conditions, drivers to assess where there is and is not grip, feel out any standing water, places to avoid, things like that. And also for teams to make a decision on tires. Right, if you started this race in DOT tires, which are at least nominally treaded, you may need proper wet weather tires for standing water, if it exists anywhere, depending on what the track conditions are at the time. That gives everybody a chance to do what they need to do there. It will also put, if any teams do decide to do that, it will put them at the back of the full field pacing order, all 66 cars. So some strategy decisions to be made there, but obviously if you can't hack it on your normal racing tires in this sort of weather, then you don't really have much of a choice. Once those pace laps are up and the track has been deemed safe, there isn't any running water or standing water or anything like that across the track, then we'll go back, or we will go racing for the first time. We'll drop the green flag and we will hopefully make it to 5 o'clock today and the checkered flag without further major interruption. In the meantime, that's really all the information we can provide. Lots of lightning to the west. That hopefully should be the last of what we see certainly through our racing hours today. Gentlemen, what would you like to do here? Do we want to keep this going, or would we like to kind of take a pause and regroup as we get closer to a green flag here?
I'm happy to take a pause. I think we've covered all bases we can so far.
We haven't brought up pizza yet.
No, we haven't, but it's too early for that. I'm really not hungry yet. Once I am hungry, I'm all for it.
6 a.m. pizza, there is a time and a place.
I mean, we had 1:30 a.m. pizza, during Le Mans after Daytona. Or I did, anyway. I don't know if you did. But I think that's an appropriate move. We are an hour and 17 minutes, technically speaking, into the first the first Enduro of the weekend. It is the 9-hour race on Saturday here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta under an operational red flag for lightning. It never got off the grid. We expect that somewhere around 10 o'clock we might be able to get things going here. But I think in the meantime, at least for the next half an hour or so, we'll go ahead and take a pause here on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Gabe, feel free to throw up a graphic, expecting an update at about 10 to 10 Eastern time. And we will go silent here as a trio. Brendan Kazmarek, Scott Michaels, and JT Tammy, while we kind of wait this out and wait for further updates from World Racing League powered by Hagerty staff and disseminate them as we get them up here in the booth. You can keep your live streams up if you're down in the pit lane. Keep us up on audio, and when we know something, you'll know something as well. Be back in a bit from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Hello again from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. I suppose this isn't the World Racing League, but this is a red flag during what was meant to be our first 9-hour Enduro of the weekend. Been on hold since 8 o'clock. Never really even got a green flag. Just waiting out this line of thunderstorms to move through the Brazelton, Georgia area. This last little round has been heavier than we've had at any point this morning. The track is completely soaked, and now we've got some running water as well. Don't let that deter you, however. The lightning is moving out of the area. I think we've just had the majority of it pass overhead the circuit here and begin sort of marching its way south and east away from the circuit. There is still some rain falling behind the row of lightning and the thunderstorms here, so I think the wet weather might continue for a little bit, but if it lightens up, we can get some of the water cleared away from the circuit and actually resume racing. So reference the lightning, we're going to go back on a break here on DriversEye Live and plan another update around 10:15 Eastern. That gives us about another 20 minutes for the storms to move through. Hopefully that gets the lightning outside of our 8-mile safety radius here. And by that point, we'll have a much better idea of when we'll be able to go racing. And then we can start to build plans for our green flag and get, hopefully 6.5, maybe 7 hours. Well, it won't be 7, will it? But 6 to 6.5 hours of racing in from Road Atlanta here. Be able to provide you with a little bit more solid information rather than just watching the radar and hoping for the best. We'll be back on the other side of just a couple of commercial hellos here on DriversEye Live for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. See you around 10:15.
No. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Welcome back, everybody, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Brazelton, Georgia. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company as always. I feel like we've already done this once this morning, because we have, and now we are hopefully clear of any potential interruptions and about ready to finally get our first Enduro of the weekend underway here. As you see, trackside, we still have some cleanup work to do. It has rained a lot over the last 45 minutes or so, in particular, while we've had this thunderstorm passing through. A lot of the lightning, well, all of the lightning is clear now, so that hazard is out of the way, but it will absolutely be a wet start when we get things underway here. Most of the rain has cleared out now as well, and it's just a matter of getting the standing water off of the racing line and getting the track in a condition where we can finally send the cars back out and get to racing. With the lightning hold being lifted, drivers have been called back to their cars. The plan is, as things stand, to have drivers ready to go in their cars as track maintenance is getting the last of the standing water cleared off the apexes and out of the bottom of the S's, exactly where we expected this to be an issue. And as soon as the track gives us the all clear, we can send the cars out single file for what will behave like an operational red flag restart, which is, like we mentioned, single file out of the pit lane behind one safety car. It'll be the whole field, front to back, about 66 cars deep, and we will finally get the first laps logged of what was meant to be a 9-hour race today. The clock started at 8 o'clock. We're going to get something like 6.25 hours of racing or so by my estimates. So still plenty of time for things to develop and happen here, especially as the conditions changed from the heavy rain we had earlier back to the dry. Scott Michaels and JT Tammy join me again. And again, hopefully the last interruption for the day, and we can get things underway here.
Woo!
It's kind of one of those odd phases where, well, we didn't want to just come back with an update and say, well, we'll be back in 5 minutes when we can go racing, because we know we're about ready to go racing. We're just waiting for the all clear from the track. You can see some of the standing water trackside there at turn 7. That won't be too much of a concern because it is very much offline. And I'm sure there'll be some guidance to try and run cars through the standing water trackside, try and clear some of that out. I've just been given a handful of fingers from the left side of my commentary room here, which is to signify 5 minutes, which is the best news I've heard all morning. So well, 5 minutes.
That sounded horrifying.
It was a very, very weird. Well, but I guess it's better to get a handful of fingers than just one.
Sure. Yeah. No. Well, it depends on the pinky's not so bad, but anyway, yeah. You can see some of the work going on down in the pit lane there. The onboard from Hammer Motorsports, the number 1 BMW M4, looking at the back of, I believe, the Camaro. That'll be the number 89X. Just in front there, just outside the top 10. Also of note in that shot, the car heading to the left. That is I think the 222, which is Honda Research West. This is one of the cars that I don't think we've talked too much about, or we didn't talk about at all in the intro, but is a team that we're very familiar with from our years at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill previously. I think they ran with us at Road America in the World Racing League 2 months back, and have very happily rejoined us here with a beautifully prepped duo of Honda Civic 2022 Honda Civics.
Yeah, 2 of them this weekend.
Yeah, the 222 and the 223. I saw one of them come in on an open back trailer on was it yesterday morning or Thursday night? I don't remember now, but sort of unexpectedly announced its presence up at the registration building. But it'll be interesting to see how that car fares against. I think they're in GP1 this weekend.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, both cars.
I'd pull up live timing, but timing is not live at the moment because we haven't had anything happen in the last 2.5 hours. We will have plenty more onboards throughout the day, of course, as they come back to life, pending heat and signal and all of that. The heat, actually, we haven't really talked about this because our primary weather concern has been, the thunderstorms and the rain this morning. But the heat is going to throw us something a little bit later on. It's only 72, 73 degrees as of right now, and we are still headed for 91. And a heat index in the triple digits. So it's going to get very humid, as you would expect, as thunderstorms build south and east of our area a little later on this afternoon. But the heat is going to climb as well and make things really uncomfortable for a lot of people. I certainly wouldn't want to be strapped in a race car, but I guess given the opportunity, still pull the trigger on it and do it anyway.
Exactly. Worst places to be.
Yeah. I am very interested as we send cars out to see what the spray conditions are like, to see what the standing water conditions are like. I know track maintenance will have a good view of it, but you'll want race cars out there as they're set up and in their current, tires and configurations to really provide useful feedback on what the track conditions are going to be like. The sun is trying to poke through here, and once the rather large shelf of thunderstorm clouds are gone to our east, it actually will it'll present blue skies for us for the foreseeable future, which you would think would dry the track off fairly quickly.
See, I don't know. When we were cycling through the turn 3 cam a moment ago, I couldn't help but notice the bottom left of the screen up against the wall. There was a very noticeable river going downhill. It was still just adding more and more water going down into 5.
Cars are pulling away, which we'll be able to see from trackside 2. Headed out the pit lane exit and up the hill up at turn number 1. And for the first time this morning, 2 hours and 40 minutes after we had expected a green flag, we are going to set on the first of at least 2 reconnaissance laps to get a feel for track conditions, how the cars can handle some of the water and the standing water. Look at how much water they're pushing down the hill at turn 4. Actually, the standing water at the bottom doesn't actually look too bad, but they are pushing a lot of water off the front and rear tires as they head down the hill there, which is, I assume, just the runoff from the top of the S's. This might take a few extra laps, but one of the things we're going to want to watch beyond just seeing where the standing water is and seeing how the cars handle conditions on the pace lap here is going to be what decision the teams and drivers make with regards to their tire choice here. We talked a little bit before we took our break this morning that you may go out in what are ostensibly treaded tires, 200 tread wear DOT tires, but that doesn't mean that they're meant to handle standing water at racing speeds. You may want a fully grooved wet type tire for that, and with how quickly the track may or may not dry, you're going to want to factor all of these things into your decisions as you come by the pits for the first and second time here and decide whether or not you're going to be able to stick it out on the original tires that you would have, qualified on yesterday, planned on for today, or whether or not you're actually going to want to put the wets on. It is kind of unlikely that you would have been able to make the race on one set of dry weather tires anyway, so having to make a tire change later on today is not necessarily the worst thing in the world anyway, but you don't want to, get too aggressive maybe on the wet tires if you think you can keep it on the road and have to make an extra tire change within the first hour to go back to something that isn't going to just melt, off of the rims in a handful of laps here as the temperature really starts to climb up through this morning. Field headed down through turn 9 and into the braking zone at turn 10, and I can tell you that the last of the cars is just leaving the grid on pit lane now. The only one I think that hasn't gone, there were 2. One I think was the Ginetta from, I think it was the Bourbon car, but I'm not 100% sure of that. And the Chandler School Trans Am chassied a Dodge Charger.
Yeah,
Oop.
I did notice there was a good gap after what had looked like the TLM monoflow M2 in 15th.
Yeah.
Where there was just no cars following in shop for quite a while.
Let's pick up the turn 12 camera here because we've got our first pit callers. The 401, who was projected to be your pole sitter, is in. Now that car is on Cooper tires, obviously, and we know that the Cooper all-weather tires can't really handle much in the way of water. So that is an absolute must change. Now I don't see the 609 into the pits, which will be the team car. But the 401 is in. The Kingpin Porsche Cayman has come in. The Rule 1 car is in as well. All Porsches except for the BMW up at the front. And this will absolutely be for tires because, of course, you can change driver under the operation of red flag. There's really no enforcement of that because we don't do driver IDs.
Looks like the Chandler Dodge is moving now down pit lane exit.
Okay. The 24, which is the Bourbon Auto Works car, is out on track. So
So
if
was
that
that
was
old
the Janetta,
fashioned then?
it might have been because I don't think I've seen that car come by here yet.
It should have been the third car right here in shot, but it's not because we see the Thunder Bunny.
Oh no, there it is.
Oh no, there it is. Yeah.
Second, yeah, and it was third because of the pit stop from the 401.
Yeah.
So everything actually is quite right there.
So, is that the third Janetta then?
No. I think it was the Bourbon car that was slower stopped and it's actually
Okay.
just taking its position back up in GTO. Pit stop for the 542. They'll be changing tires. That's the, I think it's Denton Carden. We haven't seen Casey Carden here in a little while. Casey was making his ARCA Series debut yesterday at Mid-Ohio in conditions not terribly dissimilar to this. I'll tell you what. Down here at turn number 12, there is water running from the outside to the inside, but every time a car comes through, it actually does a really nice job of pushing that water away from the racing line and back towards the outside of the track. So I think when we get 60 or so of these cars through at race speed, it should push the majority of that off the racing line and out towards the outside, or at least dissipate it into the air and clear up a lot of this. And I'm sure that's going to be the goal around the rest of the circuit as well. Emergency vehicles are recovering somebody with a flatbed at turn 7. Do we have an onboard from the 1 that we might be able to pick up down there that would give us an idea of what's happened there? It looks like it's on track, so I don't think anybody's gone off. No, I think the one might have come through there already. Oh, here we go. Well, we almost had it. That's okay.
Tease.
Just getting live timing set back up here for me. There we go. Yellow flag, 0 minutes complete, 0 laps complete. But as you see in the upper left-hand corner of our screen, 6 hours and 14 minutes until we get the checkered flag this afternoon. Not a 9-hour race any longer. This is just run until 5 o'clock, or the next lightning round, which hopefully we don't have to deal with again today. There will be storms to watch building later on this afternoon, especially to our south and east, which will hopefully spare us here in Brazelton. But like I said, we hope for the best here. More than 2 pace laps is definitely the answer here. And with the car stopped down at turn 7, that is understandable.
I am loving this pace car.
Station wagon safety car. Yeah.
It is fantastic. I'm loving it.
What is it, an 840, 850? Whatever it is.
I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry to the pace car driver in the Corvette on the pit lane, but oh man, that Volvo though.
Yeah, I think that was due to be the second pace car, and when they reverted to the operational red flag restart here, I assume they just decided to shun the C8 Corvette pace car and just and run with what they got. Another pit stop here from 44.
PC Racing.
PC Racing BMW. Yeah, from, what is that, third in class, I think it was due to start?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is obviously a fairly conservative approach to tires. If that's what we're doing here, getting in and getting wet weather tires on the car is, I think, probably the more conservative call. But it could pay real dividends here at the start if it takes a little while for the track to start clearing off. There is a lot of water, and we're still throwing up quite a bit of spray. But this strategy is going to rely on the track staying green for a while and also wet for some time. If there are a couple of seconds in a better choice of tires, or a more aggressive choice of tires, I guess, with the wet tread, then you would want that to, those benefits to pay off for as long as possible. And I just don't know that anybody really knows what to expect out of the track conditions here. Ooh, another pit stop from the 280.
Okay.
Second time the Kingpin Porsche has been in the pit lane. Now, I wonder if they did 2 tires the first time to avoid losing a lap and are now coming in to do the other 2. I have not seen the flatbed and the trailing safety vehicle reappear yet here at either turn 12 or in the paddock.
It did look like it was a Porsche Cayman that was stopped there in 7.
I wonder if that was the no, it wouldn't have been the Kingpin.
No, it wasn't Kingpin.
They had made it around.
Yeah, Kingpin, I believe, is like
come by.
It was a dark colored one.
Nope. Wouldn't have been the Thunder Bunny car, would it? GTR. Oh, there's the Thunder Bunny car. So it's not them. Was it a GTO looking?
It was hard to tell because the resolution at the time. Or it could have been a Boxer.
A couple of cars to keep an eye on here, right? JTR is going to start on pole, which is working fabulously into their hands. Jared Thomas is obviously very quick, but 2 new drivers, one of whom is an MX-5 Cup champion, another of whom is Luca Mars, John Dean is the MX-5 Cup champion. Luca Mars is the Michelin Pilot Challenge driver for Ford, I think. So solid driving lineup there. We'll want to keep an eye on the W2W cars being started by Stefan Wilson and Anders Krohn, which is a pretty formidable choice of driving lineup there. Getting your pros in when the conditions are the worst can work very heavily in your favor.
Brendan, bear in mind that all of the W2W cars are right at the back of the pack, so we'll have to look quite a long way down the order to find them. Particularly the Stefan Wilson car, I think, is 30th.
Right. So these are cars to keep an eye on, which, may be marching through the field. But we saw what those cars are capable of in the wet conditions back at Daytona, where, it took them 2 hours to march back from a full lap down on a 2+ minute lap. So, even though, as you rightly point out, Scott, they are very, very deep in the GTO field, they will get a couple of those positions back because of the cars that chose to pit and change tires. And also they arguably have some of the quickest drivers in the field, certainly the ones that are best prepared for these types of conditions. So let's keep an eye on them. Especially because I think you'd expect everybody to be really, really cautious here at the start. With as much water as we've got out on circuit and as much as this is an unknown, you'd expect them to really not push it, but to try and make up ground in time where they can.
Here's a question.
Yep.
It's not super relevant. Cars that pit now and drop, for example, GTO cars that drop back into the GP1 field because they pitted, are they allowed to get back to the back of the GTO field?
No. By the looks of things here, the 401 has given up 60-ish cars of track position to change tires.
Oh, so it actually, I didn't even notice the ones right at the very back. I was noticing Bourbon Works Racing has managed to drop 2 places for some reason, or at least behind 2 GP1 cars. But yeah, there's a group of GTOs right at the back of the field.
Yeah, and those are the ones that pitted. Kingpin is in very much the same boat.
Follow-up question. Are we still having a gap between GTO and GP1?
No, this is single file, the whole field strung out behind one safety car.
Okay.
Which, I mean, this could create chaos. It could create real thrill and enjoyment. But to your point, Scott, watch that 147. Your point from earlier this morning.
Right, yeah, that's the point I was about to make. It's just, unfortunately, I don't think they've got an onboard for some reason. They usually do.
No, it never came up this morning.
Yeah, it's a shame because that would be a great.
You, Dad.
That wasn't. What color is the 727 Pinnacle Porsche?
I want to say that
it is black. Oh, that is exactly who that is. JT, good call. They've got, I think, got a slightly different livery on that car. The 127 still has the sort of marble-looking paint scheme, but the 727 is black with some red splashes. It's just been brought into the paddock on the back of the plateau. Lights are out on the safety car. The field heads underneath the Fox Factory Bridge at turn 11, down the hill at turn 12. And dear viewer, after 2 hours and 53 minutes delay, we are racing at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The green flag waves down the front straightaway, and the JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW, pursued by the Ginetta from Old Fashioned Motorsports. It is still 1-2 in that order. It was very difficult for cars to get the power down coming across the start-finish line with all of the standing water, but now the field accelerates pretty uniformly down the hill in front of me here, and the front of the field, meanwhile, makes its way through the S's for the first time. A good getaway for that number 696.
Huge stack.
Go ahead, Scott.
Great for the 401, who's obviously right at the back of the pack. And as soon as the green flag came out, the GTO cars all decided to try and pass the GP3 cars, who didn't seem aware that the green flag was out. So that was almost a massive.
The 401's already picked off about 15 to 20 cars here down the front straightaway, along with the number 979 from Black Forest Motorsports, who is just actually up ahead of it at the tail end of the 60-plus car. Well, it was a pacing order, and it is now just the field. Everybody behaving themselves actually pretty well through the S's here. Been pretty conservative, all things considered.
One car that's really marching.
Now it'll be.
Sorry, one car that's really marching most is the 99. They overtook. They were overtaking GTO cars before the start line even, and then they've been passing one or two already this lap, and another one down the end of the back straight there. That was a black and orange BMW. Sorry, not wasn't able to identify that with all the spray.
Choice, maybe?
Possibly. Choice. Yeah, I've got an onboard for Choice. There's a big gap in front of them, but it's possible that 99 has already pulled. Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right. It was Choice. 99 pulled 6 car lengths on the brakes into 10A, and is now all over the back of the next bit black BMW, which would be Thunder Bunny, number 111.
I believe that's the Moorhead Speedworks car trying to get around the Pro Sport.
Three wide into turn 12.
Oh, nice.
But heads up, guys, because it is being hounded by the number 26 from Edge Autosports, and this is going to be a change for lead in GP1 down at turn number 1. If the 26 can kind of keep this run going, no, it can't. Up the inside of the Pro Sport Aston, but not able to make the pass for the GP1 lead. There you see, just behind them, the number 609 Sentinel-sponsored Round 3 Racing BMW. That is the Round 3 car that did not change tires.
Yeah, I've been watching that car on board, and
the green
struggling.
Pit caller here. I think this is going to be the 944 from Presser Tech. Not sure if this is mechanical or tires. I don't think I saw the car in the pits before we started. It is the 944. These are really tricky conditions, but I'm thrilled to see how clean it's been so far. 3 laps completed, minute 54, so something like 20 seconds off of our overall ultimate pace. but you can already see how much standing water has cleared away from the racing line down the back straightaway here, even offline a little bit, up against the edge of that tire barrier to drivers right at the exit of 7. Things really clearing themselves out nicely. The gap at the front of the field as the number 505 Genetic comes through 6.2 seconds and expanding. Fastest lap of the race from the number 696. Tell you what, this 315 car is absolutely flying. This is their Duro M2 Club Sport. Picking off a couple of cars every lap, already up 14 spots from the green flag, from 24th into 10th.
Wow.
Yeah, good work there from the Duro car. Back in GP1, like we mentioned, it's
still Moorhead.
It is still Moorhead. Edge Autosports just slipped away a little bit there in traffic. The 101, as it's listed this weekend from Hammer Motorsports, is in between the two of them. Apologies if I'm having some audio issues here. The internet here in the tower at Road Atlanta is not the best just at the moment. Device here to see if that helps our situation any. GP2 led by Harrison Motorsports, the number 146 from Libre Racing, the number 189,
side by side,
and Magnetar Motorsports in the number 25.
Side by side between the 99 and I think it's the 111 Thunder Bunny car into turn 10A. Thunder Bunny giving very little, about 1.1 BMW's width on the outside for 99, which is totally fine. It's good to see drivers have that amount of confidence in each other at the front of the field. The 111 has held on to the position. This is the battle for third overall. GTR 99, I feel like, has quite a lot of pace right now, which we've seen before from them, so no surprise. Probably looking further up the field, seeing the 696 escape and wanting to get up there and chase them. They're now down the inside into turn 3. They've sensibly, I think, backed out of that. There's a big old puddle on the inside of turn 3 on the braking zone. And also, as I was talking about in the sort of track description, that's one of those corners that if you take it offline, it tightens up a lot, like exponentially. So you can't just chuck the car in there because you'll very quickly run out of space on the exit.
Yeah.
So now
I think we do have an onboard from the 99.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching. 99 now following 111 through the rest of that complex and out towards the back straight. It's interesting at Daytona. It's interesting. 99 obviously, as we know, suffered a penalty at the end of Daytona. We also, as they dive down the inside into turn 7, I don't think that's going to work. I think the 111's going to get.
Oh, that's a big off. That's a Hammer BMW.
Oh, no.
It's a big off for the 01. Hard into the wall on driver's left at the bottom of the S. I think he's been caught out by standing water there, and the car's taken off on him. It's ripped the right front corner off of the car, done huge damage to the front of the car, and all of that happening while the sister car came into the pits from P7. It is a disaster of a start for Hammer Motorsports, and this will absolutely result in a full-course yellow to go retrieve that car. That's a big old hit off to driver's left.
Meanwhile, the 99 did manage to take third place. Sorry, the 99 managed to take third place on the back straight just before we presumably go yellow.
Yeah, and we have gone yellow here at the circuit. It's not reflected on Race Hero just yet, but we do have it at all of the marshal's posts around the circuit. That'll be game over for that car, certainly for today. Hammer, they've got a good crew, so they may be able to get that car ready to go for tomorrow, but absolutely done for the day. Actually, if it's ripped a corner off, that may not be good to go for tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see.
Unfortunately, their onboard cut out one corner before the crash, so we don't get to see what happened. But yeah, that's bottom of the hill. That's going to be an area where water's going to collect. So I would expect that was a being caught out in standing water. I don't know if we've got a replay for that.
I'm looking at the replay, and it's as soon as it goes flat, it hooks and goes left.
Who'd you catch the replay from?
YouTube.
Oh, nice. Oh, because we were on the camera. I looked down as he was making contact with the wall. Yeah. Yeah, that, I mean, Scott had made the point early this morning that, that is a place where you often find slower class cars, right? In professional racing, it'd be GT cars. Here, it would be a general production car. You would find a car on the wall, drivers left there because of a poorly planned or executed pass, or somebody caught off guard by a pass. This was not that scenario at all. Same spot,
No.
Totally different cause. This is standing water and just not being able to keep the car under them. Now, I wonder here, with the number one having been in the pits literally as that was happening, presumably to change tires, if one of the drivers was saying, hey, this is pretty sketchy, I think we need to, put wets on the car and be a little more conservative here in dealing with all of the standing water, the other one decided to soldier on and say, no, I think we can handle it, and then, literally a half a lap later ended up in the wall there. That's pure speculation, but is entirely possible, especially if the one was in the pit lane because of a need to change tires.
Just to follow up on one of our stories that we were covering before the start, the 982 Stephen Wilson driven car is up 20 positions to 10th place. So a predictably fast start. Actually,
all three will to wins right there.
They are all line astern. The 986, I believe, is the one that was driven by. Oh, no, I've forgotten the name. It's
Anders Krohn.
Anders Krohn.
Yep. We'll need him for a guest commentator later.
He's only
voices of Indy Lights.
He's only up a paltry 16 positions. To be honest, none of those cars are massively quick relative to the top five, but they've obviously been cutting through the field. So you'll have to give them some allowances for being held up by some of the cars that they've been knifing past. Edge Autosports, GP1 second place, and Moorhead, GP1 first place, are also up 20 positions each. So that was another story we were talking about during the red flag, whether those GP1 cars, even in the dry, those GP1 cars should be quick enough to get a good overall position finish. They are not that far off the pace. I mean, they're a second or two slower than the will to win cars that have been cutting through the field as well. So in these wet conditions, those cars are also looking good. They could do without this yellow flag, allowing the track to dry. I would guess. Although I guess this bunches them up closer to the leaders. So 2 steps forward, 2 steps back with that one, I guess. But yeah, a couple of those stories we were expecting to see are definitely starting to happen.
We did not get a start from chill out, by the way.
I noticed that.
There is. I wonder if this is them tarped up down here in front of me. I thought maybe it was the old GP2 car they had up on jacks just for points, or for parts, excuse me. But looks like they actually aren't taking the start today. Monty Motorsports, who you may see in 63rd down on timing, they have been in and out of the pits now. 5 laps completed, but I think they've actually just headed back out, so they should be okay.
I want to point out another car that's doing really well in these conditions. I think they either had a spin early or they chose to pit at the start. But Kingpin Racing in 30th place. They're down 25 positions, but their fastest lap, despite being stuck in traffic, is a 52.6, which is very competitive.
They were into the pits twice, Scott. So they started truly shotgun on the field.
Well, they're already up to 30th in this 63-car field. So they've passed half the field in the first however many laps, about 5 laps we got there. So that's they're looking very fast in these conditions, which is exactly what you'd expect from a GT4 Club Sport in the wet around a twisty circuit.
Where is the number 401 is still in 60th? What's happening?
That's interesting. On board with them, they were cutting through. They passed 15 cars before the start.
Did they pick up a penalty first thing?
Let's see.
Because I can't. If they were cutting through the field, I can't imagine. Yeah, I think we're going to go red again here.
Well, they are lapped. Did you say we're going red?
Yeah, they're bringing the cars into the pit lane, single file.
Yeah, because it did look like the concrete wall did move, or at least flex a bit. It's hard to tell, but I think I saw the driver out of the car on his feet, looking relatively okay.
401
so
was
that
given
is
a
great news.
pass under yellow penalty that's been overturned since. So actually, they were given a penalty, and it looks like we're just waiting on that to be brought back the other way in the lap, lap return to them.
Yeah, they are no longer down in 60th. I can't find them exactly, but there they are. They're 32nd now. Just to follow up on JT's point there, the onboard for the 01 did come back after the crash, and the driver was moving around for sure.
Okay, excellent.
Oh, more heads up. Brilliant.
Just in time for the red flag.
Moorhead usually does have great onboards.
I did just pick up the headset to hear Gabe say it's the nicest looking onboard he's ever seen. So feel free to add a few more of these. The Thunder Bunny one should be pretty quality as well if they've come up this morning.
There's one up last time I looked. The Moorhead one comes up just in time for us to miss them making 20 positions in the first 5 laps.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the track doesn't really dry itself out under this red flag here, I think there's plenty more where that came from. The other thing to consider here with that 147 and I suppose the 26 that is with it is we often don't see them making up spots early because there's a 20 to 30 second gap between itself and the back of the GTU or GTO field. Whereas now it is actually with the cars that is quicker than, which is, a good chunk of the back of the GTO field. And so I think this feels very shocking and very surprising. But in actuality, it is often this much quicker than the back of the GTO field. It just has to make up 30 seconds at a time at the start of every race before it ever gets there.
There is also an onboard for the 26, which is working, but unfortunately the contrast isn't great, so you can't really see the track. But
I can provide an update here, by the way, for this red flag. I just poked my head out and had 3 of the operational staff standing outside the door. The red flag is to facilitate wall repair. Everybody's okay. Driver's out of the car, but he obviously hit unprotected concrete, and when it did, it moved the concrete. They can repair it, but they have to put the equipment on track because of the conditions off track. And in order to move around a front end loader to go, slide K-walls around, they have to put it on track. It is actually headed down the front straightaway as we speak at something like 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, and will eventually go down. There it is. It will eventually go down to pull the concrete back into line to driver's left there on the approach to turn 5. And hopefully that should fix itself or get fixed fairly quickly, and we can go back to racing again at Road Atlanta. Thanks for everybody's patience today. Normally I have to apologize for our own technical situation. Our cameras have been rock solid so far, he says, knocking on wood. And unfortunately today it's been the weather and now an on-track incident that's allowed us to, or hampered us from being able to go racing.
On the bright side, the track's getting to dry out right now.
Yes. I think that's on the bright side.
It's not the most efficient way, but...
No, look, I'll say this. I love racing in the rain. I think it is different and unique. And having had very little wet weather running at any point last year, we have now had 3 races or 3 race weekends this year affected by rain. We had, and snow for that matter, back at Mid-Ohio. We obviously had the rain and lightning back at Daytona, and now we have this morning's situation here as well. So we've had our fair share of wet weather racing in the WRL this year. Sprinkles at Barber, too, from memory. But it has now actually significantly hindered our ability to go racing. So if the choice is watch interrupted wet weather running or, consider the dry racing at this point.
Yeah, I'd agree. And right now, just the conditions are quite tricky. The nature of this track is also quite tricky. I think I'd rather
Yeah.
be dealing with rain at like Daytona than Road Atlanta.
Sure.
I was going to say
Yeah.
this.
No, I'd agree with that.
This is our first stoppage for a crash in this season, I believe.
Road America. I think we had a couple back at Road America for incidents at the kink, but other than that, I think you're right.
Oh, correct. Yes, but that was in the dry.
Sorry, RJ, just coming in to give some updates. Another operational red flag here. So, same rules apply. Can't work on the cars. Drivers should stay in the cars. And once this is clear, we can go back to racing, and it'll just be your single file restart like we had a little earlier on. We've already made it to 11:15, if you can believe that. Almost lunchtime. Worth keeping an eye on the rest of our the weather for the rest of the afternoon here. 73 degrees at the moment, and headed for 89 now is a projected high. So we've still got some temperature climbing to do, and it's going to get very hot and very sticky over the next hour or two as the temperature climbs on the backside of these storms.
I'm watching the replay on YouTube of the Edge Autosport drive through the field in the first 5 laps. Just saw 180 degrees of opposite lock through turn 4, so it wasn't hanging around.
No, and what that suggests to me is that it's not just Hammer, or it's not Hammer getting caught out by something that nobody else has. It's just the Hammer car wasn't able to save it.
Yeah, it was just too quick.
Drivers still being being caught out.
Slightly different. This was actually in the middle of the corner, whereas it looks like I didn't see the Hammer. It looks like the Hammer car has lost it a bit after the corner.
Yeah, if there wasn't conditions, I would assume there was a major failure on the car in terms of like a suspension collapsing or something. It just shot left instantly.
Yeah, whereas this Edge Autosport car, it was on the apex, 180 degrees opposite lock, and then immediately straight down the inside of an Aston Martin. So it's just the driver being right on the edge.
Number 1 car has been, the 01 has been recovered and is being brought back on a flatbed. I'm actually going to get a chance to look at it here in person as it comes down the hill and into the pit entrance lane. I mean, we know what the damage is. We saw the incident happen in real time there at turn 4. And as the flatbed makes the right-hand turn past the pit-in cones, yeah, it's caught a little bit on the right rear, a whole bunch on the right front, ripped the whole right front corner off the car, and also done in everything around from the left side, basically, the left front. The front bumper's been ripped off, obviously. The hood's been done in. It was a really solid hit there to the right front that then, kind of whacked the car around into the concrete. You could see the barrier repair ongoing. You can actually see where it's moved the barriers there. We've gotten rid of the leading edges by turning the barrier slightly. Just at the edge of that catch fencing there. I think somebody's just stepped onto or off of the photographer platform that our camera is mounted on. See the camera shake there very briefly.
I'm curious. The 101 might come back out today.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that car's got any hope of resuming.
101.
Like I
Which
said,
car?
they ripped. Sorry, that's the Hammer car. It's 0-1
with a 1.
just about. Yeah, but it's still, as far as I can tell, it was still 0-1 on the side of the car. It's 0-1 on the onboard camera, and then the documents, the WRL documents, just showed 1-0-1, which was, I suppose, an effort to get the leading 0 to actually display. But I don't know. I guess it is actually 101 because that's what's listed in timing. So we'll go with 101. I don't think that car is resuming today. And even if you could get the work done in 5 hours, I don't know that you'd want to rush it. I think you'd want to take the time. If it is repairable at the track at all, I think you'd want to take the time and get it ready to go for tomorrow if you can. I honestly, I don't know if they can.
I would think just like an installation lap just to make sure systems run, that sort of thing. But yeah, no, it's going to completely depend on the frame on the front end.
Well, I mean, don't forget, we've mentioned this before, where these are obviously paid drivers or paying drivers. So if you can get the car ready and get some paying drivers some running, then you probably would.
I wonder if Hammer brought any of the TCRs.
Seems unlikely.
I'll tell you what, it would have been a great day to have a front wheel drive car.
Yeah, it really would.
It's a shame that they've gone by the wayside here, but that car would have been ultra competitive this morning until it warmed up and you just start shredding through front tires. But
just to correct myself, the Moorhead onboard actually came live on the warm-up lap. So if anyone's bored and looking to see a car make up a bunch of places in 5 laps in the wet, then that very high quality onboard is available on YouTube. It's actually not. The timing screen is being complementary to them. There's obviously quite a few cars who started out of position, so it didn't pass 20 cars. It's made up 20 positions from its qualifying position, but them and Edge obviously were both beneficiaries of GTO cars who felt the need to change tires. Still making out quite a few positions though, at least 8 to 10 or so in the first few laps.
Both Aston Martins cracked the top 20.
It's funny you say that because I've just watched Moorhead drive past both of them like they were standing still.
Yeah, they were
having a great time.
One of the emergency trucks has gone back into position here at turn 12.
Well, there's a
positive news, but we're still waiting on Actually, it looks like they've taken the opportunity to do some standing water movement down at the bottom of the S's in the meantime anyway.
Yeah, there's no sign of anyone repairing the barrier right now. I don't know if that means that they're done.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, nice. GP1, the 125 from Michelin Racing, running a very bright orange Ford Mustang, up to 5th in class so far.
Another car, speaking of Mustangs, another car that broke the top 20 is the Ford Performance Racing School car, which started dead last in qualified dead last in GTO. And lap time's not uncompetitive, within range of sort of the mid-pack in GTO. So it's good to see that car moving forward in these difficult weather conditions.
Yeah,
overtook both Aston Martins, I think.
Just one.
Oh, right, yeah. The Pro Sport one is 18th. I thought that I thought the automatic car was ahead. But yeah, it's overtaken one of the Astons.
Yeah, it's hard to get a good idea on pace just yet because we only had 5 or 6 green flag laps and a lot of traffic, especially further back.
We got cars rolling. Yep, there they are. Confirmation on the screen there. So yeah, nice quick red flag, that one. And also the track looks extremely dry. I don't know if that's just the camera's not really picking up. It certainly isn't raining anymore. Sun's out. I don't think we're going to have very much wet running at all. I don't know how... Oh, no, okay, that's why I'm not live. I'm trying to work out how more head speed works already in the back straight, but yeah, it's because I hadn't gone back to live. I was watching the replay. The one car is in the garage, by the way. So that is both Hammer cars, potentially, unless this is a very quick garage visit, out of contention.
Are we sure? So you see the number one in the garage?
Yeah,
probably on board.
The onboard, they're literally under the awning. Drivers out. Drivers out.
Yeah, so that gets rid of my tire theory then.
Yeah, they were having.
So there's a couple of things happening here as cars leave the pit lane and head back out on track. You may recall, JT, Scott, dear viewer, that one of the things that was going to be required to make the wet tire change work over the longer term was going to be some green flag running to be able to actually, start picking off cars and make the most of the tread on the tires. That is the opposite of what happened. And so I'm wondering here what this is going to be in terms of the longer term prognosis for cars like the 401 and the 280, who are two of our most prominent pit callers early on, as to whether or not those tires are going to stay under them over the next 20 to 30 minutes as the track starts to dry out.
I will say that the turn 4-5 area is still very wet, but the rest of the track looks pretty dry, particularly the back straight. Turn 1 area looks very dry. So on the back straight there is literally, it's not a dry line, it's the road is dry by itself.
Yeah, it's the same here at turn 12 in very, very select areas, but it's just starting here at 12.
But I think that means that quickly we're going to have no standing water, which means that you aren't going to need those wet tires.
Well, it's more than that, Scott. It's not just that you aren't going to need them, it's that you won't be able to keep them under you. I mean, those tires are going to overheat massively, being compounded also by the temperature rising through, these next, I'll call it the next hour or so, getting up to the heat of the day. The pace car is in, and down here at turn number 12, we are about ready to go racing. Much less water on the track than there was last time we tried this. The 696 is going to lead the Ginetta back to green, but the 505 has decided to make a real attempt at this, puts the power down through some of the standing water at the bottom of the hill, just wiggles the back end of the car a little bit, and as I head off down into turn number 1 for what will be the 8th time of asking, the 696 able to hang on just a bit. The 99 has jumped up into 3rd. And as timing decides to shuffle itself here, I am very confused. There we go. 99 from 111. The 511 Choice Racing BMW is 5th on the road. There we go. Now we've got everybody. 8 laps complete. 421 Thunder Bunny up into 6th. Lots of positions gained here for a lot of these cars. The 982 is already up into 9th. That's 21 spots gained. And just as we had that dry line being discussed on the back straightaway and starting to appear at turn 12, we head into the S's, where it is still absolutely soaking wet.
Yeah, that's interesting how bad it is down there. I know it's the bottom of the hill, but it's not like it's a river or a lake down there. It's almost like an area that the sun can't get to, which doesn't really make sense at this time of day. I still expect that with 65 odd cars out there, although we are losing them reasonably quickly. I'd still expect that to get cleared quickly. The 401 is on the move, by the way. Just seen it making places down the hill. It's now up behind the old-fashioned Ginetta. I really like those Ginettas. They're very interesting.
Sorry, the Bourbon car or the old-fashioned? Oh,
whichever one.
pass on. pass on for second here, boys. The 99 fires up the inside of the 505, which is the old-fashioned car, down into turn 12, and that move has been completed.
Yeah, we've had two Genesis in the past. It's usually been the old-fashioned cars behind, so getting a bit up. But yeah, they're having a great run this time. That said, the 99 has moved into second place. So two very similar cars that we always see at the front of the field, GTR 99 and 696.
Yeah, no kidding.
The top of the standings at this point.
They've
so
already
be a nice little fight. See if the GTR 99 can catch back up.
Already picked up 7 seconds on, not quite that much, 5 seconds on the previous best lap time of the day. We were in the 150s, 150 flat, I think was the PB for the 696, and we're now down into the mid 45s, at least for the 696. The 99 has clear track in front of it, but only because that JTR car has run off into the distance. Here you ride with GTR. Go ahead, Scott.
So change it. If we want to pick up actually, as I say that, they get into clean air. But I was going to say, if we want to pick up a decent onboard, the Moorhead Speedworks car has just moved into 12th position, passing the 986. That's the Anders Krohn car.
Anders Krohn's been passed by a GP1 car.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
That is not the way to get him to be a guest commentator on DriversEye Live, Scott. This is the opposite of what you do.
Well, he's got the 983 next and closing in rapidly on the car ahead, although I must admit I can't tell if that is the 983 ahead. It should be, based on the...
983 is the white and blue.
Yeah, I've got 6 screens up on one 24-inch monitor, so unfortunately that one's a bit small to be able to tell. Yeah, the Moorhead car continuing to make great progress. Edge Autosports, second in GP1, are not making such great progress. They've got stuck a little bit behind. What is Open Throttle Racing? That's not a team I'm familiar with. It's a 2010 BMW, whatever that is. But yeah, in fact, Moorhead has dropped back behind the 986. So Anders Krohn has regained his
spot right there.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think we'll find that was the GTO. I think you'll find that GTO power on the back straight taking over, but because Moorhead are all over the back. In fact, we've got it on screen now. All over the back of Anders Krohn into turn 3.
That open throttle car, by the way, they're not newcomers to WRL. I saw it going underneath me as we were talking about it. They that's a V8 BMW, and it sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's a E92, I believe, bright green.
It sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You see it coming up through the S's here.
Demonstrating again how atrocious my memory is, because I have no recollection of seeing that team name before.
I think they were back at. I think they were with us at Road America.
Okay, so not a regular entry then.
I'd actually have to look. They may be Midwest only. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at it.
They were at Daytona.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
So onto the back straight. We're now going to see the difference between a GTO and a GP1 car.
That trail, or the last sound you heard there before we cut back to the onboard, was the number 63. That's glorious. Maybe my favorite sounding car in the field. I'll tell you what here, guys. The 99 is starting to find its pace a little bit. The 696 is still the quickest car in the field, but the GTR BMW is within just a couple of tenths now, and really starting to make some progress on trying to hang with that lead BMW.
I think an indication that the track is drying is that Moorhead are now somewhat submarining through the back through the GTO field. They've just lost the place on the back straight there to TLM Ruckus. Although at the same time, all of these cars are now trying to work their way past the 89X. How do we pronounce that? We're going to say 89X Camaro?
Sure.
89 or 89? What do we like?
Yes.
Well, if they can send us a message on Scoops, then that would be super helpful. I quite like 89. But that car has, the will to win are back to being line astern with 3 cars, 9, 10. So they got 8, 9 out of the way. The number 1 car, by the way, still in the garage. So yeah, that is thoroughly out of contention at this stage. So we'll see Hammer tomorrow, I guess. Hopefully. $40.7 for JTR Motorsports Engineering on this lap. Waiting for GTR 99 to come across the line. 41.8. So yeah, that gap continues to extend. But as you say, Brendan, those two cars appear to be in a league of their own. Everyone else is in the 43s so far this lap. Everyone else in the top 5.
I'd point out a battle that's not as fast, but just as intense has been for the lead in GP3. It was originally the scion of 3 fast guys in, I guess, Denny, with AOA and Overnight just behind. AOA has actually taken the lead in that class. Those top 30 cars separated by about a second and a half last time by.
Can I give a little update about Overnight Motorsports here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually not just me. It's myself and Barry Bolner, who joins us from the number 195 Overnight Motorsports camp. We had talked with Overnight back at Barber and gone through some of their story. But Barry joins us now. You are the representative for the sponsorship on the number 195. So first, welcome to DriverSeye Live.
Thank you so much. Very good. Great to be here, man. I'm really enjoying this.
Happy to have you up here. We mentioned off air, you finally made it to the racetrack.
Finally, yeah.
Picked a heck of a day weather-wise. But, you've got the Joker car out there, as you guys were calling it, the green, black, and purple, out there running 4th in GP3. So welcome along.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So
can you tell us a little bit about what the sponsorship is? We talked about it at Barber, but just as kind of a refresher.
So my son, Nicholas, he was really into racing.
You're good.
Go with Chad. They would hang out in Nolan, do all the other stuff. They really got into it. And unfortunately, he passed away from a drug overdose. So Chad offered me the car for our foundation to kind of raise awareness for the addiction and drug problem going on throughout the country. So we took advantage of that, and here we are.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a ride for the Overnight crew. I know you guys have had some good successes this year.
I think we had first and a second.
Yeah, it's a great team to be a part of, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
You must be pretty proud to have the logo.
Oh wow.
And the name being carried along with what it's doing here.
It's really something to finally see it out here running out there on the track. Kind of like his memorial out there. Really kind of makes us I know it's making him proud, and I'm just happy those guys asked me to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So what has the experience been like? You're coming in as not so much an outsider, but somebody that's not involved in the day-to-day or the car prep operations of Overnight Motorsports. So as somebody who kind of steps into the WRL paddock for the first time, what's that been like?
Oh, it's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
The guys took us in and showed us up, showed us around, explained everything to us, kind of, definitely giving us the first-class treatment, and showing us how the whole process and everything goes. It's been really, 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 really enjoyable. Really enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So what if somebody wanted to be involved in what you're trying to promote and ways to help you and help your mission, what does that look like?
They can go ahead and get on our Facebook page. It's the Nicholas Bolner Foundation on Facebook, and from there that'll give you the link to if you want to make a donation on ways to make a donation. So that's the way about going about it.
Nicholas Bolner Foundation.
Yep.
You gonna get behind the wheel?
No. I don't go fast.
Never?
I'm the only person affiliated with a race car that does the speed limit. I'm gonna leave it up to my man right there, Mr. Ross, to go fast.
Today would not be the day anyway.
No,
so
no, not at all.
Well, listen, you guys are welcome up here anytime. I don't know if you're local to here.
No, we're from down south, South Louisiana.
Okay, all
South
right.
Louisiana.
Not too close to you again through the rest of the season, but maybe Austin.
Okay.
But I'm glad you stopped by up here. Like I said,
thank you for having me.
Happy to have you guys anytime. The Overnight crew, you've affiliated yourself with a fantastic group of guys. They were really kind to us back at Barber, and super good at what they do. Obviously, with the results you guys have had in GP3 this year. So, you're welcome back up here anytime.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Anytime. Yeah.
Thank you.
Barry Bolner from the number 195 Overnight Motorsports camp down in GP3. Go ahead, guys.
Sister car actually just took the lead in GP30, the 197 getting around AOA. Unfortunately, looks like the 195 had a slow lap there. About 20 seconds off of what it had previously done, dropping it down to 8th. May have... Oh no, we see it limping on the screen here. It's pulling off to driver's right, exit of 5.
Another little incident, as we wait for that one to flesh itself out. I spoke a bit too soon on the number 1 car. It's come out of the pits and immediately punted a Cayman into turn 6. So I think it was the number 770 TLM monoflow car. They sort of tipped them sideways and then hit them in the front to straighten them back out again. So the one car doesn't seem to be struggling.
$1 for every time I've done that in sim racing.
I guess it's better than fully spinning the person out. At least you correct them.
It sure is.
I guess in real racing it becomes a bit more expensive if you hit them at both ends of the car.
Well, expensive in terms of monetary resources and expensive in terms of laps and penalties.
I did it to my teammate Monday night.
You get 4 laps if you hit them twice.
I like JT's honesty. He's like, yeah, I just did that.
Yeah, exactly. I hit Sean.
Campbell?
Yeah, it was his fault.
Oh my gosh. I was going to say he probably deserved it.
Turn 2 at Laguna. He goes wide, so I tuck in, and he comes across.
Nice. Sean, come on. You know, that 195 car, by the way, as they were getting ready to leave, yes, they have a tire going down. As we pulled the headsets off there, Ted turned around, pulled his headset off, and said, got a tire going down. Barry said, we got to go change it? And he said, yep. So off they go.
Yeah, Gabe caught it on a camera there.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Killing it, Gabe. Yeah. So when I left you to start that interview 5 minutes ago, the GTR car was actually really hanging with the 696, and now it's really not.
Yeah, well, that's because
139, 338 last.
At that exact moment, they got into deep GP2 and GP3 traffic. I didn't get a chance. I couldn't see how By the way, that other Ginetta is extremely slow. The GTR 99 car's passed it like it was a GP3 car. I didn't see how the 696 got through traffic, but the GTR 99 car just had cars everywhere. So I'm not surprised that they maybe had different fortunes through that. Not that the 99 has the same pace as the 6. It's consistently at least a second a lap faster, even in clean air. But there's a good chance that they just didn't get the run through the traffic the same way the 696 did. Once again, the drying track not helping the GP1 cars as much as the wet track was. I think Moorhead has more pace than the TLM Ruckus car it's stuck behind, but overtaking a car that is faster than you on the straights is a really difficult thing to do, especially when it's so wet offline. So the Moorhead car is still stuck behind TLM Ruckus, who are now stuck behind a bunch of Mazdas through turn 5. And that's allowing Edge Autosport, who have made their way up to 15th, so one place behind Moorhead Speedworks, to close up. So that GP1 lead battle might become a bit more interesting in the next few laps. The Will to Win cars have kind of stalled out. They're still running 9th, 10th, and 11th. Kingpin has made its way up into 20th now. So that was the team that we think pitted twice under the red flag before the start of the race. It started absolutely dead last, worked their way up 30 positions the first 5 laps.
I'd been watching them kind of work their way through traffic. They're not...
We may have lost Brendan altogether.
In a GP2, Fab Furious had been running 5th. However, looks like they had a pass under yellow penalty for 3 laps. So 3 laps. They passed 3 cars. So the
okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So the 526 is dropped back down the 7th in class. Oh well.
3 laps and they've only dropped to 7th in class.
Well, there's 7 cars running to GP right now.
that was the point I was going to get. I hadn't noticed the GP2 class was so small this week.
Yeah, Fast and Furious, I think the last time we saw them was last year. BMW, very quick, but tended to be very loose. Driven quite aggressively too. They had a couple of issues, if I recall correctly. But good to see them back.
So, just to follow up on that Moorhead Speedworks versus Edge Autosports battle, now that the track's drying out, Edge Autosports are extremely fast. I think they are the 5th fastest car on the track.
They just picked up 3.5 seconds.
Well, they picked up, 3.5 seconds on the last lap on Moorhead. So we may want to get, nice. Gabe's already there. But yeah, and GTR 99 has also picked up the pace. 696 set the fastest lap on that previous lap, but GTR 99 were only 0.3 slower. So as the track's drying out, we're getting this effect of different cars being strong. Duro there setting a 41.0, which is relatively fast. It's not necessarily fast compared to the leading two, but it's faster to basically everyone else. The Giannetta's still doing very well, 40.2. But yeah, that battle.
Let's stick with this 26 on board here.
Struggling a bit with Brendan's connection still. That's not the Moorhead car ahead, so they haven't quite managed, in the traffic, they haven't quite managed to close that gap back up. It's actually back out to 3 seconds. No, actually, that's not. It's 0.3 of a second, so maybe that is the Moorhead car directly ahead of them. I thought the Moorhead car was black, but that car ahead does look pretty quick, so that may well be Moorhead as they head into turn 3. Big aggressive move there on the wet part of the track by Moorhead. Cameras are a little bit out of sync, so that's why we've jumped ahead on the track a little bit as we switch to the Moorhead car. Last time around, both cars caught in traffic a little bit, lost a second and a half. Bit of a gap now between Moorhead and TLM Ruckus. Moorhead really didn't have a great lap that time around in traffic. Meanwhile, fastest lap of the race in second place overall for GTR 99, and we've got the entire top 5 is below 1 minute 40 now, so lap time's really starting to come down. I mean, I was going to say we can clearly see from the onboards that the track's drying out. Not so much from this Edge Autosports one, where the contrast isn't really perfect for the inside and outside the car. We can see from this camera though, it's a very, very dry line. That's Moorhead Speedworks coming through. I think they pulled a bit of a gap there on Edge Autosports. Yeah, 3 seconds time around. So Edge had a bad lap that time while we were on board. The whole of the top 10 now below 141. So very competitive. Except for the leader, yeah, I just noticed that. Very, very competitive. That's taken me by surprise a little bit because, Daytona, we certainly saw a breakaway of 3, 4, 5 cars at any point during the race that were significantly faster than everyone else. But the whole of the top 10 there, other than the leader, pretty much within a second of each other, as JTR proves that it was just a bad lap in traffic by setting the fastest lap of the race this time around.
Yeah. So let's make a couple of notes here. First, ultimate pace today is going to be about a 133 or 134. So we're about 4 or 5 seconds off of that, and I assume most of that will be through the deepest of the water down in the S's. So as that starts to dry out, I think that's where we're going to see the rest of our gains in terms of lap time, up until we get to that ultimate point down in the 33s and 34s. Just about everywhere else is, if not actually dry, functionally dry, where it's not costing anybody any grip.
I'd say there's a dry-ish line through the S's now. I think most of the lap time loss at the moment is probably traffic exacerbated by the fact that it's so wet offline.
Yes, that's probably true. Yeah, 147, I think, was actually being caught off guard quite a bit, or being cost quite a bit of time while it was being lapped. I know they were passing some GP2 and 3 cars as well, but I think they were losing quite a bit of time because of that. And now that they're in relatively clean air. They're demonstrating that they are actually quite a bit quicker than the number 26 from Edge Autosports.
I'm going to disagree based on the fact that Moorhead easily on the lead line. They're only a minute off the lead.
Okay,
so
I'll buy that.
maybe and they weren't being passed by faster cars because they're still stuck behind TLM Ruckus. Their last lap was a 40.8.
Then it'll be them passing the GP2 and 3 cars, I think, because now that they've been in clear air, they've pulled away from the 26.
I do think that 26 car might have more pace in the dry on a clear track than Moorhead. Certainly for a little while there, they were significantly faster.
Whoa, leaders in the pits.
Yes.
This is early. 21 green flag laps complete. Just after the 99 it did set the fastest lap of the race. JTR has done that in the pit lane, by the way, so don't buy that.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, no, they haven't, sorry.
No,
now I'm tremendously confused. I think they had an off. The lap was a 2:14.5. I think the lead car has been off track somewhere, or it stopped and had to reset.
Where is their pit box?
They're stationary in it now, just past start and finish, about 10 spaces after. Slow car, final, no action needed, reported at turn 5. So it's had to, it was slow at turn 5. It's lost time recovering back to the pit lane. They're putting fuel in it now. So that is the first order of business with that car. They look underneath the rear.
So I've gone back with the GTR 99 replay, and they were slow on the back straight when the GTR 99 passed them.
Yeah, so all they've done is put fuel in that car and send it.
Do you remember the first few laps at Daytona?
Yes, I do, but I think we had resolved that to being an issue with the sensors of that car on the banking at slow speed. Essentially, it thought the car was rolling over.
It appeared to go into some sort of limp mode again.
Yeah. Now, I mean, we've had really heavy rain, and if that car wasn't covered up appropriately, you can sometimes get water in the electronics. Last minute move from the 315 Duro BMW down here at turn 12.
Just seeing Moorhead get overtaken again on the straight by TLM Ruckus. So they keep passing that car, but then getting repassed in the fast bits and then held up.
Fastest lap of the race from Old Fashioned.
That Ginetta has looked very competitive when it's in.
So I had some thoughts about that car. The first was that, it's a light car. It's very wet. Is it going to be able to get the kind of grip it's going to need in the tricky conditions? But it actually did really, really well to hang with the 696 early and the 99 for that matter. And then it's as it started to dry out, it's picked its pace up again. I think it's actually just a quick car being driven quickly.
Speaking of picking the pace up, a car that was only 2 seconds off, Edge Autosports in that last lap, 39.8, which is a second quicker than Moorhead has gone all race.
It's the third quickest car in the field.
It is.
30. No, sorry, the 401's back there. I missed that. Onboard replay here from the 26.
696 has completed the lap after that.
No, it is not a replay. This is real time. Look at how tricky it is offline there.
The 696 has completed another lap after pitting. Surprisingly, it's only down to 21st. It's still on the lead lap, apparently. So it wasn't a long pit stop at all. And that's despite losing significant time on the inline, going slowly. Only just behind Kingpin, who, by the way, have not really continued building pace. They were very good in the wet conditions, but the dry does not seem to be suiting that car, and they've stalled out in the back end of the top 20. Chandler's school car looks quick.
Which one, the 14 or the 131?
Yeah. Yes, that just caught me out. I then double checked and thought, no, wait, they don't look quick. No, that's the other car. 131 look great. The 14 Their fastest lap is a 39.9, which is
Wow, that is quite quick.
pretty quick. It's definitely competitive.
Slow Mustang.
Yeah, that's the Ford Performance one.
Yeah, number 98 in front. Well, it's a GTO car. Let's find where it is or where it was.
They recently pit.
143 we've also lost as well, and I didn't see them come through. They've just gone salmon, so I'm not sure where they've gone or what's happened. Automatic, by the way, is being lapped. The 909 has been lapped after 20
full course yellow
laps as we go full course yellow. Just lost the lap. That is rotten luck.
Well, yeah, but they're also extremely slow, and
no, that's true.
The dry conditions, like if you're losing a lap after whatever, it's been 10-15 laps of green, then you're going to keep losing laps. So, yeah, it's confusing, that one. I don't understand why that car that's been super competitive most of the time we've seen it is off the pace in wet and dry conditions.
I think we bailed out the 696 here.
Yes, this will bail them out for sure.
Yep, they stayed on the lead lap, and the 99 hasn't made it into the pits. So if this is a good time to pit, and I think it would be, being that we're actually coming up to the bottom of an hour, I'm sorry, the top of an hour, you would have thought that the 99 would have liked to have done it, but they had just gone past pit entrance and start finish when the yellow came out.
Yeah, but what that means is that they're not going to get stuck behind the safety car. They've got a full lap to catch the safety car. They are
probably, yes, you're right,
which is not great, but I think they've got an opportunity to pit now without much loss.
Contact between the 14 and the 222 is under investigation, but it doesn't appear to be the cause of the full course yellow. It's the 143 stopped at turn 3. Which explains why the 143 is gone. It looks like they just pulled off to drivers right there. Just caught it on the Moorhead onboard as it went past. I heard you say choices in the pits. They made a very late call to come in right after the full course yellow came out, but I think that's going to work in their favor. Kingpin is in as well.
It will work in choices.
GTR is in.
They would have had an opportunity to come in next lap anyway, so. Corvette safety car is still in the pit lane. GTR 99
GTR is in the... Yeah, 505 is not. Now, if the safety car does this right, it should pick up the 505 here. Well, I think the procedure is just to pick up the next car, so it's not really going to matter a whole lot once the 99 came in. 182 is in, 111 is in. That's from third. So the Ginetta looks like the only one, they're the only ones that haven't pitted under this full course yellow. Thunder Bunny's come by, actually, 421.
Interesting choice.
Two.
The 505. And 25 laps into the race. I don't understand why you wouldn't pit at this point.
Well, so in terms of fuel range here, based on last year's numbers, as I had done some reviewing earlier on this weekend, you can go 48 to 50 laps. So stints here are longer than you might otherwise expect. Now, that was with last year's fuel tank calculation, but I wouldn't expect it to be fundamentally different for most cars.
Sure, but...
So it's still half a tank.
It's a relatively free pit stop, so an extra 25 laps. I don't know.
Well, so the other side of this is if this is the quickest your car is going to be all day, because you've got the quickest driver in at the moment, just based on what the conditions were, maybe you want them to run this stint out rather than cut it short and put, maybe a paying driver in the car or something like that.
What, thinking about qualifying?
What's that?
Thinking about qualifying for tomorrow?
No, just thinking that maybe having the quicker, if this is the only stint that this quick driver is going to get, maybe you let them ride the stint out as long as possible, keep the quick driver in the car, and then put the other drivers in a little later on.
Yeah, we've discussed before that sometimes pit strategies don't work with the way you've planned your driver stints, which matter because drivers are paid to drive the car a certain amount. So, yeah, that's why sometimes we get pit decisions which, from a race strategy perspective, don't look great. So that could be this for sure.
Ordinarily, we'd be coming up to complete 4 hours of racing. Instead, we've got 25 laps down.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe old-fashioned motorsports are looking for the record for the longest ever first stint.
I think this is the 944. Slow on the back straightaway.
So it is.
I mean, that's fundamentally stopped. That car won't be making it home under its own power.
It's interesting because that was the car the 99 was following around for the first lap of the yellow, and it was perfectly fine. So this is a very new issue.
So the 909, having gotten itself back onto the lead lap because the leader pitted, has now pitted from the front of the pacing order. And will now go back a lap down to the Ginetta. Now, obviously, it wouldn't have gotten a wave by, so it wouldn't have mattered a whole lot, especially if that car doesn't have the ultimate pace today.
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't have pitted on any of the previous lap times it's come past the pit lane.
Yeah.
It's had at least 2 opportunities. There are a few cars who haven't pitted. So Duro, Thunder Bunny, Tangerine Associates, Will to Win number 986, 89X Motorsports.
Yeah, GTR's actually just come across the line here in 12th.
Moorhead and Edge Motorsports, so then have worked their way up to 8th and 9th now.
JTR's been put up into 16th, 4 cars behind the number 99.
So the top 11, it looks like, haven't pitted. Interestingly,
it's actually a solid chunk of the field.
11th is the 401, which was supposed to start on pole position. Now it's 1 place ahead of 99, who was the leader before the pit stop.
Right, and it has already made a stop, that 401. It was just very early on.
Yeah, not one that's going to help it on fuel mileage.
Yeah.
Pace isn't bad either. 39.0 is only 0.6 off the fastest lap the GTR 99's done.
Is that presser tech on pit lane?
They make it back? I don't think so.
That might be the Mustang.
Yeah,
you know what? I looked through so many panes of glass to see that far.
Is on the back straight being recovered.
Actually, do we have the turn 3 camera still? Did we lose that one? Yeah, we do. Huh. I just realized we had the 143 sitting there in plain sight of the camera, and I don't think I saw it. Now, well. So 4 hours gone, in name only. 26 laps completed after a 2 hour and 40-minute red flag for a lightning hold at the start of today's race. And a further red flag 8 laps in because of an incident in the S's, which necessitated some barrier repair. And a big stack up here getting past the number 944 being recovered.
WRL prize halt on the back straight in the yellow.
So I'd like to think, ooh, pit stop for the 401.
And the 421.
And possibly the
609. Now, why wouldn't you have done this last lap? I mean, I guess now it really doesn't make too much of a difference.
They saw the 944 stuck on the road. They're like, yeah, it's going to be a little bit, so let's do it.
I suppose 172 is in now as well.
Yeah, I understand.
Now, the 401 remembers is still on wet weather tires.
Right. Well, it won't be now.
So let's see what they decide to do here. Well, yeah. So let's stick on trackside 1 there, Gabe, and see if we can see what the 401 decides to do after they put fuel in the car.
If you think they were on wet,
944 is drawback to the pits.
they had a lot of pace for a car that was on wet tires in the dry.
That's a guess. I mean, I guess we could wait to hear from Brad McCall down there in the pit lane as to what they decided to do. But I can't imagine any other reason you would bring that car in from the pole on a pace lap. Fuel goes in. 421's come and gone. Fueling's done on the 401.
I understand not pitting the very first opportunity just in case you end up dropping behind the leader and get trapped a lap down, but I'm not sure why you'd leave it quite this late. You're going to end up at the very back of where's the end of the train? I think it's a 20-car train in GTO, which I guess isn't that terrible, but you're obviously behind all the laps cars as well. TLM Ruckus are pitting for a second time. Curious.
Well, that could be if they're planning to change any tires and stay on the same lap.
Keep an eye on the front of the pacing order here, guys, because I think we're about ready to go back to green, would be my guess.
Oh, in which case the 401 might be caught out because they've only just left the pits.
Yeah, I was just going to say they've just gone, as has the 609. No, I don't think they've done tires to that car. I had to step away for just a second, but I didn't see what they decided to do with that car. They are going to get caught out anyway, Scott, because they'll never make it to the back of the line by the time they go green, which they do now. It's the 979 that leads the field away. We await the arrival of the Ginetta from Old Fashioned. It's just come through to take the green flag, and it's going to have a 6-second margin ahead of the number 315 from Duro Duro. A balk for the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks coming down the hill into turn 12. The 99 gets shoved out wide onto the wet stuff outside of turn 12 and manages to recover okay, but had to come out of the throttle for sure. Number 2, Team ACP Tangerine Associates is up into third. Hi to ACP Tangerine Associates, by the way, running a 24-hour race a couple of thousand miles away from here in Portimao this weekend as well. There's the 401 just coming through now. It'll be on the lead lap and 45 seconds behind the leader. So it's actually not caught them out as much as I thought it would. It's about half a lap, and they're going to be in clean air here for a little bit. So they're going to lose out relative to the Ginetta more than likely, but relative to some of the other cars in GTR, I actually don't think this is the worst thing in the world. I think that clear air is actually going to do them some good. Down the back straightaway for the 28th time here. First time back under green since our second full course yellow of the day. Happily not involving a red flag this time around. That's the 99 car GTR BMW, which should have been, or I guess is your leader of the cars that have pitted once. JTR Motorsports Engineering was in the lead. They had to pit under green quite early. But as we mentioned earlier, they've kind of been bailed out by the way things shook out for them. And now 505 starts to build a little bit of a margin here. Now, they're never going to be able to pull a pit stop worth of time here. But I think there's a good opportunity for the 505 to gain some ground here before they do have to pit, especially if it's going to have to come under green while the Duro Duro car, while the ACP Tangerine Associates car, and the cars that are behind them all are stuck in traffic. Eventually that's going to iron itself out, but for the most part here, I think this is pretty strongly in the number 505's favor.
Fastest lap of the race for number 401.
Wow.
Despite being back in traffic. No,
but that's it. That's what I was just saying, Scott. They're actually not in traffic.
Yeah.
So they're actually going to make some ground up here, and I think... how far are they behind the JTR car? About 21 seconds. So it's actually not as bad as it could be. Riding on board the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks, and As I look back through the overall field here, where's that car? Just 2 seconds ahead of the number 26. They've kind of been tied together all morning here, haven't they?
Oh, yeah.
I think the old-fashioned... Oh, no, it hasn't. Never mind. I was going to say, I think the old-fashioned car has been passed, but I forgot it wasn't the car to take the green flag. PB's behind him, though. The number 2 changed for second. The number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates up ahead of Duro Duro, who is now under attack by the number 986. Big accident here at the exit of the final corner. One of the Lexus IS 300s has gone into the driver's left wall very hard. And he's been hit in the right rear corner by the number 66 from NRG Racing. There are cars arriving on scene very, very quickly here at the bottom of the hill, and it's a big accident all the way down the front straightaway.
A lot of cars are not slowing.
Yeah, no, there are cars arriving on scene going very, very quickly at the bottom of the hill here, and it's creating an absolute mess coming into turn 1. And there's a couple of really big hits in this. The 94, who is the IS 300, has been in the wall really hard in the front here on driver's left, and then was hit very hard in the right rear corner by the number 66. Yeah, and that's quite right. There's quite a few cars here on the front straightaway. And this is going to bring the cars to a halt on the track. Medical crews are with the number 94 immediately. And he is moving and talking, so positive news there. Stand by one moment here.
Yeah.
Now, I've stepped away from the screen, so I won't be able to see it, but it looks like everybody that was involved further down the front straightaway has gotten away. And it's just the 66 and the 94 that are left here right before start-finish. So it looks from where I'm at like it was a single car incident, at least initially for the number 94. The skid marks go straight off at turn 12, just where the gravel trap, well, it's nominally a gravel trap anyway, ends. And they sort of punch the tire wall up against the support lane pit wall. And the cars rotated back on track. And that's when cars began to scatter. And the number 66 really couldn't do anything to avoid, just arriving very, very quickly in a very large gaggle of cars. I'm happy to say both drivers have climbed out of the cars under their own power. The 66 driver is out walking around now, just sort of surveying the area around his race car. And the number 94 driver gets out and walks, he walks up to the tilt bed and now is greeted by an ambulance. I assume he'll take a ride here. Yeah, he'll take a ride in the back of the ambulance, but he's gotten out under his own power there, which is very, very good news, and ultimately the only thing that matters. Like I said, I had missed the start of this. I don't have a very good view of the front straightaway when I'm stood behind the counter I'm at in the suite here. So I just caught the red number 94 sitting broadside in the middle of the track. To be honest, it's amazing we got through as many cars as we did before this, became a multi-car incident, or an incident that claimed multiple cars. Spare a thought here for NRG as well. They've had a tough whole season. Remember, they rode off a Porsche Cayman back at Mid-Ohio in extremely spectacular fashion, but similarly early on in a race. Only made it a handful of laps in before it became a real issue. And their Scion Baru, whatever you'd like to call it here, is not looking any better. Well, it is looking better than the 39 did, but it's going to be a big repair bill for the front end of that number 66 car.
Yeah, and I've always liked the 66. It's been one of my favorites just because it's it's never been one of the outright fastest cars in GP3, but they generally stay out of trouble. And so as the race goes on, you watch that the 66 just slowly start to climb up the ladder as it gets into, you know, the top 5 pretty consistently.
Sorry, I'm just working my way back to the other side of the counter here now that recovery is in progress. Like we mentioned, it looks like it's mostly just been a couple of spins down the front straightaway, and everybody else will have gotten away more or less without contact, which is remarkable, all things considered. They are simultaneously pulling each of these cars onto their respective flatbeds. So get them both out of here at the same time. There will be some work to do to get the debris cleaned up from on track. Mud, grass, looks to be maybe some glass from the headlights of the number 66 that'll have to be cleaned up. So this is going to take a couple of minutes here. But because the initial impact was with a tire wall, fortunately that's done its job, and there shouldn't be too much to repair, if anything, to repair from the turn 12 tire wall here. Meantime here, dear viewer, it would be a fine time, and Gabe for that matter, it would be a fine time to take care of some additional commercial obligations here while we sit under our, I guess, counting third red flag of the day. This one thrown properly to get everybody to stop and be where they need to be, and now to facilitate the incident cleanup here on the front straightaway. And so I think, as Gabe tells me he was on the same page, we can go ahead and take care of that. Go say hi to Cooper Tires, Hagerty Motorsports, and Sentinel. Hi to James Candelaria, wherever you happen to be at the moment. Might be in that number 609 down at turn 1, just stopped slightly off track. But we'll take care of what we need to take care of there and resume here in a couple of moments' time from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, World Racing League powered by Hagerty. I'll be back on DriversEye Live in just a couple of moments.
Meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Back at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Here on DriverSeye Live, happy to have all of you with us this morning, despite all of the challenges that have been thrown our way over the course of the last 4 and a bit hours here. It's been a tough one. Weather, lightning, incident, another incident, and we'd hoped that we'd be able to kind of get things going here and really settle into some racing through the early part of the afternoon. At the moment, just not looking like it's going to fall our way, but thankfully all involved so far this morning are okay. That is the most important thing, and the racing action itself is a secondary concern. Brendan Kazmarek, joined by JT Tammy and Scott Michaels. Gabe Howe on production. Joseph has abandoned us. And Ryan has other things to do. I also had other things to do, but here we are. The field has been recovered to the pit lane and will now be a black flag situation, which is to bring everybody back into the pit lane. They are cleaning up the track surface by hand from the looks of things, which is involving throwing sod from the center of the track to off track and dumping buckets of oil dry on track. Other places you might see emergency vehicles do the speedy dry spreading and sweeping, but not so. Now, unfortunately, that speedy dry is going to be right on the racing line at corner exit of turn 12. More than likely on the unloaded side of the car, which is helpful, but it's still a tricky spot to have some sand sitting in the middle of the road. I think that'll just be to clean up coolant anyway, rather than oil, which is good. I'll tell you what, there's a chance we get something like 15 cars in the lead lap at the end of this race at this rate. Now that everything's kind of dried out, and we should hopefully have some clear running to the end, I think this will work in our favor for close racing and close margins throughout the afternoon. Certainly give us something to talk about.
IMSA would be proud.
There's also a chance that the GP1 leaders are going to do this on a one-stop strategy.
That's a fair point.
Man,
honestly, so we haven't yet even made it. We haven't even made it to the point where GTO cars would have run a tank dry. We've done 30 laps so far, and fuel range would have been about 45 to 40.
Yeah, we've got about 10 GTO cars that haven't pitted yet. I think the GP1 cars have got a lot of time left on the fuel tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see some GP1 cars lead the race. That's that seems almost certain unless they decide to pit early for some reason. The Trans Am Dodge.
That is well.
You okay there?
No, because I think JTR.
That was a good point.
Yeah, we wait with bated breath for the end of that.
Poor guy. Unfortunately, internet trackside not at its best.
There's a Cayman in front of the 701, which is dragging something around. Looks like the bumper of another car behind its own bumper.
Maybe trying to earn a little bit extra cash cleaning up.
Maybe. I recognize that car, but I can't place it. It's black and yellow.
Black and yellow Cayman.
Predominantly black. I don't know if you have the
There's
701 or
charcoal and yellow Cayman. That's the 983.
could be that one.
Okay.
It's sort of if Brendan, if you can look out the window, it's sort of alongside the Charger, which is making its way down the pit lane.
What color is the Black Forest racing one?
It's almost a Mueller type paint scheme. The blue over white. A little bit of black trim. I don't really know any other way to describe that. I can't see quite
It's
far
definitely
enough.
a will to win car. It's got the WTW logo on the back left.
Yeah, so that'll be the I think that's a 983, isn't it?
I can't tell what it's dragging, but it's something. So are we? Yeah, we are still under red flag. We've just gone to a red flag where everyone's waiting in the pit lane rather than waiting at random points on the track.
Yeah, I mean, once the initial recovery was done, if you were going to bring cars to the pit lane anyway, that was easy to do because you were never going to pass the incident site. Right? As far as I know, the only incident of concern was right here, just past pit in at the exit of turn 12. So you're never going to impede the recovery efforts. And this will allow us to do one out lap and in with the pace car when we are ready to go back race and then having to get the field under control. So doing all the right things. They look to be sweeping up the last of the oil dry they had to put down to get everything cleaned up here. A lot of the track workers down here wiping the sweat off of their brows. So even though it's only still in the mid to high 70s, it's still very, very humid. Just kind of looks gross. Even with the high cloud we've got, which cameras are loving. So even a thin layer up at the 20,000, 25,000 foot level makes a big difference in the amount of energy that makes it to our trackside cameras. And all things considered, even for all the rain that we've had this morning, they've all done fairly well. So with 4 hours and 24 minutes gone, we went racing around 10:40, which would have been 2 hours and 40 minutes gone. So we've done something like an hour and 40 minutes since the green flag initially fell, or at least since cars left the pit lane earlier this morning. And we've only got 30 laps in the meantime. I'm hopeful that we're presented with something like a cohesive end to the race, although I think I've said that twice already this morning and has not presented a cohesive end to the race.
Well, at least it hasn't been that boring.
More speedy dry going down. No, it hasn't been boring, but the things that have happened haven't really had any consequences yet. So, on-track action is great, and we've certainly had plenty of that owing to, the track conditions. But from a strategy perspective, which is, I think, a big part of the reason we enjoy these endurance races, we've only had the occurrences themselves. We haven't really had anybody had any consequences to the decisions they've made or whatever their situation happened to be. We've had the JTR car who had a problem that was immediately bailed out by the yellow flag, which certainly worked in their favor. We had the pit stops under the most recent full course yellow, which will eventually play out in a certain way. They haven't, because we've been sat here under the red flag.
That, and we've lost both Hammer cars. And actually, I haven't even noticed the Pro Sport Aston is also out.
That was the car that was stopped at turn 3 that brought out our last full course yellow.
I hadn't noticed that. Pinnacle also, who are sort of the sort of team that pops into the top 10 at the end of a 14-hour race. They've lost the 727 by the looks of things.
That car was in and out of the paddock earlier on.
I
think it's still down there now.
It's been fun watching the GP1 cars work their way up through the field, but we only would have seen more of that if we could get some green running. So, frustrating not to be able to see some of these storylines play out a little bit more in the first half of the race as we approach 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we are halfway.
Halfway already?
Wondering how JT feels knowing that even if he'd missed all of his alarms and woke up now, normal time in the morning, he only would have missed 30 laps.
This must be the least satisfying alarm or wake up that JT's ever had.
Definitely far from
Absolutely no delivering.
My only complaint I've had so far is that GTR Motorsports has not changed their name to something that doesn't make me get distracted every time their name is brought up.
What would that be?
Anything that doesn't start with JTR.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
GTR. What?
Does GTR ever? Do you ever get tripped up by that, or is that
sometimes? Because sometimes if it's being said rather quickly, it comes out a bit like a J sometimes, and so it's like, wait, what was I supposed to be paying attention to? Oh, they're not talking to me. Okay.
JT. I get it. It took me a second.
We definitely had this discussion at Daytona as well.
We did. We absolutely did. That was so long ago.
I'm pretty sure it's going to bed. I think we had this at Barber, I think. No, it was NOLA. That's what it was.
Can we get a weather update?
Moist.
What's the weather, Ollie?
Weather forecast update. Are we looking dry for the rest of the race?
Questionable.
Yes. So it appears to be generally positive, right? Based on the projected radar that I'm seeing. Things didn't really dissipate the way that they were projected to, but everything that is north and west of us, which is where the weather would be coming from, appears to have gone. So we might get clipped by a little shower, but chances appear to be slim. All of the lightning and thunderstorm activity is well to our southeast. And if we do get thunderstorms later tonight, it won't be until hours after the finish, at 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm seeing precipitation at only 15% for the rest of the race.
Word from Chattanooga is they took a glancing blow to the Lexus and then caught the outside wall. But as far as he's reported so far, the driver says no issues.
Oh, that's interesting. I watched their onboard, and yeah, the Lexus was broadside right on the, not even right on the apex, exactly where there's not quite enough room down the inside, and therefore a horrible angle to get around them on the outside. But I didn't think they hit either the Lexus or the wall. I thought it was very close, but it didn't look like the driver had to react. Like, it didn't look like there was any jolt through the steering wheel when they passed either the Lexus or the wall, but I'll take their word for it. But yeah, if they did touch either, they didn't touch any of it hard. Just went through the grass and then found a couple more spun cars further down the road. Quite dramatic, but yeah, hopefully that car will be okay.
Yeah, and it may take, I mean, because they wouldn't have gotten terribly far before the red flag came out. So it may take a couple of laps to feel that car out and see if there is any real lasting damage there.
Well, they've done a full lap, obviously, since. Not at race speed, but...
yeah, that's more what I mean there. I haven't really done any of it
yet. Like I said, really didn't look like they hit anything hard. Got lucky, just enough space on the grass.
Is that camera frozen? That's got to be frozen, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if it's dead, or can we get a refresh there? Wait for the word from Gabe. Yeah, word from Gabe that turn 5 camera is definitely down. Now, interestingly, that is the first one we lost last year. So I wonder if we can, what the story is there. We may be able to go recover that one. Actually, now would be the time, although I think I just heard engines fire. They have, yep, they're actually headed up the hill. They're out of turn number 1 and up the pit lane exit road.
I'll take your word for it. Not one of my onboard cameras has moved.
If we lost trackside 3 as well? I think that's stationary now, too. Can't pull that up individually either. What's going on out there? Yeah. What's going on there?
Oh, I think, is there a car? There's a car stuck at the end of the pit lane, I think, which is why none of my onboards have moved.
No, everybody's going. Oh, you know what? There is a car stuck there. They're having to pull out of line to get past it. I don't know who that is.
Oh, it's blue Janetta. So that would be... Actually, is that...
Oh, that is.
It is. It's the race leader. Oh, my goodness. What is happening today?
Chaos.
It has been chaos all day. The Libre racing cars just ducked into the paddock. The automatic Aston is in the pits, into its pit stall. There's 2 Caymans who have been sent to go. Now this is interesting. This pair of Caymans coming down the front straightaway has been sent to try and catch the back of the pacing order, but the field hasn't left the pit lane completely. So they've just gone and have now passed probably 15 cars.
Yeah. Including JTR, who are 9th. So presumably not that far down the order. Any idea which 2 those were, Brendan?
It was the 979, which would have been the Black Forest car.
So they were running 21st.
And I want to say it's the 770, which would have been in the car immediately behind it from TLM Monoflow.
Those 2 cars were 21st and 22nd. They've at least passed JTR.
Oh, we've gone back to green. Yeah, we've just gone back to green. So the majority of the field is probably just down around turn 5 at the moment. Not the majority, the tail end of the field is down around turn 5 at the moment. The pace cars come through. There's absolutely no cohesion to the field, and we've gone back to green without really having anybody in line. This is all precipitated by the 505 for what that
GP1 is leading. I don't
No,
know.
that was,
this happened last time.
Timing
as well.
glitch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
that-
happened last time as well. The 172 is in. That's the TLM Monoflow BMW M2. So who does this put in the lead? I guess the number 2?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So number 2 leads from 986, WTW, leads from Duro, and the number 315, 89X Motorsports. The Camaro is now up into 4th, partially as a result of not having pitted. And I would assume now partially as a result also of the leader going by the wayside. JT makes a comment about the GP1 car leading. It's not, but it is in 5th.
Make that 6th. GTR
Yeah,
99 has taken them.
Have they?
Yes.
No,
Right there.
on track. Yeah, okay. I got you. Yep.
Yeah, not on time. Going into turn 6.
Sorry. Yeah. I was watching.
I think JTR has also overtaken them on back straight. But yes, briefly we had a GP1 car in the top 5, but I don't think that's the last time we'll see that.
No, I don't think so. And certainly we had it across the line, so it did count. 63 is in. It's an orange Mustang. I can't quite get the number 25, I think.
Yeah, that's the Miller, or sorry, the Moore Racing one from 4th.
Looks like those 2 Porsches we were talking about, they didn't make it up quite as far as I thought, but they are 15th and 16th now, so they've made up 6 positions or so.
So I think I'm right in saying here that on pit stop.
Sorry, JTR has just passed the GTR 99 car, so those were our 2 early leaders.
Yeah.
JTR obviously had an issue that caused them to go slowly down the back straight and pit early, but now they have retaken the effective lead, I guess, because those are the top 2
so that's exactly where I was going, Scott. I think on the pit stop rotation here, it's 696 from 99 from 111 of the cars that have pitted once.
Down the inside. Oh, that's of a BMW. Sorry, it's another black car. The Camaro is 1 car ahead of JTR, and that would be for 4th place.
That's a little trio of cars headed up the hill out of turn 1 there, involving the number 421.
No, that's definitely a lower class car, isn't it? I'm trying to identify the Duro car. I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's a plain white M2.
Okay, so they are directly
silver M2, plain silver.
Yeah, they are directly in front of the Camaro coming out of turn 7 onto the back straight.
Yep,
which
and that's
has
for position.
JTR jumping past the Camaro straight off the corner. Well, side by side, actually, the Camaro's got a lot of mid-range grunt, which I guess you'd expect. Now the BMW is matching it, and they are side by side, dead even, heading down into turn 10A. These are the 2 cars ahead of us now on the screen, and yeah, JTR makes the pass on the brakes, and that I think is the Duro car. Very much out of sync. Some are the Duro car got badly held up by traffic.
Yeah, we just caught it there on the onboard.
Yeah, there it is. Positions to the Camaro of 89X Motorsports and GTR 99.
It's cost the GTR car quite a bit of time as well. The 505's got going again and come straight in the pits. Which I'm going to assume here is this is just to complete its, maybe not a scheduled pit stop, but its actual first service. And hopefully not, because it's got some ongoing issue here.
Bad lap for Edge Autosports. They're 2nd in GP1. They've dropped down to 10th overall. So now Thunder Bunny and Choice Racing are between them and the Moorhead car.
Yeah, none of that is terribly surprising. As the track is dried out, you would expect the GTO cars to be to have found about where they're meant to be on pace, and to start outpacing some of the GP1 cars that not artificially ended up where they are, because it's all happened fairly naturally, but are punching above their weight, so to speak, at least on raw pace.
Yeah, that said, but the Moorhead car is hassling the back of Duro, who have not really. They've definitely not had a good restart. I don't know if they're back on
No, they haven't found the pace at all. I mean, they were in the 39s, which is not getting it done relative to the track conditions at the moment, but they just haven't really got the car back up to pace since we went back to green. Oh, JTR's in the pits again.
Oh.
Yep. The camo-colored BMW M4 GT4 for the 2nd time today. It's done it really quickly, though.
Yeah, they didn't come off of 10B at all. They had no acceleration at all off of 10B. So that again appears to have gone into a limp mode right before the pit. So that's lucky, I guess. But is this the same point in their stint? I'm wondering if it's fuel pickup. at a certain point in their fuel tank range.
Possibly, but the crew was not ready for this. There's nobody.
No,
Okay, now somebody climbed over the wall.
It's not at the same point. It's much earlier this time. It's clearly an issue. Yeah, it was clearly a problem. They didn't accelerate at all out of turn 10B. The 99 even almost ran into the back of them. 99 right behind ACP Tangerine Associates, by the way, who are really, really slow after the restart. Well, that last lap was really, really slow.
Yeah, 41 would have been appropriate, maybe half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago in terms of pace. But now the GTR car just sets the best lap of the race at a 35.4, which says to me that the track is pretty much back to 100%. So they've put fuel in the 696 and sent it again. I wonder if you're right, Scott. I wonder if they've got an increasing fuel pickup problem.
Yeah, seems likely. Yeah, because the 696 is on the track ahead of the 701 now. So
yeah.
It's really not been in the pits for very long at all. They're going to keep the car on the lead lap at this rate if they can. We can keep getting yellows and they just keep doing short fuel stops.
99 is right up on the tail of the number 2, by the way, in the battle for second, and the 89X Camaro is actually hung with the 99 really well here. Traffic will have helped that situation, but I'm pretty impressed.
Same with Moorhead Speedworks, and well, they've actually dropped behind the Thunder Bunny and the Choice Racing cars, but they're on not completely dissimilar pace.
Thunder Bunny is going to keep picking up positions here as well, and I don't know if we have one of their onboards.
No, they never came up with one.
Bummer. This 111 is going to keep picking cars off here. It'll definitely get the Duro car within the next couple of laps. It's lapping more quickly than them, and it should also get the 89X. Everybody at the front here is kind of bottled up behind the 986 and the number 2, though. So this is going to serve, as long as nobody really passes anybody, this is going to serve the purpose of bringing the front of the field right together. As it is, the top 8 cars are within 6 and some change seconds.
I'll bring this up just because I noticed it a few laps ago and didn't get a chance to say it. The 982, which was a car that was working its way really quickly through the field earlier on in the race, I'm guessing has had a driver change to a less experienced driver, and it's now way off the pace and submarining through the field. I noticed it was holding up some GP1 cars earlier. That was the car started by Stefan Wilson, I believe.
It was, and the 986 that leads was Anders Krohn.
Another car that's going to be walking through the field pretty quickly is the 401, way quicker than the next, basically 7 or 8 cars ahead of them. Although there is actually a big gap in the field from 10th to 11th. Chandler School, that's a great run for the Chandler School car. That's the M2, so not the one that was fast earlier. But they're in 10th. There's then a 21-second gap back to Thunder Bunny 421 and 401 right behind them.
On board the number 90.
401 being one of the fastest cars on the track. In fact, kind of was the fastest car on the track last time.
He's actually going to catch the 421 here. The 421's just been held up a little bit in traffic through turn 12. Meanwhile, the 401's been foot to the floor all the way through the corner. And as they head off into turn number 1, I think pass may not be done, but he'll have pulled right up to the back of the purple and black Porsche Cayman. Meanwhile, this chase on the 99 and the number 2 continues down into turn 6. 99 fades right and thinks about a move. The 2 was just a couple of feet offline on the way into the corner. Got it back to the apex, but this will be the exit the 99 needs here to try and punch down the back straightaway and get that number 2 car disposed of for second position.
There's a battle pretty much right behind them as well between Thunder Bunny number 111 and Choice number 511. They're side by side going into turn 10A. It's actually a bit confusing because the delay on the 99, they're in the same place on track for me, but obviously the 511 makes that move completely on Thunder Bunny. And apparently I'm very confused. Jura must have followed them through. Can't see behind the 511 car, but the Jura car came across the line behind Choice. So Thunder Bunny lost 2 places in that complex.
Well, that can't be right because Thunder Bunny was faster than Duro Duro.
Very confusing. Maybe they both passed them earlier. Yes, I think that's probably what's happened. Choice and Thunder Bunny have both passed Duro Duro earlier in the lap, and then Duro Duro's passed Thunder Bunny back.
Gotcha.
Deductive reasoning there, hopefully working out.
I don't know if that doesn't feel right, but whatever. I can't commit that much time.
They did restart up in the top 3 and are moving back through the field. Moorhead Speedworks were very fast lap that time around, 37.8. They've pulled 12 seconds at the lead of GP1 ahead of Edge Autosport. Right behind that battle I was just talking about, actually. Meanwhile, is this the GTR 99? No, this is... this car ahead of GTR 99 is one of the ones that was at the front early, but I can't remember who it is. But they are presumably a lap down now. Unless GTR 99 is past the 2 and is now right behind the 986. Is that what I'm saying?
Sorry, say that one more time.
I think GTR 99 is past them the 2, and now they're about to
start finish, as you said it.
Yeah, and we're seeing them on the. I'm seeing them on the onboard, hassling the back of the 986, and they're going to take the lead into the last corner. So that's how that happened. They set them up through 10A and 10B, and then managed to get squeezed down the inside into 12.
So 2 cars in that lap for the 99. He's picked off both of them.
Yeah, picked off the 2 early in the lap and the 986 at the end of it.
This puts 89X, well, it leaves them in 4th, but now puts them directly on the back of the number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates car. There's a chance we could see a Camaro here up into the top 3. That 89X has been actually really consistent since the green flag fell after our most recent stoppage. So let's keep an eye on that battle for 3rd, because number 2 hasn't really been super quick since we restarted, or if it hasn't been able to do it every lap.
Fastest lap of the race for the 401 round 3 racing car. That car is 44 seconds off the lead because of the extremely disjointed restart.
Well, and remember, that is one of the... is that not one of the cars to have pitted most recently? It did it at the very tail end of the full course yellow.
Yes.
Not the last one, but the actual full course yellow to go retrieve
we were
43.
Speculating possibly to put new tyres on as well, because we thought they might have switched to wets, full wets during the wet part of the race. No confirmation of that, but it would make a bit of sense. They are right behind another Cayman at the moment. I'm trying to work out who that would be. It might be the Thunder Bunny Cayman.
Number 2 is in the pits.
So they are.
So that's resolved itself as well, and does put the Camaro up into P3.
That is the number 2 car's first pit stop of the race.
Quite correct, yes.
Good luck for Choice Racing. They've made it into the 35s. Hardly anything. Yeah. The 401, by the way, is blasted past the 421, 411.
So not that it... Well, I mean, it is still going to matter, but not for the leader, because the leader did pit under the full course yellow. We are coming up to the time when we are going to have to get pits, or we are going to have pit stops from the GTO cars, right? 986 hasn't pitted yet. 89X hasn't pitted yet. I guess 89.
I think that'll be what the number 2 is showing. Oh, there's a car stopped on the inside of turn 6.
Oh, that wasn't the Camaro, was it?
I don't.
It was a black car with a great big rear wing.
Looks like a BMW to me, but
okay.
I might be wrong.
It's not the 44, which would have been another prime candidate for that. They've come through.
Yeah.
It could be the number 4. They've gone salmon on Race Hero.
PC, that'll be PC Racing. I assume they were running 3rd. Oh, there's 2 PC Racing cars.
Yeah, but the 4 isn't black. The 4 is sort of dark blue with orange trim.
It might have been the Camaro, but I didn't think it like that. But the Camaro's also come across the line.
Tell you what, let's look at the race control log. It's the 4. It is the 4. Four off driver's right at turn 6 and car stopped. Be interesting to see if we can do this under a full course, or I'm sorry, under green flag conditions rather than a full course yellow. If we can't, this will be at a pretty interesting time in the race for just about everybody. The cars that haven't pitted yet, as the 89X takes second place, by the way, just gone past the number 986. So good work from the Camaro guys. You'd be just towards the end of a fuel run for the cars that have not pitted yet. And for the cars that have pitted once, I mean, you're 15 to 20 laps into the stint, which you'd be getting on for half a tank. You could theoretically come in and top off. I don't know if you'd want to.
Yellow flag is out.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's keep an eye on the pit entry, because just as I'm saying that, there's going to be some strategy decisions to be made here. Like we mentioned.
At this point, almost everyone is going to want to pit. Chandler School is currently in the pits, apparently.
99's in.
I wonder
89X is in, 986 is in.
The old-fashioned Ginetta just got run into the back of, going into 10A, by quite badly by the... it's a 3-car...
it's the automatic Aston. There's huge right front damage to the 909.
It actually wasn't the automatic car got run into the back of by a BMW, who then also ran into the back of the Ginetta. It's a lower class BMW as well. That car is...
there's the 20... It might be the Edge Autosports car. That is the car that came in directly behind... Oh, no, it's not. No. There's a white BMW coming down the hill with huge right front damage.
I was going to say, you'll know when you see it.
Yeah, it's the Fat and Furious car. 525.
It was very definitely under yellow.
Yeah.
Very definitely a lower class car running into the back of 2 higher class cars.
Yep. It's the 5... Well, it's listed as a 526 here, but I think the entry is 525.
They used to be 525 anyways.
We haven't seen them in a while.
So 89X is Salmon. I assume they're in the pits.
They are in the pits. Yeah, their pit stall is number 1.
Okay.
So they won't have come across the line yet. Same with
Edge making a driver change, for what it's worth. Into the pits as well is number 701.
So GTR has come and just gone now. They've just pulled away from their pit stall. The battle was with 89X and 986, and I think they're both doing driver changes. So 99, also by virtue of having a shorter fill, because they've already pitted once, we're always going to come out back in the race lead. Chandler School is rolling. Now, does that put them on the lead? That keeps them on the lead lap behind GTR? Oh, no, they're a lap down already. Disregard.
Which Chandler School?
The 131.
They weren't a lap down. I think they pitted just before the yellow, and that might.
Oh, okay, yeah. So they've got
unlucky, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. The 986 is going to jump the 89X, who just gets going here. The Ginetta that's been hit in the back. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's a lot of damage to the center rear of that car. Is made it back into the pit lane, and I fear that car. Honestly, could probably continue the way that it is, but my guess is they'll want to bring that car into the paddock to take a look at it. Or at least into the pit stall. And breathe again.
Yeah, it's a real shame, that incident. It's another one of those ones where it could be avoided if the driver decided to go to the outside of the track rather than the inside.
Oh, is that what happened?
Sort of. He ran into the back of the Aston and then was in the process of darting to the left, going into a left-hand corner of the Aston, and therefore ended up bowling into the Ginetta as well. I'm not sure. I think he was just completely caught out by the higher class cars seeing the yellow flags and slowing down. So maybe he was always going to hit the Aston, but again, I get frustrated when I see drivers reflex to the inside of a corner when they're going in way too fast. But
okay, let's take stock of a couple of things here. First, and I think most importantly here, the 26 Edge car came in, did its driver change, and has been sent. The 147 is in now. They did a full lap behind the safety car before they came into the pits. So the 26 is going to be going at speed to try and catch the back of the field here. while the 147 is just coming to a stop about 2/3 of the way up the pit lane. So when the 26 comes by, we'll need to look for the 147.
I've got the 26 in turn 3. I don't know how delayed my onboard is.
It'll be at least 20 seconds then, because I think it's been moving for quite some time. Although it did have to come all the way from this end of the pit lane. So
it's also, yeah, it's not full pace. It's behind a Boxster that is cruising around. I think it's a good move by Moorhead to stay out, because if you pit immediately, unless you can like see the leader, then you're in danger of being lapped. Especially as the pace car if the leader pits, the pace car pits the next car that was behind the leader. So it's not like you benefit from that. So I like the idea of staying out for one lap just to ensure you stay on the lead lap. I think Edge has probably got away with it, and they've stayed on the lead lap as well.
It'll just be a question of what happens with the GP1 class lead, right? Can the 147 get moving before the 26 comes back round? Nobody's in a particular hurry here. 147's moving now.
I think they might have been doing a tire pressure change on that car.
Yeah, I think you're right, Scott. I agree with that. There was somebody knelt at the right rear corner of that car. Here comes the 26 down the hill, and the 147 is just coming off the speed limiter now. So 26 has gone through and done full service and a driver change. The 147's done fuel and tire pressures, we think, and it has retained the class lead. So that's actually worked out okay for them.
You say full service on Edge. I assume they didn't change tires.
Well, full service being fuel and driver change in most cases here in the WRL. Yeah, tires are once a race if needed.
Don't say full service unless you mean full service.
Sorry, no, that's fair. 511, so that's the first thing we had to take stock of, was the GP1 battle. 511 inherits the overall race lead as a result of having not pitted here, and we once again split the strategies, right? So JTR has been bailed out again because they're up into P8 ahead of GTR, which is the car that they've been sort of tied together with through this early phase of the race. And everybody ahead of that... What's that?
Sorry, JTR is going to get really interesting if this race keeps going like this, because it's only got a problem, but it actually doesn't matter if they keep getting bailed out, because they've got enough pace that as long as whatever their problem is doesn't happen in the last run, they could still win.
That is true, Scott. The only made it 13 laps, right? Yeah. And if it is a fuel pickup problem, you'd have wanted to pit under the yellow, right? Extend that. If you can so far extend that. Absolutely, as far.
So, lead cars coming across the line now. We've got Choice Racing in the lead and Thunder Bunny 111 in second, as we were expecting, 2 BMWs. Round 3 Racing 401 didn't pit on that last round. That car has been the fastest car on the track recently. Also our pole sitter, so no surprise there. They've worked their way up to third. That is also a BMW. We've got Thunder Bunny Racing number 421, which is the first Cayman in the field, I believe. Yes, it is the first Cayman in the field. They are running 4th with the 609 Round 3 Racing BMW in 5th. So that's 4 BMWs in the top 5. Black Forest Racing, first time we've seen them pop up, and that's a team that's changed its name, and I'm blanking on who they were before.
Loose Cannon.
There you go. That's it was on the tip of my tongue. That's a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. They're running 6th, up 20 positions from the starting position. JTR are now running 7th, but yeah, as Brendan made the point that they only managed 13 laps on the last stint. They're actually not that far off of 13 laps into this stint.
No.
So
that assumes that it's fuel pickup. This could still be intermittent, but not related to fuel.
If it continues as is, unless we get yellow flags every 10 laps, then they're probably out of contention. But we'll assume that they've fixed it for now. They're running 7th right ahead of GTR 99, those are the two fast. They've been the two most competitive cars all race, but honestly, I think the 401, now that they're ahead. Well, GTR pitted very recently. So that's a really interesting race there to see the 401 coming back through the field, but they do owe a pit stop. Then we got Will to Win number 986. That's the car that was started by Anders Krohn. They're running 9th, and 89X Motorsports with their Camaro are 10th and still on the lead lap. So they got away with their aggressively timed early caution pit stop. Moorhead Speedworks, the lead GP1 car, are also on the lead lap. They're running 11th now, having just pitted. Duro and Edge Autosports, the second place GP1 car, are the only other two cars on the lead lap. So GP1 has been, say they've been split. We've only been talking about two cars in GP1 basically all race, and that's because they've really been the only two competitive cars. The next car will be Honda Research West in 18th overall with their Honda Civic. Have we seen a GP1 Honda Civic before?
Road America was the last time they were with us. Same team, Honda Research West.
Yeah, I've definitely recognized that team name, but I didn't realize they were in GP1.
Yeah.
Cool. Mm-hmm. And then PC Racing, who are perpetually on the GP1 podium. They're actually running 4th at the moment, one lap off the lead, with the 44 car. The 4 car, which I think the 4 is a new addition, right?
We've had it
from Road America.
Okay, intermittent.
Yeah, that was the X. That's the X Choice Racing GP1 BMW. Was sold to PC Racing. They did put, I think it was an 8-speed transmission in that car as paddle shift. Back at Road America, they had some overheating issues with it, and based on the way it sounded on Friday, I think they've reverted back to a traditional gearbox in that car. Interesting that we're still under full course yellow here.
Did you say 8?
Yes, 8-speed.
Wow, that's a lot of gears for
it is
not a particularly fast car. Relative to the only other type of car I know with 8 gears is a Formula 1 car.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's an aggressive choice, but no pun intended. But, they attempted to make it work, and I think they were just kind of going through some teething issues at Road America. I'm sure somebody can provide us a little bit more information on that. But like I said, just based on what I was able to hear trackside doing our tech work on Friday, it did not sound like it was an 8-speed sort of sequential box.
It wasn't coming off every corner and shifting every half second.
No, and it also wasn't shifting very quickly, which is the bigger thing. It would go, like somebody would put the clutch in and pick up the next gear, which is not what their system is designed to do. So I wanted to look at the race control log here and see if something else has happened. Is debris at 10?
Yeah, that's where the reported contact was, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. Is I wonder if they're doing some cleanup work at 10. We may have. Aha! There they are. Nice pickup.
Just to finish running through interesting cars in the top 20, we've had a few cars with this yellow flag get trapped a lap down that we've seen competitive earlier. 983 Will to Win. Number 2, ACP Tangent Associates. I'm not actually sure how they ended up a lap down. They made a normal pit stop.
No, they pit it under green, Scott.
Yeah, but that hasn't lost anyone else a lap. So that, especially as they pitted from the lead. So that's a bit curious.
They weren't quite in the lead.
I think they
third. They were third in that kind of lead grouping.
Okay. But it lost them more than a complete lap.
Sure.
And we haven't really seen anyone else losing laps. TLM Ruckus, I think they may have already dropped off they might have been caught out by the previous yellow. And then that 131 Chandler School car made a really not poorly timed. That implies it was their fault. But they were badly caught out pitting right before the yellow, and they were at least half a lap down already. So that you would expect them to lose the lap, but you would also expect them to gain it back when everyone else pitted. But yeah, just really poor timing or unfortunate timing with the yellow flag. So those guys are also a lap down, and the 982. But we kind of, I mentioned that the driver in that car didn't seem to be up to speed, so that's why they've lost a lap. And then Kingpin, which again, since the track dried out, just haven't had the same pace they had in the wet.
Did we mention the Chattanooga Tourenwagenmeisterschaft situation that was texted to us?
Yeah, you did that. It had light contact during
No,
the previous
the more
one.
recent one than that. It went across start-finish in the grass, and it didn't trip the timing loop. So when it went off to avoid the incident there, it looks like it.
They lost a lap.
Yeah, so it shows that they're about to go 2 laps down to Harrison, I guess on the tail end of the GP2 lead lap, but in actuality, they are owed a lap, and it should put them towards the tail end of the lead lap, which will get them up in front of CCR, at least as far as I can tell, and up onto the GP2 podium. GP3 is still an interesting battle here between 197 and 3 fast guys and Denny.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if the 75 is a normal pit stop and it's just GP3 length pit stop, because they had been leading previously over the 197.
The 75 car?
Yeah, the AOA.
No, they haven't been seen since. They came in on lap 37 and now are 5 laps down. I think that car's had an issue.
I'm trying to work out why the timing loop wouldn't go through the grass. If you can go pit lane, why can't it go through the grass?
I'm sure it can go through the grass, but it could just be, a specific spot, or maybe the way their transponder is set up, it didn't. It just didn't register. I don't know.
Yeah, very odd. But anyway, hopefully an easy thing to verify and fix.
Well, I mean, you'd be able to see it on the lap times, right? I mean, if
really,
a 5-minute lap.
Well, no, because there was a red flag that lap, so they had to stop.
Yeah. So that's a little tricky.
Well, couldn't you just compare to other red flag laps? Because everybody is going to have, let's say, a 25-minute lap, but if the Chattanooga has a, 29-minute lap instead.
I mean, also they have an onboard camera. Hopefully it's something they can sort out. There should be plenty of evidence.
Oh, no. You know what? It was at the start of this full course yellow. They have a 6:43, whereas everybody else has about a 5:10, 5:12, which is about a minute and a half, which would be something closer to a full lap. So I think that's happened. The text came through at about 12:48, which is kind of in that time frame. This is quite a long yellow. Although, the lights out on the pace car? I missed it as it went by.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
With a long length of yellow, do we make the joke that WR is getting too professional?
It's fair. We're not doing wave around, though. This is just to get debris cleaned up at turn 10.
Yeah,
give them time.
By a very not professional.
Although, wasn't there a big incident at Petit last year as a result of stacking up cars coming back to green flag?
Absolutely.
Turn 10? Yeah.
Jordan
See?
Taylor.
Yeah,
you've got a point here, JT.
Very scary.
I'll just walk down there and ask if they want to wave around the cars that are about to go a lap down to their class leader. See if we can facilitate that. We'll be good to go.
No, we're going green
We're going
now.
back to green. Yeah. So the safety vehicles are just coming into the pit lane now.
Go, Lexus,
Pace car peels off behind them.
Led by the Lexus. Full car.
Yeah, and that is the head of the field there.
So Choice Racing, fourth car in line, which means they're going to get a lot of clean road when they get through.
Yeah, and let's keep track of the car behind him, because that is the number 111, and that is the battle on track for the race lead.
Well, the better car, I think, to keep an eye on is the 401, because it's been the fastest car on the track, and it's only 5 seconds off the lead in third place.
Yeah, that is true.
And we do have an onboard.
This has really worked out well in the 401's favor, and if Gabe can get that queued up, that's a good place to go.
Well, but they do owe us a pit stop at some point.
Well, but so do Choice, Thunder Bunny, both Thunder Bunny, 609,
I'm talking relative to the 99 and the 696, which are the two cars leading the field asterisk as far as pit stop strategy goes.
Yeah.
I think the GTR 99 is very far behind. It's only about 10 seconds behind round 3 at the moment. So definitely GTR 99 are leaders in the clubhouse.
Actually, if we have the 90, if we're not already queuing up the 401, the 99 is a good place to go as well, because that'll be their march through. Well, first off, they're behind the 696, and they'll also be picking off a couple of cars here as they try to work their way up through, towards the top of the field. They certainly ought to be there on pace. It's going to take them a couple of laps to get through a lot of this traffic, I think. 511 and 111 have stretched out a little bit here. 983 comes through behind them, a lap down. Yes. 401's been caught behind the number 2, who is a lap down as well, and has lost a heap of time to the 2 leaders.
Yeah, they just had 3 wide, lower class traffic the whole lap.
Yeah, 99's buried as well. Really buried in traffic.
Yeah, the 99's going to be about to come past all the cars that the 401 just had to deal with on that lap.
There we go. On board the 401. This is it, tucked up behind the number 2 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. Make the move up the inside on the way into turn number 1.
That is now a lapped car, that number 2, despite leading.
I suspect that number 2 is dealing with, I don't know if it's a secondary pit crew or what, but like we mentioned, they are running 2 endurance races this weekend. The second car is out in Portugal at the moment.
As in, is that the team that's running the Super Trofeo, or is that different?
No. So the drivers, 2 of the drivers from JTR are running in the Lightbird Motorsports Super Trofeo at the 24 Hours of Portimao. And Team ACP Tangerine Associates are full season entrants in the 24 Hours series. So they've got an M4 that is also running the 24 Hours of Portimao. I think Catesby is there rather than
presumably that's not one of the cars that they race here regularly. They wouldn't.
I don't think so. No. I think they've got a car set up over there for the full season.
I think they only run M2s here, right?
No, they're both M4s now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, the 5-on-1.
696 fired it up the inside of TLM at the last corner, and then had to come off the throttle immediately because it got tucked up behind the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing. And so that puts the 696 into P5. Note that they've gone now 14 laps since their last pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on things there. The 89X Motorsports Camaro has been losing position since the green flag. I assume some of this is traffic and some of this is new driver.
I was going to say, when you're setting 49s, you can't really be being held up by very much.
No, but the car in front of him was in the 50s. So
that's 986, so that's a story in itself.
Well, sure, yeah.
That's the highest positioned will-to-win car.
Correct.
Which is also submarining through the field by those things.
Needs a little bit more will to win.
Really pushing here.
By submarining, I mean they just got passed by a GP1 car and left for dead. So something going on with those 2.
Ooh, that's ambition.
Yeah, better off to swing it wide and set up the exit here. Although the 980, the W2W car there at the apex had just kind of parked it to set up its exit properly, and it really kind of hosed whatever momentum the 401 had. Although now it kind of doesn't seem to matter because the 401 has good pace down the back straight.
Notice that this car has very good straight line speed, even compared to similar Caymans. JTR has passed 421 on this lap.
Similar BMWs.
Oh. So that was a 401. Yeah, this used to be a Cayman, right? Last year, 401.
No, they used to run just Porsches. Not the 401, but yeah, round 3 used to be exclusively Porsches.
Yeah, that's why I keep getting
the 2 BMWs.
Yeah. So apologies if I continue to do that, because last year I got very used to that being a Porsche team.
At least Coda last year was a BMW.
I don't think I covered both. Anyway, doesn't matter. JTR 696 is up to 4th. As we increase the count of how many laps they've done since their last pit stop. I think it's up to 15 now.
It is, yeah. We'll wait to see what happens here. I wonder if this has been if it's not fuel pickup, I don't know, maybe it's a sensor issue again. Certainly had that issue back at Daytona, but we would have thought that was specifically related to the banking. It doesn't necessarily seem to be the case now.
Yeah, it does seem quite similar. It's interesting. They're obviously the championship leader, just quite comfortably, despite scoring 0 points at Daytona. But you can't keep scoring zeros and expect to keep the lead of the championship.
Yeah, eventually the zeros are going to start to count, right?
Yeah, of course.
When you get rid of the drops and everything.
And they're now catching the 401. Although obviously you did describe that the 401 was held up. Actually, no, that was the previous lap. The 401 just had a completely clear lap. It wasn't. Well, it was slower than JTR.
Everybody was slower than JTR. We've just done a personal best.
Yes, that is true. Not a lot slower. Choice and Thunder Bunny, Choice in particular, were very close with 35.3 that last.
Choice has the clearest track at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Personal best from Moorhead is worth 30 as well, at 37.3. Makes it quicker than the two cars ahead of it.
Yeah, the car ahead is GTR 99, so that's very impressive.
Oh yeah.
GTR 99, I don't know what that last lap was like, but currently they're in completely clean air.
I failed to notice if they did a driver change on that car at the pit stop.
I can check.
Should have caught that, yeah.
Yes, they did.
Okay. Consistent low to mid 35s here from the number 511. Even as the 111 starts to slip a little bit. The 401 is going to start catching that 111 if they keep doing laps like that. We're going to have a battle on our hands here between the 401 and the 696 pretty quickly.
Fastest lap of the race,
Yeah, 134.1 is, what is that, 0.6 quicker than the Choice Racing car went at the start of this green flag run. So we've kind of got all the usual players here up at the top of the field, right? We've got Choice Racing, both Thunder Bunny cars, JTR, a couple of round threes, GTR is up there, and then everybody else that isn't necessarily always a part of proceedings in the top 6 or 8 or so. Kind of falls in behind them. 89X, Black Forest, some of the WCW cars, the 172 from TLM Ruckus. And then he's going to drop down the rest of the GTO field.
See if there's anyone out of position setting fast laps. That TLM Ruckus car is relatively fast for where it is. 37.6 last lap. I think it's about to come across the line again. And 89X has actually picked up the pace. They've got under the 140 barrier. The car that they were submarining through the field with, the 986 is not. That car is doing 146s and still dropping away. TLM Ruckus, they were reasonably competitive earlier in the race. I think they maybe got slightly off sequence doing some yellows and lost a lap. But that car might work its way back through the field at some point. Reasonably fast Orban Works Racing Ginetta, which that's not been the faster Ginetta. They're back in 22nd, so maybe they've stuck a decent driver in, or a more capable driver into the second stint, and we only at the second stint, 5 hours and 20 minutes into the race, but they are very quick for their position, which is 22nd overall, so we might see that car moving forward, but it's 2 laps down, so difficult to see it working its way into contention. Meanwhile, round 3 racing have picked up the pace and found their way into the 34s. But
we can talk about round 3 quickly if you'd like.
Go for it.
Yeah, I've been joined by Buzz McCall, who just told me he had nothing better to do, so he came up to the timing tower. I think it's the air conditioning that brought him here, and we just happened to be a fun side project.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, I bet. So welcome, Buzz.
Thank you.
I think we last talked to you back at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah.
And since then, you guys have had quite the adventure.
We got fast race cars.
Yeah.
We just need to finish. We had a good finish at Road America and ran afoul of the dyno. And we had a reasonably good run at Daytona. We had a good run in 605, and it was the first time, I think, in 3 years that we rolled 4 cars on the trailer without a scratch. So that was big kudos to everybody, both our drivers and the competitors.
So you told me you're not going to be behind the wheel of the race car likely today, just based on the amount of time that we're going to have left to run. The 401 is about to have its hands full here with the number 696 in a battle for 3rd overall and 3rd in GTO. Have you talked to any of the drivers in that car so far this morning?
Well, my son Brad's probably going to get in next.
Okay.
And then we put Cole in the car, so I would say 696, and everybody else is going to have their hands full.
I bet.
Cole's faster in the wind, and Brad's really come on as a very good driver. So the car's handling well.
Yep.
Everybody likes it. Road Atlanta, and probably wouldn't be the worst thing if we had a little rain. Cole is excellent in the rain, and Brad's not afraid of raindrops. So we're reasonably optimistic with that car.
Let's talk about that car in the rain, because that car was meant to start on pole and came into the pits at the end of the first pace lap, right?
Yes, it did. I would be honest to say that we're trying to experiment.
Oh, okay.
We have Cooper tires, of course, and we've been working with the engineers in England about trying to make that tire that we run a little bit better in the rain.
Okay.
So we put some more channeling in the tire to channel some of the water out. We were pretty confident that we were going to get back up into the top level regardless, and I was kind of surprised more cars didn't pit, but more fun for Sarah. She got to come from deep in the back, and so that's what happened.
Okay.
The 609 car started on those let's call it experimental groove tires, and they did very well, so that's what happened.
Okay, so they're not wet tires, so to speak. They're just got a little extra tread in them.
They're the tires we run every race.
Gotcha. So they no concerns about wear on those tires any more than any other?
No.
Okay.
Nope. We
Very
should be good.
What about the 701, the 605? We know the 605 is a well-sorted car.
It is. That's the car that I've been driving, and we did the simple math, and I've got 2 really super drivers chomping at the bit to get in. So we drew straws, and I'm odd man out. But seriously, these are 2 great customers. They've been with us for 2 years, and I can drive the car anytime.
Sure.
And number 1, number 2, they're both great drivers. Dennis Neal's in the car right now. He does a great job. And then Carter Pease is going to be last, and he's one of our very quick drivers. So I can do the math. They're faster than I am, and it's all about finishing. So it was an easy decision for me to make.
Understood. Plans for the rest of the day for you? Just kind of oversee the whole operation, or are you intimately involved with anything that's...
I plan to have air-conditioned adenoids for the rest of the day. I'm going to create a problem, go down and talk to the stewards for about an hour. And no, seriously, I can help, do things in the pits, but basically, I'm probably the most expendable guy there on the team.
So you're not involved in tire changes later?
No, I get the whole lollipop. That's about it.
We're going to stick with this onboard here for a second, because the 111 is going to get balked at the bottom of the hill, and your 401 here, Buzz, is going to be flat out down through turn 12. Actually doesn't have as good a run as I thought, but Sarah pokes her nose up the inside. The Chandler School fades right, and JTR is tucked right in behind you guys through all of this here. This is all very interesting, but also part of multi-class racing, huh?
Yeah. I'm not sure who was in the, let's call it the stock car when they had that incident. I don't know if John Finger was driving the car at all, but
I saw he's on the entry list.
Yeah, he's a great guy, a great driver. I go back to him in the 80s when he was one of the top IMSA guys in GTU. And I sure hope it wasn't him, because it looked like there was a little nudge on that car's part.
He didn't ever drive for you, did he?
No, he didn't.
No?
We
Okay.
were competitors, albeit I was in GTO, he was in GTU, but yeah, I've known John for a long time.
Yeah, that 14 car is an old Trans Am chassis, we found out. But not looking very Trans Am-like at the moment.
No.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah,
Buzz.
what I
We
was going to
appreciate it.
basically offer WRL to drought-stricken areas in the country and snowmelt countries will come, hold a race, guarantee rain, snow, whatever you need.
Yeah.
We're user-friendly, so I think we'll send that invite out to California and other places.
Listen, you're a very diplomatic man as well. I know there is a church building a couple of miles down the road. If we can get the red flag time from today to count towards our quiet hours for tomorrow, maybe we can send you that direction as well, and we can get some proper racing in tomorrow.
Well, we need that 2 hours tomorrow to get our tent down and get ready to leave. So,
if the thunderstorms tonight don't do that for you.
Yeah, that's true. But it's always great to talk to you, and we love this WRL racing, and we hope we get to stand on the podium today about 4 different times.
I hope so, and hopefully you stay busy through the rest of the day. Green flag now for the last couple of laps, and let's hope it stays that way, and you guys can keep that 401 going strong.
Good, thanks, appreciate it.
Anytime, Buzz.
Bye.
Buzz McCall of Round 3 Racing. 401 currently sitting third in GTO. I'm sorry, second in GTO after getting around the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW.
Do we assume that they're still on those cut tires? Or do we think they changed them at the first pit stop?
I'm not sure.
I don't think their pit stop... Well, we kind of assumed they did at the start, but we also assumed that they changed before the start of the race onto a more specifically wet tyre. But if it was just some extra cuts, then I could see them just leaving them on.
Yeah.
Across the line this time, JTR right behind the Thunder Bunny car for third overall. Less than a tenth, so I imagine that was side by side. We can't really see from any of the onboards we have. It would be behind this 401 car that we're on board with.
Can I add one little note from Buzz, just real quickly before we move on? I know we're still talking about the round 3 111 696 battle. If you're watching from home, there is a way you can get in to see WRL racing, and that is Hagerty Motorsports, title sponsor of the World Racing League, and of course partners with Round 3 Racing as well. They hold a Cars and Caffeine event on Saturdays before WRL races now. I don't think they're going to do it at High Plains, but the next one will be at VIR. It is the only way you can get in to see a WRL race, and you can find that through Hagerty Motorsports. It's posted on the WRL Facebook pages as well. But Hagerty does that great event. They had about 100 reservations this morning, and even with the thunderstorms, about 60 cars showed up. You make your reservation, it'll get you through the main gate, and you hang out with a couple of the round 3 guys, hang out with people who like race cars, and then you actually get to see and experience WRL as if you were part of a team, right? You're maybe not involved with the team, but you can go down to the paddock, you can watch from trackside, you can kind of wander the grounds a little bit and get a feel for what WRL is like without necessarily, being a paying spectator. So keep an eye out for that. If you are watching from home, if you're interested in stopping by at VIR, that'll get posted before the race weekend on Labor Day. And that is your ticket in to check out what the World Racing League is all about. I can tell you now that the 696 has passed and disposed of the number 111 Thunder Bunny M2. That car has not kept up to pace as the stint is worn on here.
Yeah, that said, it's more indicative of how much faster the 401 and the 696 are than the rest of the field. The leading choice car did a 36 that lap.
I'm sorry. Sorry, the 99 is being held up unbelievably badly down the hill here at turn 12. It's the number 152 BMW that is just cruising down the hill, and it's backed up about 4 cars, and the 99 was buried deep in that crew.
Yeah, the onboard camera is just getting to that point now. Yeah, lots of side by side, and that BMW just not only cruising but also sitting right in the middle of the road.
Dead center, Scott.
Nowhere near.
Absolutely dead center. Of course, turn 12 is it's kind of a one-lane corner anyway, unless everybody really cooperates. But it really bit the 99 badly there.
Yeah, we saw the orange Mustang earlier that was being a bit defensive going into that final corner, just making sure there's no miscommunication in terms of like, yeah, no, wait.
The 696 has closed the rest of the margin back up to the 401, and they are now nose to tail.
How many laps have we got on the 696's run?
They were last in at 34, so they've made it up to 25 now, which is about half the tank. Their first issue was 21 laps in, so this will actually be the longest run they've done today, which does lend credence to the idea that it was more of a sensor issue than it was anything else. And I can't...
By the way.
I'm sorry?
982 in the pits.
Yes, I saw that. That is the least competitive of the W2W cars, I think, correct?
Right now, yeah. It was the most competitive at one point. Yeah, that's the car that appeared to put in a new driver a couple of pit stops ago who couldn't really get down to pace. The 696 has just passed the 401 around the outside of turn 6. Oh, and just the 401 getting really sideways. Actually, 401 has a problem.
Oh, yes, it does. Right. Yes, it does. Good catch, Scott.
Yeah, it's Sarah Montgomery driving the car. They got really sideways in the middle of turn 7, then just didn't accelerate off the corner. I don't know if
and you know what? This car is just cruising around at a limping pace. I wonder if something goofy is happening with the way these cars get sideways, either in the rain or under driving conditions. And as it gets sideways, the stability control just freaks out and puts the car into a limp mode.
Tells you, no, we're not doing that.
Well, so if you think about JTR had issues at Daytona with the banking going under slow pace. GTR had issues on a wet and drying track, both on the banking and in the flat, where this exact same thing was happening. JTR's had it happen twice in wet and drying conditions this morning, and 401 had it just happen on the exit of turn 4, where it looked like Sarah spun the tires up, and as the car wiggled, it just put the car into a limp mode. On top of that, we know the Hammer cars had issues at Daytona with DCS and traction control.
My only question is that she'd just been passed around the outside quite easily by the 696, so I don't know if the problem had already started.
That is true.
I rewound the YouTube, so yeah, she was kind of past. Yeah, I think the problem had already started before turn 6.
Okay.
She was passed in a straight line, and then the 696 drew away a few car lengths in between 6 and 7, which is not where you should be pulling that kind of margin on a similarly classed car.
Sorry. 511 is not quite up to pace coming down the hill here. I think this is happening to the choice car because the 696 is going to blow right past it down the front straightaway here. We're actually going to catch it on the track sides. That move is done by the time they get to turn 1. And that was all in a straight line, Scott.
So the 511's onboard has telemetry, and he was only on quarter to half throttle, still is only on... Okay, now he's gone to full throttle out of turn 1. But between the last corner and the first corner, he never went past half throttle. So, not sure what that was about.
I have no idea. He lost 4 seconds doing it.
Still stuck behind Alexis the whole way down the hill.
I didn't realize we had an onboard from choice.
Yeah.
That'll be a good one to pick up if we can. Although the move's already been done now, so I assume the 696 is going to run away from it. It was very odd.
Good. I'm keeping an eye just in case I can work out whether there is a problem. Unfortunately, it's blown past the Lexus exactly where you'd expect him to on the straight. Seems okay at this point. Although telemetry is now telling me he's got half brake pressure on the whole way down the back straight, so that's a bit odd. Yeah, It's accelerated up to 130 down the back straight, 135, 140. That's a pretty normal. Topped out at 145. That's pretty normal top speed.
Yeah, that's all correct. Ooh, 8.9 is just pulled across in front of the 696 down the front straightaway here. And as I pan back to my right, the 511 is into the pit lane.
So is the 401.
No.
Choice is in the pits.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So we can drop that on board, Gabe. We'll let this kind of play out. If they come back, we can add it again. But for now, let's see what happens here with the 511. You say
is still in trouble.
Is it in the paddock?
No, they've come out of the pits and they're on the way down the hill going very slowly.
Which hill?
The one near the start of the lap.
Okay.
They're now in turn 5.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. This is a most tremendous storyline over the last 2 races here with these BMWs.
Yeah, full on limp mode. I think this car's under power, but it's very slow. Yeah, so which other teams did we see? We saw the 99 struggling with a different looking problem. At least the symptom was different. I don't know if it was the same problem at Daytona. Obviously cost them the win on the road. They would have been disqualified anyway, but
true, yeah.
Haven't seen them have a problem today.
By the way, I hadn't realized it at the time, but when the 696 came up behind the number 89, it put the Camaro a lap down. So the car that was top 2, I think, it was as high as it got, now has gone down a lap since the full course yellow and the ensuing driver change.
Yeah, well, we've had a solid length of green flag run and JTR not having a problem. So that's going to start putting cars a laps down.
Yeah, true.
Like, the GP1 cars are fairly close to dropping off the lead.
Oh my gosh, the 609 is slow into the pit lane.
Yeah, that car topped out at 100 miles an hour on the back straight. I've got on board for them as well. So yeah, that's an issue. 609, another BMW M4.
Their only saving grace is that these cars are so quick over 30, 40 laps at a time that eventually they can make up ground, especially the 696. They've been bailed out by the full course yellows as well.
Speaking of the 696, I think they are slow on the back straight.
The 401 is back in. That's the 2 stop to drivers left.
Yeah, the 69. Oh, is that the 696? Have they come through? I think they have.
What is happening? What is happening?
The 99 just passed a slow-moving white BMW on the back straight.
696 is just coming through turn 12 now.
Okay, so it wasn't.
So I think that car is okay. There's a slow Miata on its way into the pits.
I think in the 401.
401's already come in.
Yeah, no, well, sorry, it might just because the onboards are all a little bit out of sync. It confuses me sometimes. So no, 696 is fine. Sorry about that.
He'd be forgiven for thinking an M4 had a problem.
The only one that's been running fine has been the 99 by the looks of things.
Now you had to say it out loud, Scott.
Well, I'm also wrong because the 2 has been fine. It's just they're not super competitive, and I think there are a few others down the field that have been okay. There's is that a BMW ahead of 401?
Sorry, there's a gentleman walking down the paddock carrying green, what appears to be plastic tubing. I choose to believe that they are pool noodles. I'm certain that they're not, but they're bright green, so you kind of can't miss them. And I'm sure everybody would love a dip at the moment.
I just mentioned the 2 not having a problem. They've gone salmon, and I think it's them who are stopped on the back straight.
That's the car that's stopped on the back. It is. Yeah,
okay.
We could pick that one out right away. The charcoal color base paint with the yellow and red highlights.
So that's going to be a yellow. So that's another.
I would think so. I'll tell you what here, Scott. If you're here in the number 111 Thunder Buddy camp, sitting second overall with an M2 Club Sport, that goes fairly rapidly, but maybe not the most rapidly as the M4 field disintegrates around you. Do you have any desire to buy an M4?
So yeah, I was just thinking. I'm pretty sure someone was trying to sell an Audi R8 GT4 in the Facebook group not too long ago.
That's
Maybe
another.
give that another look.
Q1. Yeah, right.
I don't think we've mentioned it, but
Find another GT4 manufacturer, something different. We need an Alpine. That's what we need.
Mercedes.
The automatic racing Aston Martin, by the way, has been in the pit probably since that last yellow flag when it got run into the back of. So we've lost both Aston Martins. Just to sort of wrap that one up.
There's a lot of right front damage on that car, and to the point that I wouldn't be shocked if it actually had made it all the way to the suspension. It wasn't just cosmetic; it had ripped right through the bodywork and may have actually made it all the way through to the tire and suspension assembly.
Who is the green and white BMW ahead of 401 in the pits? Is that choice?
There's the double yellow. Green and white. It's the 609. It's the other round
What
3
is
car,
Moorhead
the
doing?
Sentinel car.
What is Moorhead doing?
That might be on a delay, JT.
Okay.
Yeah, they're at start finish now. So my guess is that is on some delay. Yeah, no, they're back off. So full course yellow number. I think
5?
technically this will be number. Well, I don't know. How do you count the reds? Leaders in.
Have you guys noticed? Well, before that happened, did you notice who was the car behind the leader?
No, directly behind?
Yeah, it was Edge Autosports.
But just gone a lap down, huh?
Yeah, and Moorhead have not. So if the safety car picks up the right person, which would be Edge Autosports, then they've been completely screwed by this yellow.
Safety car's gone. Let's wait and see. I agree with you, Scott.
We've got an onboard with Edge, so I'm watching them go through turn 1. They are behind a BMW that he's desperately waving to speed up for obvious reasons. The safety car's not in front of him now, and he's going through turn 3. Although I think that might be the safety car in turn 4. Yeah, they're stuck behind the safety car.
That bites.
Interestingly,
so if you're the 147 here, you pit.
Ahead of them, but that BMW shouldn't have been because JTR was in between them. But I think this is the BMW you were complaining about going through turn 12 very slowly, so I'm not sure they'll care.
The 152, liquid moly colors.
It's difficult to tell with the Edge Autosport contrast. It's just a white blur of a BMW. An older looking one.
Yeah, it's the CCR. It's an E36, I believe.
It's a super touring looking thing. It's quite nice actually. But
yeah, and GP.
Yeah, they're definitely behind the Corvette safety car. So that's going to give Moorhead a massive advantage.
It does, and if you're Moorhead, I think you pit here. I think you catch the pacing. I think you catch the field and then you pit.
I'm team. Why doesn't everyone pit under safety car? So they might come up with they've gone through yellow flags earlier on in the race and not bothered pitting. So they not bother now. But I guess there's an argument for if you're right at the back of the train. Well, no, that makes even less sense. I was going to say if they're right at the back of the train, see how many cars pit so you can move up the train. But whatever. Yeah, I don't think that makes much logical sense. But yeah, we'll see. But either way, Moorhead have been given the best part of a lap. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the BMW ahead of Edge has been waved through and Edge has been told to wait. And the driver is gesticulating. He was a pinched finger away from looking very European. But, yeah, he has sat behind the safety car. He was obviously being told to stay there. So, yeah, Edge. Horrible timing because I bet they were only passed by JTR one corner earlier. So that's a unfortunately very tight GP1 battle, which was less. There was less than 10 seconds between those two cars, blown completely apart. Moorhead haven't pitted yet. They're still catching the train at the moment. Going through turn 7 right now. Whereas the safety car is probably going into turn 1, I imagine. Everyone at the front is pitting by the looks of things. We've got the 111 and the 421 Thunder Bunny cars and GTR 99. JTR pitted first lap of the yellow flag, which is a good strategy if you're the leader, because there's no way you're going to lose a lap. Everyone else played it a little bit more safe and have pitted on the second time around, which is going to shuffle JTR back into the lead, obviously. Moorhead has come through again and not pitted, so yep, they are going for the classic GP1, let's just keep trundling around until the thing's empty strategy, which is cool because it puts them back in the top 5. In fact, it might put them second overall when we come around next time. I think it probably will. It's definitely put them ahead of GTR, and it will probably put them ahead of both Thunder Bunny cars as well. So yeah, we're probably going to have JTR Motorsports leading Moorhead next time around. I can feel JT getting excited.
Absolutely.
No GP2 cars anywhere near the front. So
yeah,
we're not quite at mid-Ohio levels of what the hell's going on.
Yeah, and GP2's kind of definitely stretched out a bit. Libre Racing had been running quite close to Harrison, but they had that issue very early on where they briefly went behind the paddock wall, I believe it was. Magneto Motorsport's been doing pretty good, holding on in the second over the Touring Wagon BMW.
GTR has got its wipers on as the 401 comes out of the pits, having lost some laps, I think. Where is it? They're not no, they must... I've lost track of where the 401 is on timing. They didn't drop that far down, did they? They did. They're down to 37th. Wow, they lost 6 laps in that amount of time?
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were in the pit. I guess because everything, all the proverbial hit the fan at the same time. I didn't notice how many laps. Yeah. GTR's turned their wipers off, so I'm guessing that wasn't rain. That was just cleaning the windscreen.
Maybe it's a superstitious prayer so that their BMW doesn't break.
I think I would use as little electronics as possible.
The pit board has a rabbit's foot dangling.
Yep, Moorhead Speedworks are up to second overall. They're actually quite a long way ahead of the GTR 99 car in the train as well. So they should hold... actually, GTR 99 is still catching up with the field. But they should hold that position for a little while after the restart. GTR 99 has passed Moorhead for position quite a few times in this race, so just to show how good a job Moorhead are doing it, shuffling their way up the field, given their relatively lower pace. But to be honest, their fastest lap is faster than Duro, for example.
Yeah, a lot of GTOs.
A lot of GTOs, yeah. I'm picking Duro out because they're running 4th overall, although they are in the pits. Apparently Thunder Bunny 421 is still in the pits, but I reckon they probably just... No, they haven't come around after their pit stop yet. There they are.
Yep.
So they are 6th. They'll probably be 5th at the end of the lap because Duro are going to give up the position. I wonder what that team name means. Oh, 401's back in the pits. The Mustang is in the pits ahead of them with the boots up. I don't know if that's how you fuel a Mustang. No, I don't think it is. That's the number 98 car, which I imagine was the Ford, or is the Ford Performance Racing. Yeah, that's them. They are quite a long way down.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good 24 laps off the pace at the moment, but hopefully they're fueling the car up, so hopefully they're going to get it running again. So yeah, Moorhead up to second place overall, and Edge Autosports, they're still up to 7th as they come across the line. Yeah, they're... Oh, green flag.
Nice, green.
So that's going to be Edge Autosports taking the restart. Yep, the Corvette pulls off on their onboard, and they take the restart from the front. There won't be a full lap behind Moorhead. There's Moorhead coming across the line now, so that's... They've got about a lap minus 20 seconds. Something along those lines. There's GTR 99 Thunder Bunny come across the line, pretty close together, 3 seconds apart. That is because GTR 99 actually never caught up. Stuck behind I think it was a will to win car that just didn't end up catching the pack. So they are 22 seconds off the lead now. Oh no, sorry, only 8 seconds. I was looking totally in place. So yeah, not very many cars actually were stacked up behind the leader for that restart. 401's still in the pits, by the way, after the green flags come out. So that car's, well, they'd already lost 6 laps, I suppose, so not really in contention anyway. Duro, oh, there's the 98 leaves the pits. Duro still haven't come around after their pit stop, so I think they, oh, there they go. So they lost a minute there because they were caught out by the green flag coming out unexpectedly early. WRL, I would love to know whether they communicate much at all to the teams about when these green flags come out, because they certainly catch me by surprise quite often. They definitely do it as early as they possibly can. But at the same time, Duro had a few laps and they decided to pit on the 4th lap of the yellow flag for some reason. You're kind of...
Gambling.
Yeah, you're gambling a bit there if you're leaving it that late. It seems to happen quite a lot, and I don't understand why. GTR 99 stuck behind 3 wide on the back straight.
What? This Moorhead onboard is fantastic. He's passed at least 3 GTO cars this lap.
Brilliant. Well,
it's awesome.
It's great to see them making positions, but they're not because they're second. They pulled away from GTR 99 on that lap. GTR 99 had a lot of traffic as well.
Yeah.
That's the 986, I think, ahead of Moorhead, that was leading the race earlier. He's gone straight past into turn 3.
Yeah, he already passed one of the will to wins last lap. Same spot too.
GTR 99 also cutting through the field. I mentioned it earlier on a couple of times in the broadcast. If you go down the inside of turn 3, you make that corner super tight, and it requires a much more aggressive turn in than if you take it from the racing line. And they were really late on the brakes on a wonky line into the corner that time, but got away with it.
Yeah, and you have to be really careful on that inside curb. There's
401 with the bonnet up now on their BMW in the pits. So yeah, serious problem for that car. The 609 looks to me like it's going slow through 10A and 10B. No, I think I'm wrong actually. I think they're fine. Yeah, so that car's back out and running.
Yeah.
But in a strange part of the track, I think they barely 3 wide again in front of the GTR 99 car down the back straight. So I think the 609 didn't get anywhere near catching the back of the field. They're down in 18th, out 3 laps off the lead. Super fast time for JTR that lap, 35.9, which is hardly anyone else is below. Certainly nobody else in the top 5 is below 1 minute 40. So
yeah, and Scott, that'll all be traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, GTR 99 and Moorhead are cutting through traffic almost every corner. Who's the what's the BMW with the bright green, like the lime green rear bumper that the GTR 99 cars stuck behind at the moment? Because they've been behind them for a couple of laps.
Is it the Chandler School 131? Silver body, green bumper?
That looks, yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
So they've been stuck behind that car since the restart, basically, just because there's not been enough space in traffic. Can't make the move. The chance that car has a lot of pace on the straight line.
Yeah.
Between turn 5 and 6. 99 makes its way through. The 401, sorry, is in the paddock now, driving back to the team. So that car is well and truly out of contention. That was our pole-sitting car. Looked like it was about to get itself back in contention after some strategy calls didn't work early in the race. But yeah, that's whatever electrical or otherwise issue is going on with those BMWs. It's knocked that car out for sure.
Yeah. Other BMWs that have had issues, the number 511 from Choice Racing here is about to go a lap down to the number 696. And I have to say, I'm actually kind of surprised it hadn't already. I thought with their green flag pit stop, it would have lost that time, but it's just hung on to the lead lap. And this, I think it'll be this time around. Next time I see them at start finish, that will have gone the other way, and the Choice BMW will be a full lap down to the 696.
Yeah, last lap was 3.5 seconds slower, so they're not going to have much chance of fighting to stay on the lead lap.
No, I'll tell you what, pace-wise here, Moorhead is kind of right where they belong.
Yeah, and it was less than half a tenth of a second off of their fastest lap of the race. So the Moorhead driver at the moment is really on it and making sure that they really earn this top 5 position and hold on to it for as long as possible. Obviously, if a yellow comes out now, Edge Autosports is actually on the lead lap. Yeah, is on the lead lap, and they've got about 10 seconds or so on JTR Motorsports. They are 3 seconds a lap slower, so that's not going to last very long. To Brendan's point, I think Choice has now dropped off the lead lap. Into turn 10 on that last lap, the 696 got through. So Choice is now a lap down, running in 9th place.
Yeah.
89X Motorsports, the Camaro, I think they've just gone a lap down as well.
So they had gone a lap down. I think because the JTR car pitted, it put the 89X and a couple of other cars back onto the lead lap. And now that the 696 has just been ripping off quick laps, I think now that they've been caught back up. And
yeah, the Camaro got lapped into turn 3 on this lap. So that's next in line will be Edge Autosports, who are currently about 1 minute and 15 behind Moorhead Speedworks. So they basically lost a minute to Moorhead.
Yeah.
But more importantly, they are now constantly in danger of going a lap down. And it will happen probably in the next 2 laps.
Well, so to be clear here, Scott, the danger isn't specifically them going a lap down to the leader. That would be, a major concern for them. It would be if a safety car comes out, they would get stuck between they would get stuck behind the safety car, behind the leader, whereas the 147 would be able to come back around and make up again that most of a full lap.
Yeah, exactly. That minute gap will never end up getting closed if the leader keeps getting in between them. Choice Racing just goes past 8-9.
Exactly. Yep.
On that lap, on this lap into turn 10 to take over 9th place. Yep. No, sorry, 8th place. Edge are now 1 minute and 30 behind the leader, so they have about 5 seconds to play with. So it's going to be the next couple of laps.
Within the top 13 here, 38, so the leader did a 35.8. Everybody else is in the 38s to 40s, including both of the GP1 cars.
Kingpin, interestingly, has found pace again.
Yeah.
36.
Personal best.
Yeah, so they've obviously got a variety of driver abilities in that team. They were very fast in the first stint in the wet, and they're now pretty contested again. It's only a second off the fastest lap at the moment, the fastest lap on that last lap, and they are the second fastest car on the track, as far as I can. No, not true. The 609, the recovering 609, is the second fastest car on track. Now they're not. Now it's Kingpin as the lap times update. Kingpin running 14th at the moment. And
yeah, only 2 laps down, really.
Yeah, you're going to struggle to
Doing
get that
some change.
back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, relative to the leader, sure, but
Leader who's just off the race, by the way, at a 33.9.
But if they can keep, doing laps in the 36s, whereas everybody around them is doing 38s, eventually you're going to start clicking these.
Yeah,
these laps off.
Get you back in the top 10, I think.
Yeah. Although we do only have 3 hours left, so we do kind of have to shift our perspective here of how much time they're going to have to actually make that work. But, 3 hours is 3 hours. Thunder Bunny car is still lapping very much together here.
Edge Autosports
now
just
in 4th and 5th instead of 2nd and 3rd.
Sorry, Edge Autosports just went a lap down into turn 4.
Yeah.
So any safety car now.
To be expected.
Well, yeah, any safety car now before JTR catches Moorhead, who, by the way, are only 19 seconds behind and not that much slower.
Yeah, right.
That's going to be hours. I'm not even...
No, and the really tough part of this for Edge is they're actually not running that much slower than Moorhead. I mean, they're within a second on most laps. So, yes, they are still losing time, but not hand over fist.
Well, it's the same as they're obviously the same delta that they were before that last round of pit stops, which was those two cars were never more than 10 seconds apart for the whole asterisk first 6 hours of the race. And yeah, there's no reason. It's just pure bad luck that they've been separated by this amount. So, yeah, it's going to take an equal swing of luck the other way to get Edge back in competition with Moorhead at this rate. It's really now all about whether Moorhead, who've just set their fastest lap of the race at a 37.1, whether they can get on the overall podium or stay on the overall podium, I should say.
The good news here is if something does happen to the 696, where they have some kind of technical issue like we've already seen, the next car behind them is Moorhead, right? So it's not like somebody else is in danger of putting you a lap down because we know what the gap is from, the 147 back to the 26, right? That's a defined number. And as long as that stays stable, if something does happen to the 696, then you're right back to, okay, put yourself on the tail end of the lead lap. You'll be all right.
Right.
It would also put the 147 into the overall race lead, which would be very funny.
Also, GTR 99, who are running third, they're not even quicker than Edge Autosports at the moment, let alone Moorhead.
No, I know. And, I mean, we've seen this happen with the 99 before, right? Where they have two quick guys and one slightly less quick guy. But it feels very obvious here, right? I mean, I don't remember the delta between what their ultimate pace is and the current pace of a driver being what it is. Now, 4 seconds in traffic can happen very, very easily. But it's been consistently slower than the 147 over the course of this stint.
Yeah, the previous lap was a 37.3, which on that lap Moorhead did a 37.1. So it's more keeping pace. And also, I think what you'll find is that the driver we see now in the 99 usually is in that car more in the middle of the race where you kind of don't really notice.
Sure.
Because we've had so little running, they've ended up running at this point of the race where it's a little bit more critical. It's not like as long as they get their fast driver in the car in the next hour and a half, and then a yellow flag comes out, it's going to make no difference whatsoever. You're right behind JTR, and it'll be game on. So I think at the moment, it's a good idea to just click off.
Sure.
I feel like Brendan had a point, but is up. A bit of a
Sorry.
shame.
Yeah. I don't remember what the point was.
39.2 for Moorhead that lap, so they struggled a bit that time around.
No, both of these cars are going to be doing eventually here. Ooh, sorry. I thought there was a spinning car out of turn 12. Yeah, so did the start-finish Marshall.
Moorhead.
I think it was the 111, actually. Very sideways down the front straightaway here.
Interesting. Moorhead, as a reminder, has only pitted once in this race.
So that actually was going to be my next point. And not the one I got cut off from, but just one other thing to look at here is both the 26 and the 147 have only been in, I think, once. I thought the 147 should have pitted last time. It didn't, and it's wound up in second overall, so that's all fine. But both of them have yet to make their second stop, and at the rate things are going, there's a good chance it's going to have to happen under green.
As a point of reference, and it's not super relevant because of all the red flags, but Moorhead, and they did pit under yellow as well, so we're not necessarily saying they went as far as they could have, but Moorhead's last run only run so far was 42 laps. And we are now approaching, we're on lap 79. So based on that, they would be expected in 3 laps. So I don't think that will happen. I think they can probably go a bit longer than that. But yeah, it does look like they're going to end up making a green flag pit stop here.
Yeah. Now it's equal for both of them, right? They're not split, so that's okay.
The 26 you mean versus the 26? Yep, 26.
Yeah.
The same position.
Yeah. No movement down at the 26 camp, by the way. There's a driver kind of getting suited, but not in a hurry. So I don't think we have any impending pit stops just yet there. And I think this is the calmest we've been at any point today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The pace also isn't very high for most of the field. I mean, there was a period of the race where we had a lot of cars setting 35s, 36s, 37. There's hardly anyone now is really down there. It just feels like I'm surprised the pace hasn't progressed any further.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect some of that to be temperature. I mean, we do often get this at the heat of the day, especially through the mid part of the season. Now, it started off fairly warm already, and I think we've only climbed into the 80s. Humidity doesn't really make a big difference in terms of track temperature, and it's been cloudy for the majority of the afternoon. So I don't know. I wouldn't have thought it would have been a big heat issue or a track temperature issue, which is, generating excessive heat in the tires. But, maybe as once you've started a green flag run here, you do get sort of a runaway heat buildup in the tires. And, you can't do those 33s, 34s, 33s and 34s, let's say, through the mid part of the stint after the tires have come up to temperature. That's all a guess. I really don't know.
Second fastest car on the track right now is the Bolner Works Ginetta, by the way.
Nice.
That car continues to march forward after a pretty inconspicuous start, I guess.
Oh, the Pro Sport Aston is here.
I meant to mention that. I saw them coming out of the pits on the last lap.
Yeah, I did not, but they're in now. I was going to pull up Joseph's timing website and see what cars are doing next, but I don't think anybody's done a full fuel run.
Yeah, I don't
and many of them were in under the most recent full course yellow, so...
Yeah, that data is not going to be very relevant.
If not super relevant at the moment. Yeah. .696 is a 34.8 on a mostly clear lap. Are we about to lose Scott Michaels to lunch? Or is
No.
lunch no longer an option?
Lunch is no longer an option.
Oh no!
It should always be an option.
No, I missed my window.
I was going to say something, and I was like, well, we'll keep it going. I'm sure he'll go when he needs to, and then he didn't.
I think the problem was we went green 5 minutes before I was supposed to go for lunch.
We did.
I'm very impressed with this Moorhead car, and I know it's probably buoyed slightly by how the 99 has been less consistent on this stint, but it really does kind of feel like the car is basically right where it belongs.
It's got
It actually seems like quite a few cars have got, but the 111, the 421, they've all been buried in the. What's that?
I was just going to say, there's a bunch of very competitive GTO cars lined up behind it on timing, and none of them are faster. So, yeah, it's not just the GTR 99 car that's not really showing the kind of pace required to overhaul them. It's everyone, basically in the top 10. In fact, pretty much everyone down to Bolner, who have set another personal best and moved up to 12th because the Chandler School car has come in the pits. Decent lap from Choice Racing getting into the 37th, but even that isn't particularly impressive compared to the GP1 leader.
No, but he's trying to reel in Duro there.
Yeah, 8 seconds down at the moment, and about 3 seconds a lap faster, so that position should change. That Duro car has been very consistent all race, but never shown superior pace. So as the race settles down, it's not super surprising to see them trickle back into the lower reach to the top 10. Orban, by the way, should make a place on this lap on the 986, which is a car that was very competitive earlier in the race. Should move up into 11th, and they instead come in the pits. Although Bourban hasn't, I wonder if Bourban's on the way into the pits as well, because they haven't.
They're not.
Oh, are you sure they did a 57 on that one? I wonder if those two cars.
There's a thought. No, 24 turn 7 spin center track and continue.
Possibly while making a move, because he was only 3 seconds behind and was 3.5 seconds faster on the previous lap. So 4.5 seconds faster on the previous lap. So that is a shame.
Right.
I think
possible.
Super fun trying to.
It's also put that car in danger of going a lap down.
Super fun trying to commentate with Robot Brandon, who is on a 5-second delay. There he goes.
Interesting note in GP3, something happened to the 197 Overnight Motorsports. It had been leading earlier, but has just been dropping down the order. So not a good day for Overnight Motorsports in GP3.
No, what's going on there, JT? Because we did have them up in the booth earlier. We're talking about the 195 in particular.
Yeah, and then right once that the 195 had the puncture or whatever it was, and lost quite a few laps, and the 197 has been running at the front for the rest of the race up until recently. It's been in the pit lane at lap 72 for a while now.
This is the 197 just coming through start finish here.
Okay. Yeah, 9:31. Well, that promotes 3 fast guys and Denny to the leading class over the 6:05 from round 3 racing.
They were your very, very early leaders in GP3, 3 fast guys and Denny.
Yes, they were. 6:05 is the round 3 car that is not a BMW. So it's going to be doing well for a while. And the 107 Craftsman BMW's 3rd in class.
So, I think, I don't think I know, because I was looking at timing, Moorhead's Speedworks are actually within 10 seconds of putting a full lap on Edge Autosports now. Because they have just been consistently lapping a second or two faster. That last lap they didn't because they were stuck in traffic. But yeah, that gap is now down under 10 seconds. And that really will, all else being equal, put that race to bed, at least for now, if Moorhead get ahead of Edge on the track.
Full course yellow.
Oh, full course yellow. What's happened here? I didn't even get a hint of something being wrong. Car 9, 4 off drivers right at turn 7. Trackside 5, perhaps, Gabe? Oh, there it is. Just headed up the hill there. Aha, we don't have trackside 5. Well, that'll do it. Yeah, car
9 is Alpha Motorsports, who are running dead last, other than the Hammer 01.
Aha!
Yeah, so they've come back out, and it has not gone well.
Yeah, they've done a whole 6 laps today. Fastest lap for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. It's a BMW E36 WRL, apparently. Do we have any idea why Chill Out Motorsports haven't started?
No, I never really got to the bottom of that.
Yeah, they set a lap in qualifying, so half decent. So
unless they were worried about sending the car out in the rain, and they just didn't want to risk electronics and stuff, being potentially damaged. I really don't know.
Yeah. So I wonder if that yellow has caught anyone out this time. Definitely hasn't helped Edge. They were a lap down, and Moorhead were not a lap down. So that gap it won't expand back out, but it will stay where it is for the GP1 lead. Let's see. According to timing right now, Duro, I think, is the first car a lap down. I think that might have happened relatively recently. So that means we're down to 5 cars on the lead lap. Moorhead, who we think were probably due a pit stop, have now probably been saved and can do it now. We'll make the assumption that they are actually close to the fuel window, and yes, they are ducking in the pits right now. As is Edge Autosports.
50-50 chance this is Moorhead's last pit stop.
I think that's pretty likely. So 2-stop strategy for a 9-hour race. Good effort. GTR 99's in the pits. 3rd overall. I wonder if their pit stop's going to be fast enough to get them out ahead of Moorhead. I feel like, I don't know, that's probably the fallacy, isn't it? I doubt the GP1 car has a bigger fuel tank, it's just more efficient.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd assume a lot of the GTO ones are running specific spec size that the GT4 carries. So I'm not sure in the E46 if that's a larger size or not.
There is a man with a jack, and yes, the Moorhead car is being jacked up. So they are changing at least the left front. I can't see. Oh, right. No, sorry. I was totally confused myself there. Yeah, I can't see any sign of the left rear being changed from the reverse camera, but I'm not sure I've got the perfect angle for that. No, it does look like they may have only changed the left front. Now he's heading back out. I think... Oh, no, I think... yep, they've come out of the pit box directly in front of the GTR 99 car. So they managed to hold on to what will presumably be second overall, although I think the 421 Thunder Bunny racing car may have stayed out. So they might take second. Moorhead will go down to third and GTR 99 fourth. Yep, 421 has come through in second. Now, we don't know what this is for, do we? This yellow flag yet?
It was for the BMW.
Yeah. We've seen those sort of things get cleaned up really quickly in the past. Moorhead and GTR 99 have both come out of the pits in a big train of cars that I don't think is anywhere near the pace car. I think they're almost an entire lap down, potentially. So if they don't get caught up quickly, we could get a surprise WRL green flag and cost those guys quite a lot of time. JTR's in the pits apparently, so that will help. Choice Racing also made a pit stop. Possibly a bit of a shame, actually. Those guys could have stayed out, got back on the tail end of the lap, although they're probably due a pit stop pretty soon anyway. They've been out there for nearly 20 laps.
Yeah, and a cheap pit stop might be better than an expensive one.
I'm very curious about... Okay, the green flag's out. I'm very curious about where the pace car is. I guess it must be...
I would hope by pit entry.
Yeah, it just... Moorhead seemed to come out of the pit straight into a train. So that feels like they lost a lap somehow. Oh, wow. It's Chattanooga coming in the pits right before the green flag got very close to being wiped out. Is that Chattanooga? Yes, it is. I'm going to be interested to see how this plays out. Because, yeah, Moorhead Speedworks, 2 minutes and 39 seconds behind the leader. Now, obviously, that will close up because a lot of that was under safety car. But I think Moorhead and GTR 99 have ended up, along with 89X somehow, and Thunder Bunny, have all ended up right on the tail end of the lead lap, which I don't know why that happened. That Moorhead should have been able to catch up and then pit and then catch back up again. Because they were in a train of very slow-moving cars, as if they were all behind the pace car. But if they were behind the pace car, it's because they were on the tail end of the lead lap, which shouldn't have happened. So we might have had that stroke of luck Edge Autosports were looking for, although they might be 2 laps down now. So I think something funky's gone on with the pace car during that yellow flag.
I think that the train was a slow car in the line.
I have a lot more onboards than that, Gabe, so I'll let you know as soon as I have. Copy. Okay, so let's let this iron itself out. But yeah, Duro has managed to end up in third. Presumably they didn't hit that yellow, which is fine. But GTR 99, who were only a minute or so off the lead, are now a minute 30, despite there being a yellow flag. So, and JTR pitted, I believe. Yeah, I don't know what's happened there, but something. Either it was the pace car picking up the wrong car, or a very slow car in the train holding everyone up. But it's cost GTR 99 and Moorhead, to be honest, a lot of time relative to the leader, which is a bit of a shame. But we'll have to go with it. Is what it is.
Curious what the gap now is between Edge and Moorhead.
Yeah, I'm trying to work that out myself. I think, I don't know, got to wait for Edge to come across the line. They're definitely still at least one lap down. They may have been caught out themselves and gone 2 laps down. Where's Edge? My onboard has them in turn 6. So I think they might be 2 laps down now. So basically, it looks like JTR and somehow the 421 Thunder Bunny car have been given a massive free kick here and are now way out ahead of everyone. Thunder Bunny less so because they owe a pit stop. But if JTR really did manage to come in the pits as well and now have this big lead on everyone except Thunder Bunny, then certainly everyone on the same strategy as them.
So Edge is right behind Moorhead on track by about 1 second, but there is a lap splitting them.
Okay. Yeah, so which is what the gap was before, almost exactly. Did Edge pit under that last? Yeah, they did, didn't they? That's exactly. So those two are in exactly the same position relative to each other as they were before. But somehow JTR has basically pulled a lap on everyone.
Yeah.
Admittedly, they had 50 seconds on Moorhead anyway, but somehow the safety cars managed to give them another 50-odd seconds, 40, 50 seconds, which is disappointing. And I think Moorhead is now a lap down. I don't think they restarted a lap down, but I think since the restart they've gone a lap down. They've also lost out to a bunch of cars. GTR 99, 89X, Thunder Bunny have all passed them.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny this lap.
And somehow, another car that's made a big gain is Bourbon, despite the fact that they spun and pitted right before the yellow. They're now running 8th, only 1 lap off the lead, whereas they were 12th, 2 laps off the lead before the spin. So that's very confusing. If anyone has any clue what just happened in that safety car, let us know. We have got it. We've had a text from overnight about the 197. Is that the car that you?
Yeah, I was lamenting about.
Okay, yeah, they have a fuel pump problem. They're back on track now, but that's what would have dropped them out of contention.
Yeah, it cost him a couple laps.
Right, so as things stand, we've got JTR Motorsports Engineering in the lead and significantly quicker than anyone else on track at the moment. So pulling away nicely, and also seem to have jumped out to a much bigger lead during that yellow flag period, having just pitted as well. So assuming their problems don't come back with only 2.5 hours to go, it's difficult to see anyone else having any kind of chance at the overall lead. Thunder Bunny 421 is running second, not really on the pace in the 38s, whereas JTR in the 35s and 36s. They haven't pitted since lap 67. We're now on lap 92, so they'll be due. We don't really know, but they'll be due relatively soon. We haven't had any full green flag runs for GTO cars, so it's difficult to know how far they're going to run. But they'll be due a long time before JTR. I'll put it that way, at least. Duro have just stealthily worked their way back up into third place, running nice and consistently. Again, not setting the world alight on pace, but doing what they need to do, and I think getting lucky with that safety car. And then it's GTR 99 right on their case. In fact, if we go to that onboard, that is a battle we can track. It's running down into turn 10A right now, with GTR 99 about 3 car lengths behind Duro. Battle for third place overall. GTR 99, a couple of seconds a lot quicker in clean air.
Also trying to keep an eye out for the battle for 6th in GP1 between the NFC Motorsports and Honda Research West. Trying to see if that's it right there. Nope.
Honda Research West has obviously dropped back a little bit because they were running third earlier.
I think that was from a pit stop cycle.
Okay.
I think they've been running just outside the top 5 in a natural stint. PC Racing, the number 44, has been doing a pretty good job having a comeback from a issue they had earlier. They're now within 5 seconds of Edge Autosports.
Heavy defense into turn 6 from the Duro car against GTR 99. But GTR 99 gets a big punch off the turn 7 90-degree corner onto the back straight, and it looks like they're going to breeze past and take third place back. No sign from the onboard of the Duro car, so I think that move's complete going into turn 10A. And yep, across the line, GTR 99, they overshot the turn 10A chicane by quite a lot, but completed the move anyway. GTR 99 back up into third place as they cross the line. 89X Motorsports, the Camaro, and the 111 Thunder Bunny racing car very close together for fifth, battle for fifth. And Bolner is really not far behind either. So it'd be cool to see that second Ginetta. It's not second Ginetta anymore. It's the only remaining Ginetta.
Lead one.
Yeah, well, it's the only remaining one, I think. And then the other one's in the pits. It's yeah, well, it is in the pits. He completed 38 laps.
Yeah, it got punted by the GP2 car.
Yeah, during the yellow flag. But yeah, Bolner, it's cool to see them. Although their last lap was not quick, but I think a lot of people are stuck in traffic right now. Moorhead Speedworks down to 8th, but still comfortably leading GP1. Choice Racing 9th. So they again look like they were caught out by whatever happened in that last safety car period, because they were making better progress than that. And then the 609 Round 3 racing car back into the top 10. I think that's one of the cars that had an issue, one of the BMWs that had an issue recently. So they're on a bit of a comeback run. Mm-hmm. Doing a better job of it than the 401 was in the actual garage area for quite a while, so that's no real surprise. And not a lot of fast lap times coming in at the moment. fastest car on the track is actually that 609 car, I think. Last lap was a 37.3. Nobody else in the 37s. Looks like we're just going to need to see. Oh, as 89X Motorsports goes salmon on Race Hero. They apparently haven't pitted since lap 41, but that doesn't seem realistic. So either that's the most frugal Camaro ever, or Race Hero is missing a pit stop from them. But either way, they've gone salmon. Hopefully that is just them coming in the pits. Although, why would you come in the pits now? They definitely didn't pit under the last yellow because they gained a lot of places during the last yellow flag. Maybe.
So keep in mind.
Anyway,
41 was full course yellow.
What's that?
Lap 41 had been a full course yellow, and there have been 2 since.
Yeah, but that's asking for 53 laps at 1 minute 40 or so. That's an enormous amount of time. That's an hour and a half or so. Which, for most GTOs, that's 20 odd minutes long. And I don't know if I'm generalizing, but I would assume that a Camaro would not be the most frugal of GTOs. They're in the pits, so that's good. At least they're not salmon because they're stuck out on track somewhere. I think they probably have made another pit stop in that 50 odd lap period. The Race Hero doesn't have to make them on, but either way, that's them dropping out of the top 10. Coming up into the top 10 because of that is Kingpin Racing. I think that's the first time we've actually seen them in the top 10. It is kind of the first time we've seen them anywhere near the top 10.
Wow, yeah.
Well, in the whole race. They've never been in, other than starting second, in theory, but they did because they pitted before the grid.
Yeah, exactly.
They've not been anywhere near the top 10 all race, so that's cool to see them. And they are... they're the third fastest car on track, but that's not saying much when they are still 4.4 seconds slower than JTR, who have now obviously found some clear track and set a 34.2, which is only 0.3 off their own fastest lap of the race, which is the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, there's a little bit of pace in the track at the moment, certainly if you're JTR. Not a lot of cars below 140 though, which yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that.
Rising track temp?
Yeah. Oh, GTR 99 is going slow in turn 3. They've stopped on the outside of turn 3. Now, are they going to reset and then go again? Yep, they are. This is exactly what we saw at Daytona from them. So yet another BMW M4.
I wish they'd use the escape road.
Yeah, well, it's a very similar protocol to Daytona. Except at Daytona, you've got a million miles of tarmac runoff, whereas here you don't.
Yeah, and since that's a blind crest.
Yeah, well, at least they did park way off the racing line in an area that you would never end up if you weren't having an accident already. But yeah, there is a bike circuit there, which, based on Daytona, they may have to do this more than once. So can we suggest that they maybe use the bike circuit next time, if there is a next time? But yeah, this is pretty significant because that car is third overall and really probably was going to be second because they are better on fuel than the Thunder Bunny 421 car and way faster on average. But yeah, based on Daytona, they may end up having to do these sort of 10-second Control-Alt-Deletes a number of times. They've just been passed down the end of the straight. Oh, there's a car off in the gravel at turn 10A. We're about to see it from the onboard. It's a black BMW, I think. No, I think it's a smaller car. Apparently, the number 15 AOA car might be missing, but I don't think that's who that was. Oh, yeah, it is actually. That is an MX-5.
Yep.
So I would guess that would be the number 15 AOA car. That's going to be a safety car. No real doubt about that. Did GTR lose a lap there? I think they probably didn't, but they're not far off.
Come on, little Miata, you can do it.
It can't. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere fast. Did GTR 99 lose a lap? That's going to be the yellow flag's out. That's going to be very interesting if they have. We're going to have to wait for everyone to catch up with the safety car and see how this works out. You know, these races would be a lot easier to commentate on if the JTR car, who are always in the lead, would have an onboard camera, so we always know where the leader is. JTR's in the pits as we speak. So that's going to make things even more interesting to see who the safety car picks up.
Yeah, the safety car came out alongside 2 cars there.
Also, interesting JTR's pitting, considering they pitted under the last safety car. What was that? Lap 87, and we're now on lap 99, so 12 laps ago. I mean, that is what I would do, but it's not typically necessarily what we see. GTR 99 does not pit. So not only do they not think they need extra fuel free, but they also don't think they have a problem. Either they don't think they have a problem, or they don't think they have a problem they can fix in the pits.
Yeah, they already did.
Sorry, Bolner works pits. It could also be because GTR 99 is on the lead lap and doesn't want to risk losing that lap by pitting now.
They did their reboot. They're good for another half hour or so.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't that long at Daytona, at least towards the end of the race. Yeah, so Bolner works racing in the pits, along with JTR. Doesn't seem like anyone else is taking the bait, but that's no surprise because we did have a yellow flag recently. Again, I would still probably take the opportunity. But maybe only once. We're definitely not going to lose a lap at pitting. So once the field is bunched up a little bit, it looks like there's a very slow group of cars on the back straight. So presumably that's where the safety car is. How long do we typically see GP1 cars go in a full green flag run on fuel, JT?
I usually thought it was around an hour.
Oh, only an hour, really? I thought they went a bit further than GTO cars.
Could be a little bit longer.
Okay. So, I mean, if that was the case, then you could see GP1 cars pitting now and thinking they've only got one left. It's the 609 comes in the pits. So does Kingpin, the 280. Yeah, so the GTR 99 has got its wipers on. You can just see the washer fluid on the left side of the onboard camera. I'm actually surprised race cars carry washer fluid. I thought that would be unnecessary weight. I don't think most race cars do carry washer fluid. I'm surprised the GTR 99 car carries washer fluid.
Well, I think GT4s do, just because of their a lot of the spec nature of the car. I assume because they're running WRL, they're able to modify the car a bit. But I mean, if you need to clean your windshield and you don't want to pit, it's a good option.
I guess so, yeah. I also would, yeah.
I don't think these guys run tear-offs either.
Yeah, and again, I'm surprised that they don't. I would have thought that would be the way to go, rather than carrying around extra weight in washer fluid. But and also the pumps for the washer to pump the washer fluid onto the windscreen. I also kind of would have expected them to maybe run less high quality wipers. I don't know. Just not something I expect to see. Thunder Bunny 421 is in the pits from the lead after JTR pitted on the previous lap. Not sure how many other cars are on the lead lap. We'll have to wait. Duro are third now after JTR had their problem. I think JTR had passed Duro and are now that swapped back around when GTR had to stop on the side of the track for their control delete. You can see GTR right at the end of the lap from the onboard, so they should be. All of these cars should be coming past the start-finish line momentarily. Yeah, there's Duro. So they're on the lead lap with JTR literally 3 spaces behind them in the queue, 2 spaces behind them in the queue as one of the cars in between them comes to the pits. And that was the leader coming across the line. So JTR is right behind. So basically, yes, JTR did put them a lap down, but then they pitted. And now Duro and GTR 99 are trapped on the tail end of the lead lap. As is Thunder Bunny 111. And I think Moorhead is a full lap behind. Actually, I think Thunder Bunny might be behind JTR as well, full lap down. So there's Thunder Bunny 421 coming across the line. So I think JTR's at the front of the train, while the 420, not the front, the JTR's in the middle of the train, whereas Thunder Bunny 421, actually, they just had a pit stop, so they're probably in the process of catching the train back up. So that's going to be the only 2 cars that are like properly on the lead lap is JTR and Thunder Bunny 421. And then Duro, GTR, Thunder Bunny 111, and Moorhead and Choice are all either right on the tail end of the lead lap or right behind the leader. Now, we've not seen the 421 with show any kind of indication that they're capable of going with JTR on pace. Or the same for Duro, but GTR are capable of being somewhere near JTR on pace, but they're going to need a quick yellow flag so that they can make up. They're on the tail end of the lead lap now. They're going to need to make up all that time, and they can only do it with a safety car that comes out before they get lapped. So that's going to be the next thing we need to watch, is whether GTR is able to stay ahead of JTR and just wait for a yellow flag to come out. Green flag.
Woohoo.
Very, very spaced out queue of cars ahead of GTR 99, particularly this super touring looking BMW. Again, is absolutely not keeping up with the train for some reason. The Liqui Moly one. Still haven't quite worked out who that is. but it's been causing issues recently.
I believe it's the 152 CCR BMW and GP2.
The 609 might be having trouble again. They just got absolutely blown past by a Cayman, which then got very sideways into turn 1.
Was that Kingpin for position?
Is Kingpin the sort of American flag looking car? They haven't been in the past.
It is. I have it listed as a white and red Cayman.
Okay, it might be them.
They came across the line 3/10 difference.
All right, well that makes sense. Maybe the 609 got caught out by the green flag, and that's why Kingpin had such a big run on them. That would be Kingpin taking over 12th place. Oh, this is a terrible time for GTR 99's camera to break on us, because I think they might have already got right up behind Jura on this restart.
Yes. It was a 3-second gap.
Yeah, I can see the camera's frozen with a white BMW right in front of them, and I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they come across the line. GTR gets through.
Right, so we unfortunately missed that pass. But the Kingpin car, assuming that is what we're looking at from the 609 on board, I think it's got the left side of its rear bumper hanging off. And there's the Liqui Moly car again, just extremely slow on the apex of turn 10B, getting in the way. Choice Racing that time, stuck behind a few other slower cars. Actually, I think from the 401, we're looking at the Jura car potentially, and the GTR car a couple ahead. It's all action in the pack, but just trying to figure out. Choice is actually about to pass Moorhead for position, so that would be for 6th overall. But not for position in class, obviously. Some good pack racing further down. 44 PC Racing is about to get engulfed by Kingpin and round 3. That's a GP1 car. 3rd place GP1 car. That's pretty close to breaking into the top 10. Ahead of 2 GTOs. Go ahead, JT.
I was just gonna say the important thing is they came in that last pit stop, and they're still within 30 seconds of Edge Autosports.
Oh, that looked. Sorry, JT. That looked like
You're
the
good.
Kingpin car might have been slow out of turn 5. They may have just been squeezed onto the grass by a back marker and very aggressively backed out of it, but no. Yeah, actually, no, they did. They slammed on the brakes because they weren't certain that a BMW was going to give them space. So I think the car's okay, but they did lose that place back to the 609. The 609...
Oh, who's going to get blocked here?
Yeah, had to slow down themselves there. I think they may have already passed PC Racing. Might even have been PC Racing who squeezed Kingpin onto the grass, to be honest. So that's all going to be changed. Yep, so round 3 Racing is up to 11th. Kingpin has actually stayed in 12th, whereas PC Racing has dropped to 13th. PC Racing won't worry too much about that. They're obviously only really interested in their GP1 position, which stays the same. They're still 3rd. JTR comfortably faster than Thunder Bunny Racing, 6.6 seconds faster on that lap. So they're just going to draw that gap out. And again, I think it's hard to tell because JTR doesn't have an onboard and we've lost the GTR onboard, but I think GTR is on the tail end of the lead lap still, and keeping pace with JTR on that last lap. I don't think Thunder Bunny's going to stay on the lead lap for very long. If they're losing 6 seconds a lap, it won't take very long at all for them to drop off. No, GTR 99 is actually right behind JTR. They updated on Race Hero at almost the same time, but it was definitely JTR first. So that's really important. That means that if a safety car comes out, then GTR 99 will not catch up with JTR. They'll be trapped a lap behind. And I think that change probably happened on that last lap. because their lap time was 9/10 slower for GTR 99. Yeah, unfortunately, we lost his camera, Gabe. GTR has passed Duro, who are also therefore a lap down. Another 4 seconds lost by Thunder Bunny, so it's only going to take 10 or 15 laps before Thunder Bunny lapped. Yeah, that's some aggressive driving from the.
Janetta just didn't see him. He was tracking out, and the slower car was checking up on the exit, so he was pulling right to pass, but did not know that the 609 was already there.
Yeah, I was a bit hesitant to say it because it wasn't. The Janetta had every right to make that move. It's just
just was not aware.
And perhaps wasn't anticipating it and tracked out a little bit far. Had to get out of it. All worked out for everyone in the end. So this Janetta will be. So this is the orange one. So that means it's Borbarn. Ooh,
yes.
Funny line from the 609 there. So this is Borbarn, who are 10th overall, and they've been really quick recently. Last lap was not fast.
Yeah, and then up the road 3 seconds is the Black Forest Racing Porsche, I believe, that they're hunting down.
Yeah, good call. And they were 2.7 seconds slower on the last lap, so that was obviously really close, and then some traffic got involved. So Black Forest Racing, who used to be, remind me again,
Uscannon.
That's their GT4, Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And they're all sort of, I say they're tracking down Edge Autosports, but they're kind of not. It's slower at the moment than the GP1 second place car. But oh wow, they're very close again. So forward from
all three of them are.
Yeah, I think that white Cayman we can see ahead of the Janetta. That must be the Black Forest car.
Yeah.
So this is a good little fight here, 9th, 10th, and 11th overall. Meanwhile, at the front, Thunder Bunny lost another 5 seconds on that lap to the leaders. And unfortunately, it looks like GTR 99 hasn't been able to keep up. That was 4 seconds slower for them on that lap. Oh, that's just not an intelligent place to be making a lunge into turn 3. It's going to get so difficult when you're on the inside. You really need to be all the way alongside. And even then,
I would just expect that Janetta to be just a little bit better under braking there.
Yeah, I assume it's a lighter car.
I think they're just a bit more conservative with the Porsche ahead of them, whereas the 609 tends to be a bit more aggressive. It's more comfortable running close with another car.
And also, just the driver isn't driving in such a way as to set up a move on the exit of the corner. They're just always diving right in and getting tripped over on the apex. As the Janetta blasts past the Black Forest Cayman, so it shows that Janetta's got the legs. Although top end
until here.
Yeah, certainly it's got mid-range. Possibly running in a higher downforce configuration, which, looking at the size of that rear wing, makes sense. But that should be Borbarn Works Racing. Should be up to 9th when they come across the line. Or maybe not. Maybe that wasn't... Oh, all over the grass for Borbarn. No, so that wasn't the Black Forest car. Probably makes sense that the Black Forest car would be that black Cayman, not the white one. Hence the name. So I think they're still chasing the Black Forest car. Oh, he's just... See, this
seems better on the brakes.
Yeah, but this is how you get incidental contact.
Absolutely.
Like, chucking your car in and thinking that if you have a 5% overlap, the guy's going to give you the line. So yeah, this is what I'm saying about this Cayman driver is not getting himself close enough where it matters, because he keeps diving it into the corner on the inside line and tripping over the Janetta and therefore getting a terrible exit.
Yep.
Clearly capable of passing them on the brakes, but you've got to be closer before the braking zone. That was a decent job coming off of turn 7 there, because he took a slightly wider line than the Janetta. The Janetta jumps away through mid-range, which we're used to seeing. but this Cayman, certainly last lap, had a lot more top end. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. In fact, the Ginetta looks like he's lining up a move on the Black Forest car. Thinks better of it. Through turn 10A and 10B. Good exit. Oh, there's weird behavior from the camera here. And he flies down the inside into turn 12. Looking at the timing, yep, that was Black Forest Racing that time round, and it looks like round 3 racing has also made the move. So it's going to be Bourbarn Works racing up to 9th, round 3 racing number 609 up to 10th, and Black Forest Racing down to 11th. Obviously going to continue on with this battle because it does look like the 609 has pace on the Ginetta. Certainly on the brakes.
Yeah, because in the rearview mirror, you should also see the number 280 Kingpin also trying to follow through as well.
Oh yeah, so they are. Yeah, the Kingpin was the faster of those 4 cars on that last lap. Yeah, so the Kingpin car was the one that was wrong-footed by PC Racing a few laps ago, which lost them the place to 609. Oh, 609 really close up behind the Ginetta onto the straight here, so they're going to benefit from the slipstream, and I think when they get to top end, here we go, the Cayman's going to have enough to get alongside, and with the superior braking we've seen, that should be game over. Yeah, easily through. I think the Ginetta backed up a level.
The BMW.
Sorry. Yeah, in round 3, so I got very used to them being in Cayman only team.
Yeah. 2 hours left remaining. Today is Saturday, 9-hour race.
Yeah, so in that case, my comment about the Ginetta being lighter is definitely true versus BMW. So yeah, kind of surprised me. Such good braking ability, and again, the driver insists on putting themselves in positions where they're risking another driver turning in on them and causing contact, or resulting in contact.
It's probably at best we can't hear their radio.
Yeah, not a good. That's that BMW again.
Yep.
And we've got Kingpin
right there.
That's Kingpin, isn't it? So yeah, so the Ginetta has lost, Bourbarn has lost out to Kingpin as well, I think, because you can see them in the mirror. We've got 2 lapped Caymans ahead. Well, they were ahead, they're not anymore. Kingpin is going to pass at least one of them down the straight and get the second one on the brakes. Not quite. So one of these lapped Caymans has got in between. And that's going to give the 609 a chance to scamper away up the road.
Duro in the pits. .609 managing to pull a little bit larger gap this time around. There goes by the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. Up in the battle for 4th in GTO, number 511 Choice Racing pulls out 2.5 seconds on the 111 Thunder Bunny car that is ahead. Gap is now down to 6.4 seconds. It seems Choice is consistently running in the high 30s. Thunder Bunny averaging 39 to 40. At this point, advantage to Choice Racing. Last lap, Kingpin puts in their fastest time at just under 136, breaking into the 35s. Still losing a half second to the 609 in round 3 racing we're riding on board right now.
Very fast lap there for Kingpin.
Yep, manages to take off another 10th.
Edge Autosports are now only a second up the road. So, yeah, I was distracted for a little bit there, but it looks like... Oh, okay, so the 609 is past Edge, and now Kingpin is chasing both of them. So yeah, actually even faster lap at 609. So yeah, there's a lot of pace in this group all of a sudden. Unfortunately for these guys, they really aren't, as far as I can tell, they're not really in any position to move up from their current position in class, which is, so this is the race for 6th in GTO, between the 609, the 280, the 24, and the 979. That's Round 3 Racing, Kingpin Racing, Bourbon Works Racing, and Black Forest Racing. Yeah, they're a minute 30 behind Moorhead, who are obviously the GP1 leaders, so not even... And Moorhead themselves are basically a lap behind Choice. As far as I can...
Moorhead is 10 seconds behind.
Sorry, 10 seconds behind Choice.
So round 3 is about almost a full lap behind Choice Racing at this point.
Yeah, okay, so that's obviously that's a gap that would have formed during a recent safety car, so... Yeah, at the moment these guys are all racing for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th in GTO. It only takes one more safety car, potentially to bring Choice Racing back to them, but probably not. If they're exactly a lap behind, they're always going to end up with that gap there, unless the leader happens to get in between them somehow. So yeah, that looks like that's sort of, this is the back end of the top 10 race. Still got JTR stretching away in the lead. GTR 99 is 50 seconds behind Thunder Bunny Racing. So that'd be GTR 99 trying to chase down second. It's not really happening for them. They are a second or two faster, but it's going to take quite a long time at that rate to chase down the 421 car. Although I think I'm right, 421. No, the 421 is actually in a better fuel position than GTR 99. Choice Racing are only 3.9 seconds behind Thunder Bunny. They're actually slightly ahead of this pack, so they are. So Choice Racing is more than a lap ahead of Kingpin, Round 3, Barn, and Black Forest.
Yeah, Choice has been running consistently 38, 39s, whereas Thunder Bunny's been running just a little bit more over the past 5 laps or so. So the gap has been just slowly coming down.
Very slow lap that time around for 421 Thunder Bunny. Down in 145s. Hopefully there's not a problem for them. Probably just difficult traffic.
Keep an eye on this. I'm wondering if we'll see a pass here from the Kingpin. Because timing shows they came across the line, round 3 came back ahead. So 609 has not been able to get rid of the 280 just yet.
Yeah, you can see on the in the rearview mirror camera, or the review camera, I should say, that Kingpin car is right there. We're also potentially expecting an overtake for 4th place, as Choice Racing is pretty much caught Thunder Bunny number 111. They've got Choice Racing has an onboard as well, so I'll keep an eye on that. Do you know what colour the 111 is? I thought it was purple.
Yes.
Black and purple. It's always black and purple.
Yeah, I was just making sure. I can see a black BMW ahead, but maybe it's just...
Did we make note of the 14 stopped at turn 12 here?
We did not.
The Chandler School Trans Am. It is stopped to driver's left in the motorcycle course at turn 12. I'd like to apologize formally for my absence and some things to take care of, and hopefully we have a few more of the track signs back up. But, batteries didn't care for the heat very much. I also would like to introduce a guest, if that's okay with you guys. Very briefly here, especially while we wait to see what happens with the number 14.
Is it a good guest?
Dennis Neal.
Hey.
This from Round 3 Racing. Yeah, it's a great guest. I haven't had Dennis up here for a little while, I think. Here,
and there's your full course scholarship.
Nice. Perfect timing. Look at this. We're going to keep an eye on the pit lane here as well, but welcome back. Welcome to the air conditioning.
Yeah, it's definitely much cooler than in the car.
Yeah, I bet. So you've been in already today?
Yeah, I did our second stint in the 605.
Okay.
So got in under a full course yellow and got out under a full course
fully dry by that point?
There is some water as the entry to turn 5 on the
saw
right-hand
that when I was
side.
down there,
so you
yeah.
have to be a little bit careful under the brakes
Yeah.
there, but otherwise the track's dry and it's got a lot of grip.
So you didn't have any, you weren't in under any of the wet conditions?
I got in after all that fun. Hannah was in the first stint.
Right. 696 is in. That's your overall race leader. I assume the 421 is going to follow here, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, I saw Hannah was back on the entry list with you guys as well. I think it's been a minute since she's been...
yeah, she ran with us at Daytona.
Daytona went well for you guys?
Yeah, we ended up P2.
Yeah,
so
okay.
we had some challenges with our gas pedal braking at Daytona, but we were able to fix it, and all those lightning delays going back and forth.
Just pushing too hard on it around the banking?
You know, that's what Mark and Martin keep telling us, but I don't know.
So, yeah, what's the story of your season here? I know the 605 was not exactly an unexpected addition to the stable for this season.
No, we started off with 605 after doing its national championship run last year to be parked this year.
That's what I thought.
And we had a Cayman that we ran at Mid-Ohio, or at Barber. And then at Mid-Ohio in practice, we had an issue, and the car is no more.
It was a big issue.
It was a big issue.
It was Mo in the car? Is that right?
No, it was one of our other drivers.
I know. Never mind. I remember it was not Mo. Sorry, Mo. No. I remember who you're talking about.
Mo's
But that was the end of that car, correct? So the 605 was brought out of proverbial retirement?
Yeah, so 705 is done. So now we're back to 605 and, making a run and seeing what we can do. So trying to keep it on the podiums.
Out for championship? Is that the plan with that car?
We'll try, yeah.
Starting on the back foot a little bit, right?
Yeah.
No NOLA and you don't get to carry the points over.
No, so we're kind of stuck with starting our season kind of over again there at basically at Road America and trying to work our way through. So we'll see.
So we get to talk a lot about or two team managers and strategists. We talked to Buzz. Buzz hasn't been in the car today, probably won't be in the car today, but you have been. So we actually get to talk a little bit of on-track stuff. This weekend, it is unbelievably hot into chaos this morning. But yesterday was warm.
Yesterday was
What are the
very
track
warm.
conditions like? What are the tires like? What is that that sort of approach to driving when it is that extreme?
And one of the problems and challenges, I guess, that you could say is that we also keep having the track conditions change on us. So,
Sure.
Yesterday was very hot. We laid down a lot of rubber. There was still basically rivers of dirt that you were driving through as you went through it. And so you had to deal with that. And as the cars kind of run the line off really well, then you start to get some grip there. And, I was out again on the last qualifying, or second to last qualifying session. And, it was just extremely hot and the track was getting greasy. So then flash forward to this morning and, there was a rainstorm last night. So it definitely washed the track clean again. And then we get, all the rain this morning. And so the track now is really just kind of going back through those same progressions of it was very green. You had to keep watching for different puddles and different rivers running across where then there's remnants of dirt still there that people have to run off. And then it starts putting some rubber down and you start to get some grip. And then the sun comes out for a while, heats things up again. And then things start to slide around again as you go. So it's a constantly changing environment, even if it's not raining. We're constantly chasing the racetrack a bit.
Do you find yourself having to manage that lap to lap, having to manage the energy going into the tires, or you just drive it to the conditions that present themselves to you?
You get into a rhythm, and that's basically what I try to do is try to find that rhythm and be able to just kind of see what the car will give you, and then learn from that. Okay, it gives me this at this corner, so it'll probably give me this at another corner.
Sure.
So I can kind of carry that learning across the track as I go through, and especially as I come out from the pits. When I first got in the car, I have to go feel it out and try to figure out where is the track right now, because it's a different track than I saw it finishing its drying progression at that point. And it's a different track than what Hannah had when she was in the first stint. So it's not the track kept going through revolutions.
Were you getting any of that information from Hannah as she was getting ready to get out of the car? Or are you just kind of jumping in blindly, like, hey, this is what I see, this is what I gotta work
the
with?
Sentinel systems make it really nice because we can watch
you.
the track. So I watch. I'll sit on the pit wall and actually with my headphones on and just listening where she's picking up the throttle and kind of
cool,
that
yeah.
means that we can see of how quickly we're going down the front straight. So I know how well 12 is and things like that. So kind of looking at when does she let off the gas, because that's probably when she's braking.
Sure.
And can kind of look for indications like that of what is the track going to give me, and kind of gives me some information before even getting in the car.
Are you involved in any of the strategy work down there? As we've had a couple of full course yellows today that are up on the pit box.
We help,
Okay.
but drivers are probably the worst people to have go and give you really know what's on. So we're terrible at giving you a good
Sure.
idea. And when we're wanting to get in the car, we're just a team, and so I understand the strategy side of it, and so I do get pulled into those conversations.
Oh,
It looks like we're going to come in for a splash right now.
You are in the pits, yeah, with about an hour and 40 to go here. Can you make it from here?
That is the edge of our window.
That's what I thought.
So we should be able to make it from here, and especially if we get another yellow, that should put us in good shape. We're out of cycle from the Three Fast Guys and Denny. We're pitting on opposite yellows right now.
a full course yellow would not be unexpected, or not would not be a surprise between now and the end of the race.
No, and I think we're starting to see we've gotten away from the impacts and things like that, and now we're starting to see attrition of cars because we've gotten it's gotten hotter and we've gone longer.
Yeah. So, plans for the rest of the season? Keep running with round 3? Or?
Yeah. So the plan is to finish out the season with round 3 and keep running the 605. I'm having a lot of fun, enjoying being able to run at all these tracks that I love. I mean, Daytona was a blast again. Bucket list track.
You happy to be back in the box, or do you miss the Cayman?
I miss the Cayman,
yeah, I bet.
if I'm honest. But I think I told you last year, a driver always wants to go faster.
Yeah.
So if you offer a driver a faster car, they're going to say yes. But I'm also having a blast in the Boxster. It's just a little more.
Is this? Would you say the hardest track as a lower class driver, as GP3 driver, to kind of have to work with the traffic, or does it flow kind of?
There's a couple bottlenecks. So going through the S's, we need some patience from the faster cars. The nice thing is the Boxster, I can keep up with cars a little bit. And then here in 12, we need to work together and not both of us end up into the fence.
Yeah.
So I try to point by people, and it looks like we're going to go back.
We are, yeah. 979 is the lead car in the queue here, but I think it's going to be the 696, is it not? Guys, it's going to lead in the standings. I had to put timing down, so I don't actually have the answer in front of me.
Yeah, 696.
Yeah, but you going to be at High Plains, or?
Next race for us is September at VIR.
Perfect. All right. Well, I won't be there, but the guys will be. Yeah. From round 3 racing, the number 605. We'll be back in a minute.
All right, so it looks like that yellow flag has benefited Thunder Bunny 421 again. They remain the only car on the lead lap with JTR, who are kind of really, Thunder Bunny seems to have, as we're back on the green, Thunder Bunny seems to have really benefited from the safety car, and they're, on board with the 401 there, just getting absolutely brutally chopped by a lower class BMW. And the JTR car comes past them, overall race leader. But yeah, JTR is trapping everyone except Thunder Bunny a lap down, and then despite Thunder Bunny having practically no pace, to be honest, relative to the JTR car, they're consistently 4 or 5 seconds a lap slower. We're getting safety cars often enough that they just get dragged back up in behind the JTR car. Everyone else is still trapped lap down. So at this rate, it's going to be, as long as Thunder Bunny don't get unlucky with timing of a safety car and their own pit stops, they're just going to end up being dragged along by JTR, finishing second, which is great for them. Moorhead Speedworks, despite their bad luck, somehow ending up a lap down on the previous yellow flag, are doing a fantastic job and have got themselves back up into 3rd place. It is only by 3 seconds from GTR 99. I would expect GTR 99 to get past them, but on recent form, that hasn't. The last run, that wasn't really. They weren't really capable of that kind of pace. So we'll see how this settles in. Maybe did GTR 99 just pit? Yes, they did. So there may have been a driver change there. Moorhead did not, which is why they've ended up in 3rd. super sure why Moorhead wouldn't have pitted. I'm pretty sure they'll have one more stop, and maybe they can't make it from here, so that would kind of make sense. We got Choice Racing 29 seconds behind GTR 99. I'm not sure how that happened. They pitted right at the end of the safety car period, which again, you're risking that happening. If you're going to pit on the 4th lap of a safety car, then there's a good chance they'll go green while you're already in the pits. So they've thrown away 29 seconds to GTR 99 there for some reason. And then it's another 54 seconds back to round 3 racing. So I guess those guys, that will be a full lap between GTR 99 and 609, which we were talking about before. That's basically stayed the same through the safety car period. Meanwhile, we've had everyone come around for a lap again. Again, JTR 99, 2 seconds faster than Thunder Bunny on that lap. So that gap is out for the lead, is out to almost 22 seconds. And then Moorhead, I think, is actually right behind or in the same train potentially as JTR. Difficult to tell. But they are, and they're now 2 seconds ahead of GTR 99. They lost a second on that previous lap. So, yeah, I'd expect GTR 99, the higher class car, to take third overall away from Moorhead Speedworks in the next couple of laps. But then Moorhead's got a nice little advantage on Choice Racing, so they should be able to hold on to 4th for a little while.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny's been able to stay up there by pitting every other full course yellow, while JTR Motorsports has been pitting every single full course yellow. And so far, we've been unable to do 20 laps straight of green racing, just due to the nature of the track and the traffic. So it's really helping Thunder Bunny stay on the lead lap and stay in contention.
Yeah, I really think it's the same that happened. Yes. It's basically what everyone had. Sorry, Brendan.
The track.
No, he's gone. It's the same thing that was happening with everyone earlier in the race, where we were having regular enough safety cars that it didn't really matter how slow you were, within reason. You would always get dragged back onto the lead lap, except we had that one safety car where something happened and somehow a bunch of cars that really shouldn't have been caught a lap down were. And it just so happened that on that one yellow flag, Thunder Bunny didn't pit, and they got lucky and ended up staying with JTR while nobody else was able to. I think Duro got the same luck, but then had some bad luck on the next one. They've actually dropped down to 13th overall now, so I wonder what's happened to them. It was they pitted under green. Well, yeah, okay, that explains why they obviously didn't pit under that same safety car. Were able to stay with JTR while everyone else couldn't, but they've been bitten for then not doing that. 2 yellow flags in a row and had to pit under green, and that's why they've ended up down in 13th. But yeah, it's the race has been coloured a little bit by that one safety car here. By the way, GTR 99 is now taken 3rd overall. But yeah, from Moorhead Speedworks. But the race was coloured a little bit by that one safety car where JTR pitted, a bunch of other cars in the top 10 pitted, and somehow JTR pulled a lap on them, which I'm really confused about. And that's meant that Thunder Bunny is the only surviving car on the lead lap, and they just keep getting dragged back up to JTR by these constant safety car breaks. So beyond that, the race is basically as it's kind of in pace order. GTR 99 is the next fastest car. Moorhead is a little bit of an anomaly just because they pit so little. So they keep jumping back up the queue because everyone else around them pits and they don't. Being a GP1 car, that's lucky for them. Yeah, the only other part of the race that was really critical part of the race is that Edge Autosports should be able to do the same thing, except they got super unlucky with the yellow flag coming out the moment they got lapped. And that dropped them an extra lap down. So that's why they aren't up there doing exactly the same thing as Moorhead, using the GP1 fuel mileage to keep jumping up ahead of other GTO cars. And then there's also this weird habit that some of the GTO cars have of pitting very late in a safety car and not having time to recatch the train before the green flag comes out. And we've just seen Choice Racing do that, which is why they're now 23 seconds behind Moorhead. There's no real reason for them to be that far back. If they pitted earlier on in their safety car, they would have caught the train and only been about 10 seconds back. So a little bit confusing. But yeah, other than that, we've not seen huge amounts of attrition from the fast cars at the front of GTO or even GP1. And we're just seeing people managing and mismanaging safety cars is really kind of what's shuffling the order and putting people on different laps. And then those who are on the same lap, the faster cars are moving to the front, such as GTR 99 and Choice Racing. Which should... It's not going to get them both podiums. It can only get one of them podiums because they've got stuck a lap behind Thunder Bunny. But yeah, that's basically the way the race is going by the looks of things. I don't see... Well, let's see. How many laps? We've got an hour and a half to go. So that's going to be something in the region of 50 laps. GTR 99, I don't know how far behind they are from Thunder Bunny. I'm interested to work out whether there's a chance if... by some miracle the race goes green from now on. If there's any chance of GTR 99 catching Thunder Bunny. I suspect they're going to be at least 50 seconds behind, so they probably need more than a second a lap. Just going to wait for timing to update so that I can have an actual idea of how far behind GTR 99 are from Thunder Bunny. But I think it's in the region of 50 seconds, and there's something like 50 laps to go if we go green from here. So yeah, and on the last lap they were exactly a second a lap faster. So that could be quite interesting if that's able to play out, if we're able to get a green finish. Oh no, I'm way off. GTR 99 is exactly a lap behind, actually, Thunder Bunny. So no, they need more like 2 seconds a lap. On the last lap they were 1.6 seconds faster. So yeah, if it goes green, they've got a chance of catching Thunder Bunny. But yeah, they've been given such a free kick by that safety car that cost everyone else a lap. It's going to be really hard to chase them down, and we just keep getting safety car interventions.
I like that the Bourbon Works got back around the Kingpin during the safety car.
Interesting. Any idea how that happened? Well, they didn't pit. Kingpin did pit, so that would be why. Bourbon. The 609 has stayed or got ahead of both of them. Was the 609? I think the 609 was already ahead of both of them, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. In the absence of Brendan, I'll send us off to ads.
How dare you?
We're never quite sure whether you're here or not.
I'm not either. Oh my gosh, please go to ads.
Do some ads.
We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started, with the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS Auto Start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Focus, guy.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, we're not sure if Brendan's here or not. So we'll continue on. JTR Motorsports still leads by 46.5 seconds now from the 421 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW. As he checks to make sure that it's not a BMW, that one's a Porsche Cayman. Thunder Bunny Racing being one of the teams that has one of each of the German brands, well, each of the two prolific German brands in the series. Their last lap was a 39.1, which was 2.3 seconds slower than JTR Motorsports. So no real danger of them posing a threat to JTR, and as a matter of fact, it won't be particularly long before they end up a lap down if we keep getting green running, which we haven't so far in the 7.5 hours of this 9-hour race. But we'll see how that goes. JTR comes across the line now. Set a 36.2, which again is 2.5 to 3 seconds faster than the kind of pace Thunder Bunny's had recently. Third place is GTR 99. They are over a lap behind JTR and have been roughly a lap behind second place Thunder Bunny Racing in 421. Last lap they weren't quicker either, so not really any danger of that gap closing down, all else being equal. Fourth place overall is a fantastic GP1 race leaders, Moorhead Speedworks. They do owe us a pit stop, but honestly everyone owes us one pit stop before the end of the race. So Moorhead are probably stretching it out to get to the point where they can pit and make it to the end, as basically everyone is, I think, at this point. GTR 99 and Thunder Bunny just came across the line basically nose to tail. GTR 99 ahead, but almost a lap down. I was about to say fifth place to Choice Racing, but actually that position changed on that lap. Choice Racing have taken fourth overall, but obviously that won't particularly bother Moorhead Speedworks. They are a GP1 class car, whereas Choice Racing, that is a GTO class BMW. So Choice Racing with a 36.9 on that lap, which is pretty impressive, up to fourth overall ahead of Moorhead Speedworks. And then in sixth place overall is the 609 Round 3 Racing car. That car has been another car that's been separated. Well, it's been separated from Choice Racing by a safety car, so it's the best part of a lap down. It's going around quite quickly, but it's a big old gap for them to try and close down. So without a little bit of help, that's unlikely to happen. They just come across the line. 49 seconds behind Moorhead, and therefore 50 seconds behind Choice Racing. And slower than Choice Racing on that lap by a second. They'll need, obviously, a lot more pace than that if they are to catch up. Just hesitating because I was watching the onboard camera from the 401, which is following the 696 around. I think it looked for a moment like the 696 JTR race leading car was slow into turn 10A, but I think they just overshot the apex slightly. Looks like that car's up to speed now. Their last lap was a 35.9, which is actually their fastest lap recently. Still 2 seconds off the fastest lap of the race, but there's really no need for them to be pushing. They're pulling 50 seconds. They've pulled out to 52 seconds ahead of Thunder Bunny Racing at this point. Another 3 seconds on that last lap. Carrying on down, there's actually quite an interesting fight. A lot of big gaps in the top 5, but 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, I believe, are all relatively close together. We've got the 609 Round 3 Racing BMW. Yeah, I got it right this time. We've got the Bourbon Works Racing Ginetta, which is 10 seconds behind. On the last lap, it gained a second and a half, but those two cars have been relatively close on pace for the last couple of hours. Another 11 seconds behind them, we've got Kingpin Racing as Round 3 Racing comes across the line and does a 35.8, which is right on the pace of the race leader, so that's very fast. Bourbon Works Racing, I don't think, has the pace to keep up with that, and in fact, on this lap, they lost 2.2 seconds to round 3 racing. Kingpin Racing with their Cayman are next up in 8th. That's the number 280 car. They're 10 seconds behind because they just gained a second and a half back on Bolner Works Racing's Ginetta. 9th place is the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW. So that's a sister car to the car running second overall. They are, as he hesitates and hopes the timing updates, more than 10 seconds. There they are. They're 23 seconds behind Kingpin. So that gap is stretching out a bit. And that was a particularly bad lap, actually. Edge Autosports, the second GP1 car, is running 10th, only 4.3 seconds behind Thunder Bunny, but obviously there's a lower class car, so we're not really expecting that gap to close. And even if it does, not particularly consequential. So that's another run through the top 10. The best battle is by far the 6th, 7th, 8th. Round 3 Racing versus Bolner Works Racing versus Kingpin Racing, which is cool. It's a BMW versus, what type of BMW is that? It's a BMW M4 GT4 versus a Ginetta G55 GT4 and a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. So 3 GT4 cars there racing for 6th, 7th, and 8th, all from different manufacturers. Got anything for us in the lower classes, JT, in the production classes?
I'm just trying to figure out GP2 right now. Magnetar Motorsports had been running up in second. They pit during the green flag by the looks of it. Or no, yellow, but they had a very long green lap after, where they had previously pitted 10 laps before. So they had surrendered second in class, dropped down to 4th right now. That's promoted Chattanooga Tornwagon up to 2nd, and Libra Racing, who's making a comeback right now, back up into 3rd. GP3 has been relatively stable lately. There is a very good battle, though, going on for 4th in class between the 83 Lexus from 94 Motorsports and the 195 Overnight Motorsports Porsche as we go full course yellow. Darn, I didn't have us going full course yellow for another 4 laps. Okay.
Yes, and once again, this resets us into this. Is it possible for Thunder Bunny to lose enough time to have their second place in threat kind of situation? Which, yeah, I mean, have we had any genuine green flag pit stops? Looking at JTR, they did pit once under green, but it wasn't genuine. Oh, that was after they had their problem. So no, yeah. We've not had a single run all race that's been long enough to require.
Yeah, we've never done 20 continuous laps under green yet.
Yeah, which is less than 40 minutes, obviously. It's a 1 minute 38 or a 1 minute 40-second lap. So yeah, we're just working with a series of half-hour sprints here and hoping you don't get unlucky with where the safety car is at the time. With that being the case, I'm surprised. I mean, we know why a bunch of cars lost a lap. There was one safety car where something weird happened, but other than that, I'm surprised we don't have more cars sort of within the first lap or two of the leader.
So full course yellow, it sounds like it's the 979 Black Forest Porsche coming to a stop, driver's right exit of turn 5.
That is somewhat significant because that car was in the race for 6th place up until I think they were kind of dropping out of contention because that car's fastest lap is 39, which really isn't that competitive. They got up there, probably just being sensible in pitting under yellow, with pitting under yellow. But yeah, that car was top 10 competitive. But yeah, where did you on the track? Did you say it stopped?
It's listed as 5A.
5A. Is there
Driver's
5?
right.
5, but yeah, so that should be bottom of the hill then.
Yeah.
Hopefully not a crash. Sounds like if it's just listed as stopped, probably means technical issue. We've got Moorhead Speedworks in the pits, which we're looking at now. A few other pit takers. They're not a lot of them are showing up on. Oh, they're all.
Edge is in as well, guys.
Makes sense. So this will be the final stop, almost certainly, for those GP1 drivers. So after that, it will just be a run to the flag. With Moorhead comfortably a lap ahead, kind of settles things there a little bit, all else being equal.
It'll be almost 2 by the time this is over. Right, so even if Edge comes out ahead of Moorhead.
Almost 2, really?
Let me think about it here, because right now it shows us 2 laps. Edge hasn't come across the line yet. That'll make it 1. Yeah, they're gonna if Edge comes out ahead of Moorhead and they get behind the, in the pacing order behind the pace car, I think it's gonna be 1.9 something.
I haven't looked at it very closely, but I don't think I agree. I think Edge are just in the pits before the start line, and that's why it looks like 2 laps.
They are, but that'll only put the margin down to 1 lap, won't it?
Yeah, so I think it will be 1 lap. It'll either be 1.1.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay. No, I think you're right.
I'm mainly saying this because I don't know why they would have lost another lap at any point, but I'm pretty sure their pit box is before the start finish line, which is why it's showing as 2 laps right now.
It is.
So that should revert back to what we were expecting. It's really interesting choice right now for all of the GTO cars, because if we go green, I think this is slightly too far for a lot of them to make it on fuel. We're not going to go green because we can't do more than 20 laps, but we'll put that to one side for now. So I think that's why we've seen cars like, I was about to say Bourbon, who initially stayed out, but they've come in on the 2nd lap of the yellow flag. JTR have stayed out. Thunder Bunny have stayed out, as in the 421 second place car. Choice Racing have stayed out. I think this is because none of them think they can make it to the end from here, so why bother pitting? We'll see if any of them decide to do the inexplicable let's pit on the last lap of the yellow and make sure we don't restart anywhere near the safety car trick. JT says the next FCY is expected by lap 155. Thanks very much for that. I think we'd all expect it to be within a few laps of that. We've got, but there are a few GTO cars that have pitted. So GTR 99 is pitted. I still kind of like the idea of pitting now because it gives you a huge amount of flexibility. It gets you to lap 155, which is when the next safety car is going to be. Thunder Bunny 421 has now pits, so they were just waiting until the 3rd lap of caution before coming in. The safety car is going around at least one more time.
Two things here, real quick. If you can even hear me these days.
Yeah, we got you right now.
The 89 is being, I think, pushed behind the wall, which is the 89X Camaro. I don't know if that's of any significance because I've been disconnected trying to figure out my network situation here for the last little while.
That car was in the race in the second half of the top 10, sort of peripherally, but I think they dropped out a little bit recently.
Okay. Yep, so that's number 1. Number 2, with regards to the yellows and all of this that's kind of been playing out, it's been brutal. I mean, it's a lot of full course yellows. I think the weather is playing partially into this. I think this morning, right, the heat is causing some issues. Also, we do tend to get cars that break down in the early parts of endurance races, and we would still only be, I mean, by lap count here, we would still only be like halfway into a race today, maybe 5-ish hours.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that as well, where we are losing the amount of cars we would normally lose early on in a weekend. It just feels like it's happening consistently and very late because of all of this. The other issue is that tracks are trending more towards doing things only under full course yellow, right, and keeping the risk very minimal. And again, this is an ISC-owned track. We're dealing with a lot of the, insurance and risk mitigation and risk assessment things. Yeah, we're going back to green.
We've gone to green, and exactly what I was just sort of sarcastically claiming might happen has happened, and Thunder Bunny Racing, I imagine, hasn't caught the back of the pack because they only just pitted. So I'm going to be very interested to see how much time they've given up there and whether this is going to cost them a chance of staying on the lead lap over this last hour. Still haven't come across the line. And as we can see, the rest of the field is already streaming through turn 5.
Yeah,
so they've lost half a lap.
To my right here to see them come down the hill.
Yeah, look at all this clear space back
here.
There
they are. Sorry, they've gone up the inside of the 550, and the 550 had to change their line at the last second going into turn 12, and it sent the that 550 came in out really wide. Boxer, maybe.
They've lost. I mean, they're 1 minute and 3 seconds behind. Obviously, they wouldn't have been right behind JTR anyway because they weren't. But they've given up the best part of 45 seconds there. That with their pace, they can't really afford to give up. I'm not saying that not because they had any chance of overtaking JTR for the lead, but as JTR puts in a 34.5 and demonstrate, which is a second and a half quicker than Thunder Bunny's gone at any point today. So. It's not like they had any chance there, but they are risking dropping themselves into the battle for a third, fourth. That's really it, isn't it? Third and fourth? Because I think the 1-1-1 is an extra lap down. In fact, it's Kingpin in fifth now. Yeah, so the battle between Choice Racing and GTR 99 is now not that far behind Thunder Bunny, 55 seconds. And more importantly, Thunder Bunny is in some danger in the next 20 laps or so, which is about as long as our green flag runs are, of being lapped by JTR. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's a bigger gap to start a stint or to start a green flag run than we've seen so far between first and second. So significant danger of Thunder Bunny dropping off the lead lap. And if they do, I think Choice Racing and GTR 99 are going to be fast enough to overhaul them. So yeah, difficult position for Thunder Bunny there. They put themselves in it.
Yeah, that's the 280 Kingpin came in. Is there another car in that?
Yeah, on the left.
It's the 770 TLM monoflow.
Yeah, just saw that from the Choice Racing onboard. Choice Racing was right behind them for that.
Did they make it to the barriers, JT?
No, definitely not. They're both in the gravel.
Yeah, no, they're both stuck in the gravel. It's fine, yeah. They're beached.
Well, this might be our next full course yellow here, and I would suspect it almost certainly will be with 2 cars down in the gravel.
That's going to completely eradicate everything I just said, because Thunder Bunny will get right back to into the pack and gain that minute back, no problem whatsoever.
Story of the day.
Yeah, pretty much. So what happened there was the green and white BMW, I think that's the Chandler School, was on a bit of a funny line ahead of those 2 Caymans who were side by side going towards turn 5. Whichever Cayman was on the inside line ran up on the Chandler School BMW much faster than it was expecting, and decided to try and shoot the gap between the BMW and the Cayman to their right, and instead just wiped out the Cayman to the right, and they both spun off into the gravel. So just one of those things where on a restart, there's the yellow.
Sorry, was there a Miata spinning at turn 1 under yellow?
Give me 1 second, I can take a look.
The number 15, I think, from AOA? If we still have trackside 2, Gabe, we might be able to see it.
Inexplicably, my caster's feed has given up, so I can't help with that. But
oh, you know what? Mine has to. Maybe this isn't all on me.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah. That's very odd. Unless the turn 1 camera is frozen, and that's how we saw it. I don't think that's the case. I think it is still still moving and still working, but
Yeah, you can see
very
cars.
peculiar. Yeah, all of this under full course yellow. Now, in the words of another commentator, did he jump or was he pushed? Because that would be a very odd place, number one, to kind of lose it on your own without dropping a wheel, but especially under full course yellow.
I think he sneezed.
Choice Racing in the pit, by the way.
Yeah.
So is the
Yes. So were they not? Was the 511 just in?
No. So this is the final deciding now. Now we can make it. Same for the 111. It's going to put GTR 99 because they did just pit. That's going to put them quite comfortably into third place overall. Juro's in the pits as well, along with 983 Will to Win. So it's Kingpin and TLM Monoflow, 770, who are off. It's a shame for Kingpin. They were really coming through the pack nicely at the end of the race and looked like they had a shot at 5th in class. But yeah, not anymore. Did we identify which one of them was on the inside and which was on the outside of that crash?
I thought the 280 was inside. Give me just 1 second, I can go back.
So the car on the inside was kind of the cause of the issue. They had to make an evasive move around the Chandler School car and didn't give enough space in doing so to the car on the outside.
I don't see contact. It just looks like panic.
Contact between the two cars?
Yeah, I'm not seeing contact between the 280 and the 770.
Really?
At least when I'm catching it.
Which camera are you watching on? Or which replay?
YouTube.
From our feed?
Yes.
Okay, if you try watching it from the Choice Racing onboard.
I have not.
There's absolutely definitely contact because there's bodywork that goes flying. Yeah. It's pretty obvious from the Choice car, or the Choice camera.
Yeah, that was the 280 on the inside there.
Okay.
Great camera work by Gabe.
Because there is a bright orange Mustang headed down the pit lane with smoke coming from the front end and what appeared to be some right front damage.
Oh no. They were running pretty decent earlier, running in the top 5 in GP1. More racing.
You know what's interesting is PC Racing number 44 has passed Edge Autosport for second in GP1.
So keep in mind that gap was around 20 seconds previously, and then we've had 2 safety cars in between.
I am surprised. I didn't realize PC Racing was anywhere near the same lap as Edge Autosports for the entire race.
This is what I was saying earlier. I think that Edge car actually was 2 laps down while it was stationary in the pit box. So the Moorhead car went out ahead of the Edge car because it was doing a driver change and kept it 2 laps down, right? Which is reflected on things currently. And
well, it isn't at the moment. 2 laps down and Edge is 3.
Interesting. So now it shows at 3.
I can only assume that PC Racing has got lucky with their positioning relative to the overall leader at some point, and it's brought them back onto the same lap as those two, because I thought they were a lap plus down for the entire race. Certainly Edge has never been outside the top 2 for the whole race, as far as I'm aware. They are going to be pretty close to each other in the queue. And, well, now I'm very confused because apparently PC Racing's 4 laps down and Edge is only 3 laps down, despite the fact that PC Racing is ahead. So timing's...
doing its thing.
Yeah, timing's working. It's figuring it out. All right, there's PC Racing across the line. And Edge should be pretty close behind. There they are. So those two cars are both listed as 3 laps down, and Moorhead's listed as 2 laps down. I'm not sure how Moorhead's lost a second lap, actually. But,
hi to Sebico at their workshop today, listening in. They are not here this weekend, as we're not running the MP01s here, which is unfortunate.
Very much so.
Also have Billy Smith in the chat.
So we've got about 65% of our GTU field that is in the chat. I guess Sabaco is not Stratus; they're not the same thing, so I shouldn't say that.
Nope, they're at their shop, which is nearby, building some new cars.
Trying to work out whether the 701 is on the same lap as PC Racing and Edge Autosports. It's a maximum of 1 lap down in 4th in GP1. I think it probably is pretty much a full lap down.
It's 55 seconds behind Edge, who is 23 seconds behind PC. So
that's
that
a weird
is
gap in the safety car.
Yeah, I mean, unless Joseph's monitor is behind here.
Edge is listed as 10 seconds behind PC on Race Hero. Obviously, that will reduce when we go green. What was the... Oh, yeah, it was for the 2 car. Do we have any idea how the cleanup's going?
It's a full lap down to Edge. Sorry.
Full lap down, okay. So we got Moorhead in the lead, PC Racing and Edge, 2nd and 3rd, and then another lap to round 3. And I wish... Oh, there it is. Faster Feed's back. .111 Thunder Bunny car has dropped down to 13th. That car was much more competitive than that, wasn't it? So
yeah, I think it's about to get a penalty.
Okay.
I think it's about to receive a penalty for contact at turn 3.
So you don't think it has already received it? I feel like it's dropped. Yeah, I mean, it's 2 laps behind the car in front of it, so it must have dropped some laps somewhere. It's in the pits right now, so I'm wondering if it's in the pits with a problem.
I don't see it, Scott. My point is, I think it may already have had the laps deducted. We're just waiting for it to be reflected in the
race control log.
In the race control log, yeah, exactly.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought you'd seen it in the log and it hasn't appeared on Race Hero.
No. I think it's gone the other way. I think they've already done the work in timing and scoring, and we're just waiting to see it here in...
Right, and that is why the Chandler School car in 14th is listed as 9 minutes behind. Because they're waiting for everyone to catch up on timing. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah. So that's going to drop the 111 well out of top 10 contention. Puts Giro back in to the top 10. It's a bit of a shame because it was part of that race for 6th with Bourbon, round 3, and Kingpin. So we're losing members of that fight. We're down to 50%. It's just Bourbon and round 3 racing left, racing for 6th at the moment. And they're both in the train with Moorhead, so they might be able to get themselves up to. So I say sixth. I mean that's sixth overall. It's actually fifth in GTO because the Moorhead car's still ahead of them. Choice Racing still listed as in the pits. Yeah, Choice Racing have pitted twice under this yellow, according to Race Hero, which is curious. Especially as this late into a yellow, they're once again risking being caught out by a green flag. I don't know if we've got any idea how the cleanup is going down at turn 5. Oh, Choice Racing are just on their way down there, so we can have a look. They've left the pits at this point, and they're waving vehemently at the Cayman ahead of them to try and speed up and catch the train. And we go back to green, and they've been caught out. So there we go. Once again, this isn't the first time Choice has done this, so you can wave all you want. If you pit on the 4th lap of the yellow, you're probably going to end up getting caught out. As they head down into turn 6, and the leaders going to turn 1.
I really wanted you to call him a Muppet.
I don't think I've ever used that word. I don't know. I'm usually a bit more offensive than that, but not really broadcast friendly. All right, so we've got to restart. I think we just saw Choice Racing there go through the screen with nobody around them. Nice clean air, at least. They've come across the line, and they are 42 seconds behind GTR 99, which is the car they're racing for third in class, third overall. With only 52.5 minutes to go, that gap isn't going to close without some help, unfortunately. So they've kind of given away any chance at third place there with that second pit stop. I'd love to know why they even needed to make a second pit stop. Certainly one that risked exactly what's happening. And here comes the lead pack through turn 10B. Got a Hammer Motorsport BMW there. And talked about them for about 6 hours.
The one's been doing a good job, very quietly working its way back up the field. Last I checked, it was 15th.
20th right now. But yeah, I've noticed that as far as qualifying themselves for tomorrow, their fastest lap is pretty decent, but they did say quite a while ago. Right, so they haven't got close. Like the last lap was 2/10 off their fastest lap of the race. So maybe they're going to put in an effort to try and get themselves up the grid a little bit for tomorrow. The 111 is still listed as in the pits, which is interesting. Down to 16th. Got JTR 35.9 on that lap, so they're somewhere near the front of the pack, so that's a nice clear run for them, traffic free. 421 Thunder Bunny car, a 42.8, but it doesn't matter because they keep getting safety cars that just bring them straight back to JTR anyway, so they can run whatever lap times they'd like. GTR 99, a lap down in third place with a 39.8 on the last lap, so they are working their way through traffic, I think. Choice Racing, that's clear road, 35.0. Pretty decent lap time there. Their fastest lap of the race is 34.7. I would say that track temperature is potentially coming back down at this time of day because we're starting to see. We just had a restart, but I think we're going to be seeing. It looks like we're going to see some faster lap times. Also, this is now obviously the last stint. We're into the last hour, so everyone's going to have their fastest drivers in the car. You would expect. So hopefully, we're in for a bit of a happy hour here. As I say, that Harrison Motorsports, the GP2 leader, that's their fastest lap of the race at a 41.8. There's Thunder Bunny 421 across the line with 37.6. They are 26 seconds behind the leaders. Orban's Works Racing, thanks to Choice Racing getting caught out by the restart, are only a minute behind. Moorhead Speedworks are 0.7 behind them. So I think Moorhead Speedworks just lost out to that Ginetta on that last lap. Only a 44.2 from Moorhead. That's very slow for them. Have to keep an eye on that. Make sure it's not an issue developing.
It could just be traffic right now.
Definitely could, yeah, straight off a restart. Although Bourbon are in the same part of the track as them, and they did a 39, so that's the only cause for concern. But yeah, they could just be being conservative. This is we're on board with Moorhead Speedworks now. They look up to speed as we see them in the moment. Bourbon have pulled a solid gap on the 609, who still haven't come across the line. I got the 609. My onboard has them on the back straight with no cars around them. They have just set their fastest lap of the race. They didn't pit. So how has that happened? I think the leader may have been in between those cars when that yellow flag came out, because round 3 didn't pit on that last safety car. Neither did Bourbon. I'm pretty sure that those two cars were very close together before the yellow flag, and in fact, I actually thought round 3 were ahead. No, they weren't. Bourbon was in 6th, and round 3 were in 7th. I think those cars were pretty close together, and they have been for the last couple of hours. But now there is a solid gap between them. So I think they may have got really unlucky round 3 racing with the leader getting in between them. Because yeah, both cars pitted on the same lap before, which was on the under the previous yellow. Very, very interesting. But yeah, so that gap for 5th in GTO, sorry, that race for 5th in GTO that we were kind of slowly building up over the last few hours seems to have completely fizzled now with
401's in the pit lane.
401 has been well up.
Oh, yeah, so they have.
As I realize my onboard with them is not live. Yeah, they had electrical issues. Well, what appeared to be standard BMW electrical issues, and we're back on the yellow again.
There it is.
Now, I think GTR was at the front of the pack. Sorry, JTR was at the front of the pack. So I don't think this is likely to. I really wish we had an onboard with JTR. It would make safety cars so much easier to decipher.
JTR is in the pits.
Okay. They haven't pitted for the last 2 yellows, so this will be them. I don't know why they wouldn't pit under the last one. Definitely within an hour, so you would have thought they could make it for sure, but they can definitely make it now. Thunder Bunny's 26-odd second deficit is now reduced to nothing again.
Well, so does Thunder Bunny definitely need to pit again?
No.
I think so here. Well,
they pitted 2 yellows ago, so I doubt it.
Do we have a turn 5 cam
here?
Right. Well, if they don't pit, they'll take the lead. Yeah.
Yeah, and GTR's come through, which would put them on the lead lap as well.
Choice Racing obviously are let off the hook, as everyone has been today. So that minute or so, that 40 seconds or so they gave up to GTR 99 is going to be shrunk to 0, or essentially 0.
Guys, I'm not going to speak too soon, but I think I have something resembling a solid internet connection.
Fantastic. How's that happen?
I don't know. The last hour has been infuriating.
So, for those tuning in, the Chevy display board here is kind of blocking a parked car.
No, but Gabe, like a star, has picked up the Moorhead onboard as it comes through that section of the track. But I couldn't tell who it was. And honestly, Turn 4 doesn't know either because the log only lists the corner, not the
Yeah.
involved.
Yeah, it's question mark.
So we are missing a handful of cars here on timing. The 280 Kingpin car, I don't think has been seen.
No, the Kingpin car was the last safety car.
Yeah, I think it might be the 123 from NFC.
Yeah, NFC is new. Salmon.
Yeah. It's a black and green Cayman.
NFC?
Yes.
Oh. Well, NFC is listed as a Boxster on Race Hero.
Okay, it's a Boxster, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Fair enough. Oh my gosh. Sorry, so there are smart TVs up in the suites here, and I tried turning it on to see if I could get our feed pulled up on that TV, just because I haven't been able to pull it up on my computer for the last hour and a half. And I looked up, and there was a hammer car in the turn 5 wall on a very wet racetrack. So that's not loading either.
So I guess we'll potentially have a little bit of excitement here, as assuming Thunder Bunny don't pit, they have just taken the lead. So JTR does now have to go off and pass them, hilariously.
So my question is, why would JTR have pitted here?
Because they couldn't make it on fuel. They last pitted... No, they last pitted 30 laps ago.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, sorry. I thought they were in on a 2 yellows ago, not 3 yellows ago. That makes sense.
I'm surprised they didn't pit on the last yellow, because I would have thought they could make it from there.
Yeah, I would have as well.
But they haven't needed to. So Thunder Bunny, questionable. They've done 13 laps already.
I'll tell you what, if we keep doing 4 chunks of laps at half pace, they're going to get a lot closer. And I think you could bank on that.
You know what circumstance JTR can't take advantage of their massive pace advantage with?
If we spend all the rest of the race under yellow.
45
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And that's why I think I'm with you, Scott. I think I would have pitted at the earliest opportunity. Get the stop done and use every remaining green flag lap to drive as quickly as you can to pick up whatever the deficit is. Because this is the exact circumstance where it fights. Now you're coming from behind and you have to drive really hard at a time of the race where you don't know exactly how much time you're going to have, to pick this all back up.
So that is the only chance JTR has of not winning the race,
now,
assuming the car doesn't break down.
I will say, they only need about 10 green flag laps to actually make up the difference.
Oh, if that.
Yeah. I mean, that's including traffic. Being
they're only
back of the queue versus...
They're only 25 seconds behind the safety car, which is going to shrink to like 10.
There you go.
And they're about 4 seconds a lap faster, so they need about 3 laps.
I think... Oh, GTR, you know what? They didn't get themselves onto the lead lap. They unlapped themselves from from 696. But because Thunder Bunny didn't pit, they're still a lap down to Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
That's moderately interesting. Obviously, if they'd got themselves onto the tail end of the lead lap, there's no wave around, so that wouldn't have helped. But one more safety car and they would actually be on the lead lap.
Right, yep.
Can GTR make it? They're in exactly the same boat as Thunder Bunny, 421. So, probably?
Yeah, and
especially
Choice...
with the safety cars.
We would have thought with Choice's late decision to top off at the end of the last safety car that would mean that they are probably no good as well. They're certainly 3 to 4 laps better than the 2 cars, we were just talking about.
Are you able to look out the window and work out how far apart from each other the 99 and the 421 are in the train?
Yeah, they're coming through now, and I think I've just missed the 421. But we're up to about... Oh, well, let's see here. Here's the 696. 20 cars, maybe?
Is the 696 ahead of the 99?
No.
So how far between 421 and 99, do you reckon?
Oh, that's not far at all. It's about 4 to 5 cars.
Okay. So if 99 can pass 421, then get a safety car, not only does that help them with fuel mileage, but it also puts them back on the lead.
Correct.
So that's really, I think that's the interest at the moment, whether GTR can get on the lead lap with half an hour to take something to the JTR car.
Right, but that will hose whatever battle they had with the 511.
It would. Yeah.
511 is 25 seconds behind and will not be able to make the same kind of ground up on, presumably, on the 421.
They would have if they hadn't had to pit at the end of the last.
Yes.
Which
well,
that's
theoretically they'd be ahead of GTR, wouldn't they?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when they pitted at the start of that safety car, I think they dropped behind GTR.
Oh, okay.
But then it was the pit stop at the end that meant that they restarted a minute down and therefore are now right at the back of the train, presumably. So they've got to pass JTR. Oh, that's weird. The 609 on board, they just almost ran over the Cayman in front of them and ended up in the grass.
Confirmation that is 123, by the way.
What's that?
I said confirmation that car is the 123.
All right, we're about to move on to the 4th lap of the yellow flag, so let's see who comes in the pits.
Come on, Choice Racing.
Has this changed GP1 at all?
It doesn't seem to have, no.
Well, I mean, it's brought PC Racing and Edge Autosports right together. But other than that, no. As far as I can tell.
No, but that'll still be worth following, I think. Apparently I have to shift the pan on my mic the other way. This has just been exhausting weekend, technically speaking. So the 99 is actually at the front of the pacing order here.
Saturday. Green flag.
Yep. 99's at the head of the queue.
The head of the queue?
Yes.
So they're in front of 420. So they are, yes, they are actually on the lead lap.
Yes.
Okay. Game on then if we get a yellow flag.
Sorry. Yeah, and equally importantly here, it means the 421 actually is going to have some traffic to work through, which is going to help the 696's cause substantially. Not that it needed the help, but it's going to get something.
It's actually a 22-second gap, which is more significant than I was expecting. So it's going to take about 6 laps for them to catch that, based on previous pace. So yeah, we got a bit of interest here. I mean, can we get 6 green flag laps in for the end of the race? The first point of interest. But yeah, so for the first time in how long? JTR is not in the lead. Thunder Bunny Racing, number 421, leading by 22 seconds.
Yeah, so there's a balance to be struck here as well if you're Thunder Bunny, because you're not only trying to preserve your lead, right, and driving that car harder than it's been driven, I would assume, at any point today, right? The car's best lap is a 136.1. But I assume you also have concerns about fuel mileage and getting to the end. I know that long yellow will have helped, but they were very much stretching the limits earlier, and I think they were going to be banking on yellow help anyway.
Yeah, we have no idea because we haven't had anywhere near enough green running today to be able to really make a guess at fuel mileage on this track. But yeah, I'm with you. I think. Yeah, I think they'll be all right with that yellow flag, but I think it'll be close. GTR needs one more yellow. Not only will that make them safe on fuel mileage, I think, but also it will get them up behind everyone, behind the 2 leaders. So a yellow flag is massively helpful for GTR 99. Potentially pretty helpful for Thunder Bunny because they might need fuel mileage help, and they could do without laps where, although on that lap they pulled 3/10 on JTR, so that's pretty interesting. 36.9. That's okay. So Thunder Bunny have obviously put their fastest driver in the car at some point.
Yeah,
they are back down to the kind of pace, the fastest we've seen that car all day, which they need. How many laps do we think there are to go? Probably about 30, maybe a few less than 30.
I mean, it's a minute and a half, so
yeah, it's
yeah, 28 to 30.
So JTR basically need a second a lap, all else being equal, if it goes green. So that's kind of, they need a second a lap, and that gives them a few laps to actually make the pumps. So we'll keep an eye and see if they can close in at a second lap. They've wasted one there, not been faster at all, been slightly slower. But they've got a few of them in hand. Meanwhile, GTR 99 was the fastest car on the track. Yep. Not by a lot. But and they can't really do much with pace anyway. They've got a 22-second gap on Choice Racing. 36.4 that time around. Oh, seeing 35.8 from Barn Works Janetta. Very impressive lap. Again, Thunder Bunny. Oh, actually, I don't think JTR have quite come around yet. Thunder Bunny with a 36.3 though. That's a very good. That's 2/10 off their fastest lap of the race. So highly competitive compared to where that car's been recently. 36.0 for JTR. That's not good enough. If they can't gain more than that, which we know they can, they're clearly in traffic. But they need more than that to be able to catch Thunder Bunny by the end of the race. GTR 99 on that previous lap with 36.4. So all 4 of our top 5 are all they're all under 137. All pretty relatively close to their fastest laps of the race. So, game on.
Sorry, JT, I think the issue you're having is actually caster.
Okay.
Yeah, not on your end. Reports from the Chattanooga Touring camp that Zach Mortimer is in the car. Has been in the car for the last hour. Going to the end, his cool suit has stopped working. Yeah. Rough old time for that. 401 is in the pit lane again.
Half a second between Edge Autosports and PC Racing for second in GP1. We do have an onboard with Edge Autosports. I think they're on the back straight, still in that order, about 3 or 4 car lengths between them. I'm assuming JT's having the same issues I'm having with
caster link. Yeah.
More car speed.
It's okay. YouTube's working, so just slightly delayed. Looks like Chattanooga has quite a few laps between them in front and back, so hopefully next safety car they can just come in and get the guys some water, cool them down for a little bit, and get them back out.
Big gain that lap for JTR.
Yeah,
that time was 2.5 seconds or 2.4 seconds.
That's much closer to what I've been expecting since we went back to green.
Yeah, but I think it was a good lap from JTR, but it was also a bad lap from Thunder Bunny. So if Thunder Bunny can get back into the low 36s, then that gives them a chance. That lap was a 37.7, so obviously traffic affected.
Eyes on Choice, by the way, as well. The 99 has been kind of trapped in behind. I think it's the automatic Aston. I got to wait till they come around again, but I think it's stuck behind the 909, and it's just slowing them down a little bit to the point that Choice is very gradually eating into that gap.
Yeah, so Choice
third.
I think Choice really needs to pass JTR. That last lap they were basically the same speed. So I don't know if they're only 20 seconds behind GTR, they can't be that far behind JTR.
Oh, what? I think GTR's got itself onto the lead lap.
Yeah, we said that.
Okay, we did mention that. Yeah, okay.
Based on the way Race Hero just updated, it looks like Thunder Bunny's right behind them, so they've got to fight for that position.
Choice is ahead of JTR, but JTR only just.
Yeah. They lost 0.9 of a second to them on that lap. They've got to... Again, Choice needs to defend that position, catch Thunder Bunny, overtake Thunder Bunny, get back on the lead lap. There's a lot of work for them to do right now, and Thunder Bunny is basically the same speed at the moment. That lap, JTR was 0.9 of a second faster than Thunder Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
Which is borderline enough, but if they're going to get stuck behind Choice, which they should, because Choice needs to not let them pass, it's kind of their only chance of getting anywhere near the not anywhere near the podium, but anywhere near the top 2, if they keep JTR behind and catch and pass Thunder Bunny and then catch a yellow flag.
That is a lot of things that have to happen in the right order.
Not in the right order, they just have to happen together.
Right.
Yeah, I guess in the right order. If you get a yellow flag before all of that happens, then yeah, you're screwed. Well, it's not helpful. But yeah, but that's their race. That's what they have to do at this point.
Yes. Yep.
GTR is in the same boat with. They just have to keep Thunder Bunny behind, which they're doing a decent job of. They were a 10th faster that lap, so I guess they're holding them up. They've got to keep Thunder Bunny behind and wait for a yellow. Because right now, GTR are in a great position if they catch a yellow.
JTR has gotten past Choice.
Yeah, that happened into 10A. So that's kind of Choice's race over if they can't get back ahead. That's
because they're not going to pass JTR, and if they both pass Thunder Bunny, they're still a lap down.
Yeah, it doesn't help them.
Yeah.
Possibly they'll catch and pass GTR for third, obviously. That's really all they can hope for at this point.
Yes, I agree.
Still
very incremental gains here for the JTR car. 18.4 seconds is the margin. And that lap around it was only 0.3. Now some of that will have been passing Choice.
Well, they were stuck behind Choice, I think, more to the point. So they were running Choice's pace for most of that lap.
Right.
So we'll see on this lap, although they are stuck, or if they managed to get through. I'm watching the choice on board. I can see GTR ahead. No, they managed to get through the lapped cars before the S's, so not too badly slowed down this lap. Oh, is the Civic there? Is that a Civic? No, it's a Cayman. Wanders across the road and causes another car to brake in a straight line. Never ideal. So this is on board with Edge Autosports. Edge Autosports are now 2 seconds behind PC Racing, so they didn't manage to close down. GTR pulled away from Thunder Bunny a fair bit on that lap. So that's helping their cause, but hurting Thunder Bunnies. 39.2 is not a competitive lap time.
No. Oh, GTR slowing down the hill at turn 12.
Here we go again.
Oh, my goodness. And he's gone past pit in. It looks like he's trying to reboot the car, but he's missed pit in, and it's a BMW M4 that's gone into limp mode down the front straightaway.
Is this going to bring a yellow out?
Oh, my gosh.
You'll have to update us. I don't think I've got any onboards in that area.
No, he's moving. Well, he's kind of picked up the pace here, actually. Headed up the hill from turn 1. But the trackside will be the next thing to pick it up, I assume, down at the bottom of the S's. I don't know how much time that's going to have cost it. It was 20. It had already costed about 8 seconds at the line. And where is he? Is he still? No, he's back up to pace. That's it. Just exiting the shot there at turn 5.
Well, that makes things very interesting. Now the gap is big enough and there's little enough time left in the race that I question whether they can catch Thunder Bunny.
Well, now they've got to do these 34s. I mean, if they're going to have any hope of doing it, it's got to be consistent, 34s, 35s to protect against whatever Thunder Bunny does.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, some very sideways cars ahead of choice.
Did we cover the change in position in GP3 for the lead?
We did not. Take it away.
Round 3 racing, the 605 has gotten past the 3 fast guys in Denny.
Yeah, courtesy of a PB.
Yeah, so Denny, come on, man.
Yeah, Carter Peace. I think he's on board that 605 to the end from what we heard.
You would assume for the final stint you would put one of the fast guys in the car, not Denny.
Yes, but round 3 racing got by, so clearly it's Denny.
Otherwise, yeah, if they were a fast guy, they wouldn't have lost a spot. Poor Denny. So it's a 140 that time from JTR. Very much up to pace, but this whole situation has cost them somewhere between 10 and 12 seconds.
Yeah, and that was a 36.7 that lap for Thunder Bunny, which helps.
Yeah, it's a really good lap for Thunder Bunny, relative to what they've done anyway. Really good.
Gap's up to 30 seconds and way less than 20 laps to go. Am I failing maths? Yeah, I think that's
we're at about 18 to go here, I think.
Yeah. So now JTR needs 2 seconds.
Probably less than that.
Which again they can do, but we'll see if they manage that. It's going to be really close. We get another safety car changes because GTR gets back in the picture as well at that point. $37.0 from Thunder Bunny that time, which is reasonable. And they are, I think they're a bit closer behind GTR 99. It's a shame Thunder Bunny don't have their onboards up. 34.8 from Choice.
That's a good lap.
Very good lap.
Yeah, and takes a good 3 seconds, nearly 3 seconds out of the GTR car ahead of it.
And potentially more importantly, it takes about that amount out of 2.2 seconds out of Thunder Bunny, because that's them trying to get back on the lead lap.
Yes. I have a theory here. And we can squash this. I'm happy to take, hey, you're absolutely wrong from BMW owners down in the pit lane. I kind of wonder whether these sensor issues that are becoming problems on these M4s are related to how hard the cars are driven. Like, the harder they're driven and the harder they're pushed, the more likely they are to have some of these issues. Whether it's a stability sensor thing, whether it's a torque command thing. I've heard a lot of the use of the phrase commanded torque this weekend based on how those ECUs work, and maximizing the amount of power and torque that you can get out of them relative to your declared weight. And I just wonder whether that sort of approach to getting an M4, you know, the most competitive in WRL spec, the closer you push those cars to the limits and the more you do with the ECU, the more likely it is that the sensors are going to go haywire and put the car into a protection mode. Right, because now we're seeing that JTR car have to push again, whereas it had very comfortably controlled the race through the mid portion, not by laps, but by enough. And now that the car is going to have to be pushed, you know, to make up ground, much like GTR would have been back at Daytona, if we're just seeing something in the electronics there disagree and put the car into a limp mode. Just a theory.
45.2 for JTR that lap, so I think they had it happen again.
Yeah, I think you're right, Scott.
Which I was about to say that Thunder Bunny did a 39.8. would have given
bails out of 39 from Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're right, Scott, and this is lending a little more credence to this idea, because now they really do have to push that car. I'll tell you what, they're going to have to be a little careful here, because if they have to stop, pull over, and reset a couple of more times before the end of the race, there is a chance the 99 could make some of this ground up. Now,
yeah,
the GTR...
quite a few. They're losing 10 seconds per time, and they've got something in the region of 100 seconds on them.
Yeah, GTR is not quick. And in fairness, I think GTR probably has bigger things to worry about behind it at the moment.
No, GTR's pretty quick. I think that last lap was difficult in traffic.
Oh, no, I'm saying more in terms of what their focus is going to be. I think they're going to have to focus a little more on defending from Choice, who is picking up some time. Though probably not this lap. Yeah, 17.
I don't think they're in much danger from Choice. They need a couple of seconds a lap. We're basically waiting to see... Well, I think at this point, Thunder Bunny, if everything carries on, even if JTR doesn't have another issue and closes in 2 seconds a lap, they're still not going to catch them now. 31 seconds.
Eyes on the battle for second in GP1. By the way, 2.5 seconds between the 44 and the 26. That time, the 26 gave a little bit of time back, but the lap prior, it was down to just over a second.
Yeah, it's been fluctuating a little bit, but yeah, it's in that range. Unfortunately, I think Edge Autosports onboard just gave up. Well, for 9 hours, and it's given up just as we're in about.
Yeah.
But
Bourbon has gone missing.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, they were having a great race. That's a shame. Are they in the pits? I think they're pit boxes before the start line. Might be wrong.
No, there's nobody in the pit lane.
Okay, so that car's gone missing.
Yeah, and they
be the safety car we were wondering or were expecting.
No notes in timing on the 24. I'm sorry, in the race control log. It's odd because it would have had to go through pit entry to make it into the paddock. Good lap from JTR. I think it's too little too late, but they're still putting the work in.
Yeah,
now Bourbon free falling now.
Yeah, definitely slipping through the field. That's a shame because that car, after starting off pretty slowly, they were running outside the top 30 for a lot of the start of the race. Worked their way really nicely up into, I think they were going to be 5th, weren't they? but pretty comfortably had that position thrown up. But yeah, game over by the looks of things for Bull Barn.
Yeah, it's a shame. Given how competitive, I mean, we had the old-fashioned Ginetta that was really, really good until it got punted down to turn 10 under yellow.
With that car's running, by the way. It's going through turn 1.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it was a pretty square hit to the back, all things considered.
Oh, GTR on board is back. Randomly.
Just in time for them to do a 38. Here comes Choice.
Oh, no, sorry, it's not back. It just decided to show me the last 5 seconds, despite the fact that I've had it up.
Joseph. Scott, that margin is down to 12.
Stopped Porsche on the left. Driver's left exiting 10B.
Do we have that 10B camera? Yeah, there it is. It's the 197. That's going to be a yellow.
Yeah, it is. It's I guess I question did that car really need to stop there? But
headed up the hill, it was never going to make it that far.
Yeah, about 50 meters further, and it would have been it would roll into the pit.
Yeah.
Was that a passenger yellow there?
Is this a significant loss here? No, they're deep in the GP3 field.
So, are GTR still ahead of Thunder Bunny at this point?
I don't know. But I'll tell you what, if we do go yellow here, this is going to absolutely hose Choice, if that's the case. And it could be a matter of just 1 or 2 cars, which way it goes here.
Yeah, from Choice's on board, I can't see the leader, so they're not that close. But it could hose Thunder Bunny because it will bring JTR close enough that as long as their car doesn't...
There it is.
The flag. As long as we get a restart and JTR's car doesn't burp.
So here's 99.
Probably fast enough. Yeah.
Here's Thunder Bunny. Yep. So the 99 is, again, use the word bailed out. Here's the other thing, Scott. How far behind the leader is the 696 going to be? Because they've had to stop quite a few times.
Well,
how many cars are they going to have between them?
Yeah, that's 30 seconds. So obviously it won't be anywhere near that.
This is not a very dense packaging of cars. This is the smoking number 125 Mustang.
And also, that Porsche should not take long to clear.
No, it's about 8 cars.
GTR 99 is now basically guaranteed third.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have far too many cars. Well, they're going to have the entire field between them and Thunder Bunny, obviously.
Right. So what they're counting on is JTR having these sensor issues or electronics issues. Right. That is really the only thing that's going to put the 99 in range of the 696.
And they've, uncharacteristically for GTR, they haven't shown that much pace in this final stint. Usually they usually have a driver on hand to put in at the end of a race.
Well, let's not forget that we are compressed about 3 to 3.5 hours here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just haven't given that guy the race today. But,
or he was put in at the start when we were very damp. And he was a little more capable of handling those conditions. The tilt bed is just leaving turn 12 now in race direction. So if that's the pair of vehicles that's going up to get the 197, this is at least going to be 3 minutes.
It's going to be longer than that because the 197 is not the only car stopped on track.
Oh.
You may have noticed on the onboard on the back straight, but to the right-hand side was the stopped Ginetta.
How long has that car been there?
A few minutes now.
Yeah. Maybe not in that spot. Maybe it, stopped and continued and then stopped again. But yeah, that car went missing a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, so if you stay on this onboard, Gabe, we'll see it as it starts to go exit of 7 towards 9.
We're not going to get a lot of green flag running at the end of this.
No, we're not. No. This is... Now, I don't think this is race ending. I think we're going to get a couple of laps here, but it's not going to be a lot. And here's the other issue. Remember that time that the 696 got trapped behind the 511 and lost a couple of seconds? It's going to happen again.
Should be right up here.
There's the 609. I'm not so concerned about the GP2 and 3 cars because you can work your way through that. But it is going to get trapped behind the 609 from round 3 and the 511 of choice.
JTR's only 8 seconds behind under safety car, so it's going to be nothing if we go back to green.
Except for the fact that it has to pass a couple of similarly classed cars, and that's not always the quickest and easiest thing in the world. My caster decides to... There we go. Got it back. Caster not making a shining example of itself today. Has to be said. Car's been recovered from 10B is the good news. That'll be the 197. Is now headed into pit lane. So now it's a matter of recovering the stricken Janetta that JT had mentioned a little earlier.
Another thing this will do, of course, is close up the battle for second in GP1, which was pretty close to begin with, but I imagine that will be nose to tail now. Unfortunately, Edge Autosports, the most useful onboard we had for that, has just died. Didn't quite make it the full 9 hours. As we drop down to 12 minutes to go in the race.
Yes, this is going to be at least one more lap under yellow, which will take us 2.5 minutes and get us towards about 8 to 9 minutes remaining. Which will put us in the range of 5 to 6 laps to go, which is plenty of time for that 696.
Yeah, Choice Racing here is the third car in line. They are on a lap by themselves. And another safety car, even if they got ahead of Thunder Bunny, wouldn't really help them because there's just not going to be enough time to restart. So hopefully they'll be sensible, and if JTR comes up behind them, there's not really any need to put up any kind of fight. They really just need to get to the end, and they will be fourth. There's not a lot they can really do about that. The GTR 99 car is 28 seconds behind under safety car. Obviously, that will roughly half when we get back up to racing speed. So they need to catch something in the region of 14 seconds on Thunder Bunny, which, given we're going to have, 5 laps at a guess, that's asking a lot.
5. Yeah, and it doesn't feel like that 99 car has had the pace over this last stint. I mean, they were being caught by choice. You know, I just don't see... I honestly think that this safety car has sort of robbed us of the has actually robbed us of a battle, because I think the 99 511 battle was going to be more interesting than anything that the 99 would have been able to do on the lead lap, if that makes sense.
Well, sure, but it's given us a race to the lead that we wouldn't have otherwise had.
That's very true, but I think there are still questions about the 696. If my theory has any accuracy, I think it's going to be really questionable as to what kind of consistency that car is going to be able to turn laps here from now to the end. Now, it's so much quicker than the Thunder Bunny car that, there is still the chance that things can go their way, even if they do have a slight issue, but they're going to have to be careful.
Very similar story to Daytona last race, if we ignore the GTR 99 being disqualified. Although, just seen the 609 drive past the Ginetta on the back straight, and there's still 2 intervention vehicles there, so I'm not sure we're going to get even 5
Pace
laps.
cars in.
Or not.
Yeah, I was... Oh, there's a big gap here. Thunder Bunny, Chattanooga, 511, and 609 have jumped, and then it's a big gap from the 605, or back to the 605, then it's 172, 3 fast guys, and then the 696. So that's actually really helped the 421 Thunder Bunny car out, to the point that there's now probably 4 or so seconds that wouldn't have otherwise existed between those 2 cars.
Yeah, 6.5 across the line.
Yeah, that would have been about 3 had that not happened.
Keep in mind, we also have a half-second gap between round 3 racing and Fast Guys and Denny for GP3 victory.
I missed that, actually. It's a really good point, JT. Those cars were in that same grouping as we went back to green there. I wonder if the 605 was playing it conservatively there because of their battle with 3 fast guys and Denny, and they didn't want to be jumped by traffic. They kind of wanted as clean a run as possible here to the end. I really don't know. Ooh, something dragging off the back of the 195.
Joyce Racing's attacking the 421 around the outside of turn 6 as their camera freezes. I think they've made wow, the 421 hit the brakes really early and got overtaken by the 609 at the same time.
Yeah,
so it's not a good start for the 609, the 421.
Yeah, I think they're going to be up against it here. I wonder what the issue is there. I can't imagine it's fuel. They've only done 30 laps, most of it under yellow since this all since their last stop. Oh man, they're way offline there at turn 10, and here comes the 696. 696 is absolutely flying relative to the 421. 134.7 compared to a 139.1. Yeah, I don't know if it's the heat or what, but the confidence is out of that 421 a little bit here. I don't know if he got shaken by the 511 and the 609 going past him, but he's got 6 minutes to hold on here, but it's going to be really tough defense.
GTR 99 is not making it. He was the slowest.
He's in a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the leaders will have already gone through here. Let's head over to turn 10, Gabe, and pick it up at that point, because I think there's actually a chance the lead battle may have gone the other way here. Here comes the first... no, who is that? So we'll wait for the leaders here. Let's hold out here. Should only be a couple of seconds time until we see. There they are. So that's 511 and 609 headed down the hill. There is the dark colored Porsche Cayman of Thunder Bunny Racing, the number 421. In comes the 696 just up behind it. The 421 is way offline at the apex of the 10A. Sets it up really awkwardly out of 10B. The 696 has got to run across the start-finish line, and as they head down into turn number 1, we pick him up down the front straightaway. The 696 is going to have an opportunity, if he wants it here, to go up the inside. The 421 defends, which is maybe not the right move there. I think I would have gone single file, sets the 421 wide, and the 696 is going to be able to get this done up the inside at turn number 3. And even if they don't, I think by the time our trackside camera at the bottom of the S's picks him up, that move is going to be complete, And we are going to have a new race leader inside of the final 5 minutes.
Yep.
And there it is. So move done. Now the 696 needs to be smooth and be conservative and make sure they can get it home without having to reset any of the electronics on that car, because anything that does happen is going to set them back to where I don't know they'll be able to recover from it. Personal best from the 609, really good lap, 134.334.
And it was racing and passing the 511 on that lap, not for position. It's a lap behind. It's actually coincidentally those two cars have ended up in the same place on the track, but they're a lap apart, fourth and fifth.
GP1 battle for second is still going the way of PC Racing at the moment, ahead of Edge Autosports. Slow down your talking there, champ. 1.1 seconds, and our lead battle in GP3 between round 3 and 3 fast guys and Denny is favoring the 605 at this time. 1.5 seconds now, the margin between the two. Inside of the final 3-ish minutes here.
Just a little footnote, but I think that time from the 609 is going to put it third on the grid tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a really good lap, and that may have been why they've done some of that push now, try and get the lap in. And
good opportunity at this point of the race when the track's cooling down and you've got clean air.
Yeah, choice is just on the same. 134.677.
They're following them around.
Oh, sure. No, I'm just saying they've put in their PB now as well, which, again, sets the grid for tomorrow. So 3 minutes remaining. We've had a lead change within the final 5 minutes. Again, very different circumstances than at Daytona. I suppose the full course yellows giveth and the full course yellows taketh away in this case. JTR pretty much on the back foot here. By far the less consistent of the runs of the two leaders. Technical issues, extra fuel stops, less ideal strategy calls, I think you would say. Put it down behind the number 421. And yet, they were able to put some quick laps in, claw some of the gap back, and then when the safety car came out to go recover a couple of stricken cars, I'll put it right up within striking distance of the number 421 from Thunder Bunny, who, to their credit, had done basically everything right except go exceedingly quickly. And just couldn't hang on there against the very quick and very precise number 696. As we mentioned, unfortunately, we did lose the battle between the 99 and the 511. We'll go the favor of the 99 here. This thing stand. I think next time around we are going to get a white flag to start the final lap of what was meant to be a 9-hour drill anyway. We certainly started proceedings at 8 o'clock, having lost about 2 hours and 40 minutes to lightning and weather. Some further delays for a pair of accidents and the associated cleanup. Starter is leaned out over the front of the starter's gantry with eyes to the right, looking to pick up the gray camo number 696.
Edge Auto Sports got that gap down to 0.2 seconds.
Oh, boy.
What's that?
White flag waves, confirmed this is the final lap of
JTR.
Saturday at Road Atlanta.
JTR takes the white flag. Are they going to take the checkered flag? Genuine question, because we really don't know if that car's going to make it.
I mean, at this point, you would assume...
It's cut out in turn 12 before, so...
You have to assume they tell him, back off. Just get it home. Do not overdrive the car. Do not do anything that would, confuse the car, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a debate, because we know that doing the reset is roughly 10 seconds, and they've got 6.5, so if you went absolutely hell for leather, you probably could stretch 10 seconds, and then you've got one reset in hand. But if pushing that hard is potentially going to cause it, then obviously you don't want to do that.
So PC and Edge have come through with 1.2 seconds between them. I think the Edge Autosports car was helped a little bit by having some faster cars go past them in a way that favored it. But now that they've had a clean lap, I think the pace just leaves the number 90 or 44 within
a second between the GP3 leaders that going on to the last lap.
2.5 second gain by the 86.
So let's stick with this camera here, Gabe, until we get the leaders back into shot. We can cut down to the front straightaway as they come across, but we'll want to pick up... Actually, you know what? We'll just stay on this one. Because we'll want to pick up the GP1 second place battle, and for sure the GP3 lead battle. So there goes Choice Racing. Here comes... Nope, sorry, that's not who I thought it was.
That's the checkered.
It is the checkered. Yep, 696. JTR Motorsports Engineering takes a slightly unlikely victory in the Road Atlanta Saturday 9 hour, or something less than 9 hour. At least it seemed unlikely about half an hour ago. But everything's fallen their way, and they've been able to hang on and pick up a victory on what has been kind of a challenging and very unpredictable day at Road Atlanta. Down the hill comes the third place finisher, the number 99 from Team GTR. Here comes the 44 from PC Racing. It's going to be about a half a second, but they're going to hang on ahead of the number 26 from Edge Autosports. It's exactly half a second. So second place in GP1 behind the Moorhead Speedworks number 147, who comes to take the class victory. Now we await the arrival of the GP3 class leaders. It is the 605. With the 86 just a couple of car lengths in tow, the 605 has hung on at the dying breath for a GP3 class victory. And not to be left out, Harrison Motorsports in GP2 with about the only sure thing today, a 4-lap margin to take class victory ahead of the number 348 from Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft and the number 25 of Magnetar Motorsports. What a day. You know? I can honestly say this has been the most disjointed, bizarre, how did we get here type of races that I think I can remember being a part of. The fault of nobody's, just weather, trying to get things started, a couple of red flags while they did some incident repair, and then all of the full course yellows to go retrieve stricken cars. It certainly wasn't a traditional run, and we definitely did not get to see any real strategy playing out other than which yellows do you pit under. But it still gave us something pretty interesting, all things considered.
Yeah, we kind of, part of our filling time during the red flag at the start of the day, we had a little discussion about getting rid of safety cars in other forms of motorsport. But yeah, I think it wouldn't have felt anywhere near as disjointed if we had hot pulls and code 60s here.
I mean, we've had 18 code 35s at Barber before and still had really, really good races.
Because and there was, I'm not going to bother going through and figuring out exactly why, but there was definitely one safety car where something strange happened and it gave JTR and Thunder Bunny a lap. I don't know where that came from. So yeah, it felt a bit disjointed because of that, because we had to neutralize the race and basically reset the race so many times.
Yeah,
we never got a full green flag run in, which is never a good thing in an endurance race. So yeah, but we ended up with a nice little sprint race at the end. Some intrigue, I would say, it's maybe less than usual. I think maybe the absence of the GTU cars might not have helped with that.
Yeah.
Good, solid little race at the end.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I wouldn't call this a classic. I would call it interesting, and I would say that what we ended up with inside the last 10 or 15 minutes was pretty good. It did seem like the 696 taking the win was a foregone conclusion once we got the yellow, though. Beyond their repeated mechanical issues anyway, which very odd. It happened twice early and twice very late, and they were fine in between.
Yeah, this is like, clearly this is going to be a storyline through the whole season. What the hell is going on with these BMWs?
Yeah. I really haven't gotten a straight answer. Daytona, it was chalked up to the banking, but I made a comment to a BMW team owner a little earlier, trying to draw attention to what was happening, and he said, "Ha, yeah, crazy, isn't it?" Without any acknowledgement of that's paraphrasing, but yeah, it's the gist of it, certainly, without any real meat on the bones of what might be happening there. And yeah, I mean, they were almost denied victory again today, and if we didn't have that last yellow, they certainly would have been. So
well, it's somewhat making things interesting because we have enough strong BMWs in this field that if they didn't have that chink in the armor, then we'd probably not be seeing much other than BMW wins. So
yeah, I mean, to clarify, there is no manufacturer's title. We don't have really any manufacturer interest from Porsche or BMW or any Ginetta, for that matter, any of the manufacturers in GTO. But there are so many teams running BMWs, and it's become such a repeated issue over the last 2 races that now you have to look at it as a storyline because it's impacting the results of races in a really significant way. And for that reason, I don't mind making a big deal out of it because it is a big deal. It almost cost JTR a race today where they were clearly the quickest car on track.
It cost them their was this what they were struggling with at Daytona?
I can't imagine it. Well, we sort of lost track of them at Daytona.
Well, they had something go wrong immediately.
It was a pace lap, yeah. But that was, again, chalked up to the banking. Here we don't have banking, we just have hills. But you'd think race cars could handle hills.
You'd think race cars can handle banking.
Fair, maybe not at 60 miles an hour. But these are professional race cars built to race on professional circuits. And yeah, I just wonder if we're venturing a little bit into the unknown here, which is in its own way actually very exciting. I mean, as these cars have custom tunes built for them to go racing, we don't have spec ECUs, we don't have spec tunes. You know, we don't have that kind of goofy balance of performance stuff here. It is still 9-to-1 power to weight, do what you got to do and make the car go fast. And I just wonder as we venture into this tuning business here, if this is just a little bit of the unknown for these BMWs, and this has put us in a spot and put the BMW team owners in a spot where they're learning as they go. And that in its own way, if we don't have a ton of variety in GTO because of all the GT4s that are being run at the moment, we do still have this intrigue and we do still have all of this development happening in real time. Something that you could say you don't get in the World Endurance Championship or IMSA at the moment. Just because you have a bunch of new cars doesn't mean you have a bunch of very interesting cars. So...
Not when they're all BOP together, no.
No, exactly my point. We're not having BOP here. Yes, we have a very fast car at the head of the field, but again, uncharted waters here for a lot of these cars, a lot of these owners, the tuners, the crews, the drivers for that matter. And we're kind of pushing some of the limits on some of these cars here. So let's see what tomorrow gives us, right? We've got 7 hours to come tomorrow. We know we have an operational red flag from 10 to 12 to facilitate a local quiet hour as part of the local agreement with Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and its surroundings, which is fine and to be expected. We'll start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will pick things up with a green flag, hopefully right at 8 o'clock. Some weather to come through tonight. Hopefully it clears out by race time tomorrow, and we can get a good couple of hours running in before we get to that quiet hour. 7 hours of on-track action, all told tomorrow. A checkered flag at 5 o'clock to round up our WRL weekend from Road Atlanta. JT, any additional thoughts from you before we kind of close things out here? I know we had really nice battle in GP3 to close things out towards the end there.
Yeah, we did. It was good in, I mean, all the production classes. Even GP2, even though it got spread out quite early on, still gave us some good fights throughout the day. it was really unfortunate to see a lot of the full course yellows, but I think that's the nature of a track where your runoff tends to be sand. But when we had racing, the racing was good. So I'm looking forward to more of that tomorrow, please.
Yeah. And to be fair and clear, as many yellows were caused by cars, breaking down and having to pull off the side of the road, be recovered, as there was actual contact or incident. So, not all of them were people driving over their heads or making mistakes or anything like that. Some of them were just, hey, this is an endurance race, it's hot out in cars, things happen sometimes. So, concurred with all of that, and hoping for a little more smoothly run race tomorrow from our competitors here. Congratulations to JTR, Moorhead Speedworks, Harrison Motorsports, and Round 3 Racing, your GTO, GP1, 2, and 3 class leaders or winners respectively. All things considered, not a bad day. Hopefully a better day tomorrow. And we get another 7 hours of good, solid racing from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live for Brendan Kazmarek, myself, Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, Gabe Howe on production. Bye for now. We'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for more racing for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Take care.